Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
But this... ¡Ah!
¡Uy, uy, uy!
¡Ah, jas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. is calling out to be found when the time is right. When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Now, next player got a pentakill in his first LCS season, one of 2 players to get a pentakill in EU and NA, and he was initially too young to compete in the LCS, so he was only allowed to play midway through the split.
So the trap here is to say Reckless.
Reckless. Hunt Summer. I would say Sven.
Is that Bergs?
Jensen.
This player won LCS MVP 4 times, and he has represented a single team for 7 years as a player. And he is known for his Syndra.
Brogan.
He has been All-Pro first team 6 times. He has 6 LCS titles, and later in his career known for his Zillion.
Bjergsen.
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Bjergsen.
correct.
Don't know why I guess you're Reckless, actually.
So, next one. This is one of the few players to win both LEC and LCS. His most played champion is Zoe, which he was known for earlier in his career. And his in-game name is a partial rearrangement of his first name.
Verboeven. He's called Fabian, no?
So a player that won both titles.
Which mid laners did that?
Luka Perkovic. Bergs. Bergs.
This player has won LEC MVP as well. This player has a reputation for playing for his jungler, which has led to 2 of his teammates winning MVP awards, and has represented 4 different teams in the LEC.
Jensen, but probably not him.
So this player has qualified for the World Championship 4 times in 5 years, but has never made it to bracket stage. Represented both Fnatic and Cloud9 in the past, 1647.
That must be really stupid to not get this. Okay, it's Niski, right?
Oh, it's Niski? Niski.
What is Niski's name even?
Rear Niski.
Yasin.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, but also I'm his teammate, so it's even worse actually.
And welcome everyone to the conclusion of the mega week here in the LEC 2024 Spring Playoffs. Today is elimination days, as some teams will be sad, some teams will be glad. We'll see at the end of the day. We will lose 2 LEC teams, and the first matchup we're gonna have, as we see the teams here entering the studio, is gonna be Team Heretics and SK Gaming. I'm Laure, and I will be joined by GB and Ergon. How are you doing, guys? 4 days of esports, 4 days of the best league in Europe.
And I've had the privilege of watching from back home, and I just really enjoyed it. Yesterday in particular, I thought was an absolute banger. The games were so action-packed, so no, great playoffs so far.
I like that. Best league in Europe. That is a good way of tempering the expectations. But
we started like best league in the West, best league in Europe. We will reevaluate, of course, depending on how MSI goes. But first, we need to see who we send to MSI. And now we're going to take a look at the bracket, as we saw G2 and BDS advancing yesterday to the best of 5 upper bracket final. Today we're gonna have elimination series, of course. We're gonna lose 2 teams and the rest will stay and keep their hopes to make it potentially to MSI, win the split. We'll see. What did we think of the games we had yesterday, guys? Because I think of El Clasico, I think of G2 versus Fnatic. We were hyped for a competitive game. I thought this game would be close, and then we got a vintage version of 2018 and what this matchup had best to offer, sadly.
I think it was just super exciting, right? Because there was so much skirmishing in the early game in both series, actually. In the G2 versus Fnatic, you had Caps playing as A-Sol and just running the map as well on the Azir. And I think, Volibear, so much fighting and neutral objective stacking. It was just a treat to watch.
Yeah, I remember I went to the bathroom at around 18 minutes in the second game of Fnatic versus G2. I come back, games finish at 21 minutes. I'm like, well, it still looked a bit close with all the skirmishes, but suddenly G2 just fights them in their base and does what G2 does best, just finish the job.
Quite a change of pace between game 1 and game 2, sadly. We'll see if this team can rematch, of course, later. The first series we had was BDS versus Vitality. Not what I expected, but yet again, what did I expect? I don't even know.
I was hyped for it in the beginning. I thought the jungle matchup between Douglas and Sheo was actually really interesting to watch. I thought Sheo had a really good game against Team Heretics in general, and the BDS defensive setup, setting up for their jungles, was really interesting, and I was curious to see how Vitality was going to tackle that. But I think the game turned a lot more sloppy than I at least had anticipated in the beginning, but it just goes to show that there is still a big difference in some of our teams, and some of our teams still have a lot of issues that they need to iron out, especially BDS and Vitality.
Yeah, and I especially think Vitality, in particular, their mid-game, I think their early game is some of the best in the league, maybe top 2 teams in the league alongside MDK. But then you get the mid-game and you get the throws in both game 2 and 3, and it's just a shame. BDS as well, I think, this meta seems to really suit them as well. With the reintroduction of Azir, the crit 80 carries, the front to back, I think that's why they're having so much success currently in the playoffs.
We saw their games versus Heretics, and I know that Vitality was thinking we didn't see much of BDS. Now, after the game they played yesterday, winning yet again against Vitality, do we think they can make it as far as they did in Winter?
I mean, I always think BDS is this kind of team that's incredibly stable, that will never push the ball too hard in terms of pushing a play too far. But I also think that's what's always going to make them only a stable team and never the team that's going to take the championship, because when I see them, they are good at fundamentals, but they often also just drop the ball every now and again in a mid-game. They'll have a high-level play that they'll be outplayed on, and I'm hoping that they can continue to use this as a foundation where they become better, but right now I still don't see them as a championship-winning team.
So far, Aragon, I feel like playoffs are going the same way we saw in Winter, because it is the same matches as well. But how do we think of the team's progress, though, between Winter and Spring here, for the games that we had already that were rerun?
Yeah, it definitely feels like I'm just looking at the bottom bracket with MDK running that miracle run through the bottom, and that was what stuck out to me in the Winter. And we're kind of getting that again, right? So maybe we'll see MDK shore up their issues and make it all the way.
And on the other side, GB, Heretics versus SK Gaming in a tough spot here. Not only because, well, either team losing gets eliminated, but also because Heretics has been rebuilding. If it doesn't work here, why did they do this? SK, though, stayed with the same team. If it doesn't work either, then what's next for them?
I mean, that's my issue with finding these two teams at the bottom of the bracket again, because with SK, as you said, they stuck with their entire roster, and with sticking with that roster, you are expecting an improvement, but it either felt like they digressed or they stayed the same. I'm not seeing an improvement in SK as I've seen with the other teams. For them today to be knocked out would be, I mean, it would be devastating. They're going to take a huge break again, and they're going to try and fix their issues, but the thing is, you've already had a lot of time with the same roster. You need to do better. And the same can be said for Team Heretics, though. also in that same regard, because with the changes they came through with, it looked really good in regular season. I had higher expectation of Team Heretics going into these playoffs, but once again, finding them in this spot with all the changes they've had, I mean, they might have well, it's the same as if they feel perks if they get knocked out today again, right? So with that in mind, you need to see more from these teams, and there's so many stakes for them going into this game.
We're talking about stability and consistency when it comes to these teams. Aragon, now it's about, I don't know, finding the band-aid that's going to allow them to push further, I feel, because it doesn't feel like the fundamentals are solid enough for both teams.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm kind of disappointed in Team Heretics because I feel like towards the end of the regular season, they looked really, really good, especially in certain drafts they were playing. But yesterday, or the day before rather, it just felt like their early games were not good enough for the drafts that they were drafting. They were drafting so much early skirmishing and just not getting enough off of it. You know, from the volley bear to the Varus down bot side, I feel like the onus is on you to secure early leads, whether it's neutral objectives, dives, anything like this, and then propel the game forward. But it just wasn't enough to me.
Yeah, you kind of see it on screen here as well. They tried to run the volley bear back 2 times, right? First they saw it, and then they got counterpicked by Jax, which I thought was really great by BDS, because then you couldn't skirmish into the enemy jungle if you had a prior bot lane. But my main concern then came in game 2, where it was like, okay, sure, you decided to run it back with the Alistar again, this time with the Kalista, but we still didn't see any dive spot. We didn't see them play for it at all. So I expected more of this volley bear, because we've seen how proactive it can be, but nothing was proactive about the gameplay we saw from Team Heretics in their first playoff series.
Check the jungle, maybe, because I think it's going to prove your points even more here in the non-impact of the jungle on the Jankos' side, which is strange, because when you look at regular season for Heretics, the amount of MVP he got, he was the maestro for the early game for Heretics, and he was the one leading the pace of the game. I don't like this.
No, I didn't like it either. When I saw it, you see, the biggest one for me is the kill plus assist at 14. It's only 1 for GiantX, and it is not to blame GiantX at all, because I think he's one of the best junglers we have in Europe. But that also puts higher expectations on him from my point of view, and he didn't do enough with it. Whereas Isma, on the other hand, while they lost their series, he was so proactive with his jungle pathing. Mid, again and again and again. You saw him try to look for these creative gang patterns, and it worked for their early game.
Yeah, and it feels like with SK, their playbook is you gank top or mid. Depending on how well Irrelevant trades topside, you can turn that into dives, bring up everyone like Niski as well, or you gank mid early with some creative gank paths. Niski and Isma have been a duo, and it feels like this has been their only strategy for a very long time.
Yeah, but I felt like they kind of cut back on it a bit, and they tried to use Isma elsewhere again, but I thought they were really creative with a gang pattern of full clearing topside, where they move up towards Crocs in the beginning, and then Isma paths around the river instead of going through Raptors, which is usually warded. And it opened up so many punishes on VTO that was pushed up initially that gave them an avenue for a lead. And then you bring it over to GiantX, and I would love to highlight some ganks here from GiantX, but I can't. So here you get some 4x speeds of his jungle clearing, which was, yes, he had a lot of priorities to play around with. Yes, they got neutral objectives with it, but that was all they got with it, and you want more out of it.
And it feels like it was a very muted early game, maybe in part as well due to those drafts. I feel like you don't have the tools to make bot side volatile. We had the Alistar pick into the Nautilus as a tool down bot side, but it's pretty hard to utilize proactively. It's more of a pick that can survive any kind of Nautilus engage. So maybe something like, you know, that can invade potentially with a volley or something like a Camille, you know, maybe pull that out.
Yeah, and it's so rough, right, Red? They cut it off here, right? Adam comes through with a TF ultimate, and they still lose out on the first objective. And once again, like, I don't think it's a Jankos issue at all. I think the Alistar is well paired up with the volley bear into the Nautilus, while isolated is usually good. But in terms of locking down the series, finding the tower dives, and them not pulling the trigger, we need more proactivity from Team Heretics, because they are a good team. On paper, they should be beating SK today as well.
Yeah.
But from what we saw in playoffs, it was lacking.
And it can come from the bot lane as well, because Flackhead is the least AD carries of all the AD carries I know. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup coming up against Exakik. These 2 bot laners can look completely different, whether it's from champion pool, but also the impact that they have for their teams, I feel.
Yeah, go ahead, GB.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, but I also think they're so different. Like, Flackhead has some versatility with the early game AD carries. We've seen the Kalista wanting to punish in the 2v2. We've seen the Senna and Yasuo, where Exakik traditionally is a bit more of the hyperscaling crit AD carry player when he was best as well in Winter all the way back. That was also either the Lucian or the Jinx meta with Aphelios as well they could rally around. So I think there's going to be 2 different stylistics, where one is laid back, let's scale, and one should be let's punish in the early game, and that's hoping what we see.
Eyes on jungle and bot lane then in this first matchup. But let's hear from SK's Swiffer ahead of this series. I hope he's going to be okay today. Poor guy.
Thank you very much, Lore and Swiffer. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Ahead of your best of versus Team Heretics. I'm going to dive straight in. There have been allegations that your drafts are blunt. They have no salt, they have no pepper. You throw in a Camille and you think you're out of it?
Yeah. Look, I think we've just kind of found what is good for us. Yeah, you can criticize it for being bland or anything or whatever it is, but I think the read is perfectly okay. I think that there are teams that are following the exact same formula as well as in our region, and just executing it slightly better. I will say I think the Game 3 draft against Vitality was pretty tragic. I'll cop that one. That's fair. But aside from that, I think that they've been very easy win conditions. Really similar to very similar to what we're playing in Scrim, so we're hitting all similar beats on stage, and I think that that's what's the most important. I don't really care about seasoning, to be honest. As long as we just win, I don't care.
Simple and steady wins the race. Stick to your fundamentals, I guess, and just play proper front to back. Now, talking about fundamentals and seasons, last split, you guys had the exact same trajectory as you're having right now. You faced Team Vitality in the first best of series, lost to them a little bit more convincingly back then than you did right now, and then ended up playing versus Team Heretics that you've got today as well. Any predictions on if this is going to end up the same way as in Winter?
Yeah, last bracket, I think we ended up losing 2-0 to Vitality rather convincingly. And this time it was 1-2, and that's character growth, if nothing else. So I'm expecting, instead of 2-1ing Heretics today, to 2-0. That seems to be the narrative, the storyline, no? So let's go for it.
However, Swiffer, if you 2-0 them, how are we going to get cam reactions from you? We need those camera reactions from you, Swiffer. And what has been going on with them? Because you told me you're trying to tone them down, but they're just coming out naturally.
I mean, I can have happy reactions too, no? But
are they really the same?
Yeah. Look, I've been trying to tone it down. Apparently, I just have absolutely no self-control. So. But I'm aware of it, and yeah, it's a work in progress, just like everything else.
Thank you very much, Swiffer, and best of luck in your best of us Team Heretics.
Thank you.
Dracos and Dangda, take us into the game.
I love that last little bit. Can someone please clip out the part where he says, I have absolutely no self-control, but I'm trying to work on it? I just want to clip that out and just put that on anything. I feel like that's perfect.
In the interview.
How I feel about every part of my life. I have no self-control, apparently, but I'm working on it. Well, we'll hope that it's a different story for both these teams, to be honest, because it's not just SK that are coming under scrutiny in this series. Both these teams coming off of a rough best of 3. I think for Team Heretics, especially in that final game, looking pretty lost. And you saw it on Trimby's face. Obviously a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve, but we'll have to hope the team can keep that level of composure. One win, not enough. One of these teams will rise. One will be sent packing for SK, looking to replicate at least the success they had in the previous split. And this Team Heretics lineup looking to do better. Remember, they finished 7th/8th in our previous split. They rebuilt, came back, had a much better regular season. But if they fall flat here, well, the road might be different, but the destination seems to be the same.
Yeah, and as it was pointed out in the interview, it was SK that sent the packing last time, so we kind of need the character growth on Heretics side as well, if we hope to see them make that run happen. But SK are going to be very pleased if they can keep history as history. But coming into this, I expect to see a little bit of a different tech coming through from Heretics. I think last time we saw them, they end up taking a little bit less control over the bottom side of the map, and it meant that they end up in this weird position where they couldn't get Trimby out on the map as often because they're getting pushed in all the time. And I think coming into this game in particular, I want to see that synergy between GiantX and Trimby really shine again. So try and get some sort of control. Like, go for a Zeri pick early, get something that's a bit self-sufficient bot lane, and then try and have Trimby open up on the map again, where you don't have to try and babysit Exekick as much on that bot side.
Yeah, and I really liked a lot of the Team Heretics games in the regular season where GiantX and Trimby were able to link up and find a lot of aggressive early game plays. Seeing a draft that sets that up would be an excellent first sign for things to come in this series, but thus far, pretty standard bans. Twisted Fate has been off again, on again in terms of bans thus far, but has seemed pretty successful in a lot of the games we've seen it. Nico as well. For Spyro, by far his most successful champion that we have seen on stage, and I think for many new players on stage. I think the same was true for Jackie's in Winter, who we'll get to see obviously in the series later today. So it makes sense to take that away, as well as the safety of a blind pick Nautilus.
Curious now if we get the Azir going through here, or if it is going to be something like the Orianna first pick that we've seen quite a bit coming through for Heretics, or at least in the last series we got that. Also, relatively high priority on the Volibear in their last game. It kind of made me think that maybe G2 and Heretics were the two partners that were scrimming each other, because we saw two very similar stories. But going to be the Varus ban. I think it's going to be the Azir locked in first. Will they keep the same high priority on volley in this next rotation is now the question for me.
And also, are SK Gaming just willing to do the classic mid lane trade? In this era of League of Legends, it's Azir Orianna, I guess, is kind of the big control mage classic. We'll see if there's any adaptation, but you talked about it for the opposite side. Now we'll see it for the side of SK Gaming. Xkick obviously very comfortable on the Zeri, one of the champions he first found success on last year, and DOS on the most mobile playmaking champion in the support pool.
I also like it as a takeaway, because chances are you'll see Flack could fall back to a Xayah here, so ensuring that you don't get the Xayah Rakan here as well. Trimby, fantastic on that pick, but not actually going to go instead. Looks like towards the Jinx, so going for the long range. Piper Kari, and it could be easy to thresh here for Trimby again. He already played it once in the regular split, so wouldn't be surprised to see that, but I think it'll actually be the jungle rotation here instead, because you can still go towards like TK, you can still go towards Thresh, you've still got options for Trimby in that bottom lane.
Yeah, that was a trauma response. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you know how I feel about that champion. But in general, I think you're right. Like, the support pool is pretty big, and it's not like there aren't a lot of champions who have decent matchups into Rakan. Renata being one of them, who's very frequently banned away in the second ban phase. So, gonna see that early priority. Niski.
Wonder who he's shouting out.
Little Elioya shout out. Or Blippo, the only two people that have played Rengar in our league in a very long time. But I like the Renata. Again, when you have a team that wants to fight front to back, you always are going to be in a position where you need to dive on that Jinx or Azir to kill them, and Renata shuts that down so beautifully. But kind of the Isma classic now going to show its face once again. It's the Maokai. And a lot of this week, Rob, we have just seen people default to tank junglers. It was really only yesterday where we finally got to see the Xin Zhaos come back, more Volibears coming into the jungle. Kind of been tank city. So I wonder if Team Heretics are going to mix it up, maybe show us something more aggressive, or if we're just going to have one of the classic Sejuani games, if it's going to be another Vi who desperately tries not to fall behind early.
Yeah, I mean, Vi could work out pretty well here with the Azir. We've seen that combo quite a bit, but I think that's the beauty of Azir, is that it does open up several different picks, because oftentimes you are able to get pushed in that mid lane, especially as they start to ban away things that could do well in that mid lane for Niski. Get rid of the Jace, maybe even get rid of the Corki, so then you can guarantee that early push and actually set up for Jankos to try and play his, if he wants to go toward Volibear dreams, where he can actually play off of pushing bot, pushing mid, and look for those invades in the 1v1.
Who doesn't want the bear? I mean, it just does so much work early. It's rare that it's not just solo winning you the early game. If you're taking the Jax away, obviously Jax, the premier counter pick into Volibear, regardless of which role he's selected into. But the Rek'Sai taken off the board alongside the Gragas. Both the champions with obnoxious amounts of lane sustain. Although Gragas obviously has taken a hit over the years.
Yeah, I think top lane just trying to pinch Wonder. For Jankos, more than likely actually going to be Sejuani duty. You don't really want to play Volibear into a Maokai. He's just going to ult you every single time you try and run into them. So I imagine we're going to see a bit more of a straight up team fight, and Wonder will more than likely fall back onto a bit more of his tanks in the top lane. Could go towards something like the Cassante that we saw. Maybe we get something along the lines of the Aatrox as well, as it is a very strong blind pick at the moment, especially with the Renekton ban. I feel like that's probably the way they're going, but yeah, ASL starting to get more and more popular at the moment.
And I definitely like this just because of the sheer power of the ultimate in these big team fights. Really can mess up with some of the more immobile champions. There are a lot of juicy hovers here that I would really love to talk about, but that is a faux pas we will not indulge in. And crazy to me that in second phase, we just saw 4 top lane bans with no top laner locked in on either side. Clearly, the sole focus being on pitching those respective pools. And the Vi is good. She point and clicks very well. Her ulti, great. But if this champion falls behind, the thing that we have seen so consistently is that she does absolutely nothing. So really need to see Vi, at least keep pace, Jankos keep pace, because most of the time when if a Vi, she's down a couple hundred gold, she's behind an XP, she just doesn't feel very impactful.
Yeah, I think this is where you can have major impact though, because the point and click CC sets up really well for, say, Renata stun, for Jinx chompers, for even the shuffle from the Azir as well. And we kind of talked about Wonder just going back towards the Cassante as well. He's going to be able to provide the follow-up that you want on that Vi too. So honestly, I like what Heretics are bringing to the table. stable. I think it has a very nice way of playing out the game. It's just going to be a case of how well can you survive against SK when it comes to those early skirmishes, because Maokai setting up for Rakan works very, very well. When you try and look at that duo, setting up for X-Kick is going to be great. Trying to play around Irrelevant, who has a great match on the top side. It feels like SK have a lot of what has made them successful at times during the regular split.
I completely agree. And I think Wall Trouble was quick to call out, you know, kind of, hey, look, it's a little vanilla ice cream maybe for some people's taste. I think Heretics kind of responded in kind. A lot of just efficient tools. We are setting up for front to back as we get later, double scaling on both sides. Yes, how they get to the later stages of the game is a little bit different. Yes, the early games are a little bit different, but a lot of the same core ideas are present. The big thing I want to track, Dagda, you mentioned it earlier, Trimby and DOS. We saw, you know, some great moments from DOS on the Bard, obviously a really catastrophic Camille game, and from Trimby, felt a bit out of shape in his previous series. Want to see if this Renata will be a return to form. One of the champions that is the most banned in a support position. Need to see him have an impact.
I will say, just with the fact Trimby's on Renata, it gives him a lot of tools to try and deal with it. You can handshake DOS out of any sort of ground entrance that he wants to do. You also get the counter engage where you can get that ultimate off. So I think it's definitely going to be a case of a bit of cat and mouse. DOS trying to avoid Trimby and Trimby trying to kick him out of his house.
Someone is getting evicted, Dagda. Someone's going home. And I mean, this is tough, right? Because spring to, or winter to spring, you know, it's a short stint. You get a bit of time to recover. Spring to summer is a long time, 10 weeks if you get knocked out here. And while I'm sure it'll be nice to have a break to be able to refocus, this is not how you want your season to end.
30 seconds until
If you can push far enough, right, MSI is still on the cards. It's tough. Championship points are stacked against you. You essentially just have to win it all with how well, you know, BDS is already doing, how well Fnatic is already doing. Both these teams, at the very least, want to do better than their previous season. Only one, however, is going to be able to walk away. Keep their hopes alive for next weekend.
Big question marks. As you say, for Heretics, it's a case of the rebuild. Can it be successful? They put a lot of faith into Spyro coming up and also then bringing Trimby into the roster. We got to see what looked good, but
yeah, I mean, 6-3 regular season. They were in the race for first, right? It's kind of crazy to see that first best of three. It felt a little messy, a little uncoordinated.
It didn't feel like this team, right?
No.
When you look at the grand scheme of things, it felt like they weren't really on the same page. No one was really working together. So I'm curious to see how it pans out now coming into this one. Lisa Isma at the moment already trying to get some control for X-Kick and DOS on this bottom side. Did his Gromp immediately into the invade on this bottom side of the map. So just trying as much as he can to steal away things. Or sorry, what am I saying? Gromp doesn't spawn, but basically immediately going into this bot side, trying to set up everything that he can here to ensure a split map that allows X-Kick and DOS to go for the plays they want.
Does give good options. Deflect and Trimby can get a bigger lead here in lane. Kind of the advantage of the Renata, obviously. This range, the harass, you should be able to get some control here. DOS just constantly threatening, though, and the looming threat of the Maokai, as you highlighted, mitigates so much of that early bot lane threat. And the other thing, a personal vendetta I have right now is that I feel like Bias looks terrible, Dagda. And I know she's good. She's obviously good. She does so much, but I need to see a game where she can take over, where she can be that threat.
I think Maokai's about to look really good, though. Push on bot. Jankos hasn't spotted that his camps have been taken, and Maokai is now in behind the enemy jungle. Jankos will now know that there's a problem, but it may be too late. They're way too far overextended.
Isma waiting. Looking for the twisted advance on a Trimby, knows that's the vulnerable target, not concerned about Flack, and he has the cleanse, quick and easy first blood. Some clever early pathing for Isma paying off. Yanko's gonna try to get back what he can. Maybe hoping to just catch Isma out as he returns. He is relatively low health, but he has access to the smite. Yanko's gonna try to steal a camp, but knows that the really only option he has is to retreat back into Wolves.
They know Jankos is here, though. They're going to go looking for him. DOS is going to be the one that tries to find him.
This is
greedy. Just about managed to take us. Yeah. Smite.
Clean that he does get something back. That's going to be clutch. But now he needs to get out alive. Nice Vault Breaker over the wall. Flash to safety. Spyro now has priority in the mid lane. Jinx coming up as well alongside Trimby. So Team Heretics making the best out of a bad situation. Got to say, that could have been much, much worse. Certainly still favors SK. Getting that early kill. Getting X-Kick ahead is a big deal, but they are at least converting this into something.
Oh, so Isma has one more camp to do, right? Because he still got his Gromp, and he took the entire bot side of Jankos. So you still have a big win for Isma on the back of that as well. Should be able to pick up this crab on the top side as well before any sort of disruption can come through. So massive win for SK in the early stages, but this isn't anything new. We've seen SK get these early leads. They looked good against Vitality at times, but it's trying to actually transition them. Because that Vitality series left me very wanting in clean League of Legends.
I know. There's a lot of 50-50 Barons that didn't need to be 50-50 Barons, and that's kind of the struggle, I think, for both these teams, is they simultaneously need to level up and get better and focus on the bigger, you know, picture of improving week to week, but they also just need to show up on the day, and that's a lot of pressure for both lineups as Vyro jump in, get a good bit of damage down with the shifting sands, conquering sands. Yanko's not going to hit anything, and just a reminder that Aurelion Sol, while not as obviously the stacking champion as Smolder was in previous weeks, still something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Our other casters, Betty and Sterix, highlighted it so well. It is on Niski's little portrait on the right-hand side. That little number 12. Not a lot yet. Obviously ups in pace as he has more items, more levels. You know,
do this? There you go.
Big arrow.
Perfect. It's right there.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, there you go. Gotcha.
For context, the big arrow is to like test timing things with like delays for different broadcasts. We're not supposed to use it, but it's just so funny.
It is great. There's also just a button that says stun here, which I don't know what it does.
It actually stuns a player in game, Rob. You can test it if you want. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing. Maybe not when we're about to take Void Grubs.
No, you're not. You're not for the caster bias angle. You could try to stun them both. Knockback from Isma is solid. Still takes a bit of damage there. Red buff supporting him. Helping keep Yanko slowed down as Niski now moves in, but Isma getting low. Does have the passive to keep him going. Das, knockback there. Luckily, he can just jump back out to safety with Niski. But, yeah, Isma's still a Maokai, and so really only able to get nothing. Team Heretics get the grub. He's just in a 1v1 with the Void Monster, which is respectable, but now is Vyro going to push back onto Niski. Knock up there from Das. Clean flash out from Vyro. Now he's going to get the kill! Oh, we knew he was good at control mages. Apparently, Niski didn't.
I mean, this Vyro's the only dragon allowed in this lane. Niski looking a little lost for wares in the mid lane as an incredible Azir performance comes through from the mid laner for Heretics. That was sick.
Damn. Flashback. PlayStation 2 days. Killing Niski. One of those nice collectibles you can get.
Yeah. I mean, Das completely outplayed. Zvire with a great flash, and honestly, great confidence. Flashing forward in that situation, knowing that he had the damage to pick off Niski. Really, really nice job. Even taking the Hail of Blades for the laning phase to just get that little bit of extra burst damage is so nice.
I gotta say, a bit of overconfidence there, right? Ultimately, I think what you're hoping to get is the flash, but when Azir has ultimate up, going that far forward, going that deep, you're risking at, you know, trading 1-for-1 on sums, which, you know, is okay, but definitely not where you want to be.
But the thing is now as well, you've got Niski with no flash in the mid lane. Yanko's about to tick over to 6. That's a very easy opportunity to try and go for that mid lane play. Not going to go for it at the moment though. Dragon is started, but I was going to say, I think that's terrible from SK. You don't have control over mid, and there's no control over bot lane as well, so would have been an easy turnaround for Heretics. And now Yanko's sneaking into the spot side, just making sure that Heretics can actually crash this wave.
No.
And they won't be put under too much duress.
And I gotta say, one of the struggles that I think SK are gonna have is as we get later into the game, or later in the game they'll be fine, but right now at this point they don't have a lot of damage. Like early game Aurelion Sol damage is not great. Like fine in the context of a 1v1, but in a greater skirmish, they don't really have a lot of upfront burst whatsoever. It could hurt them when they go for these bigger fights, but irrelevant. Kind of as expected, putting that range advantage to good use. Has gotten the Ghost out of Wonder, which will help in the plays to come. And I'm a little bit nervous for Niski in this mid lane, because Yanko's about to tick over to level 6. Vyro doesn't have flash, but it doesn't matter. He has a dash. He can always just scoop Niski up if Niski does not play flawlessly. And once you start putting an Aurelion Sol behind, that stack scaling slows down so significantly.
And I think that's why Niski's playing so heavily down towards the bot side. Obviously, they want to get Dragon, but I think as well, it's just, you know, your jungler's on that side of the map, so just try and play towards him to make sure you're going to be safe. Yanko's, though, going to respond by at least getting some deep vision on this top side jungle. Could also, as the announcement goes off, turn over towards the Void Grubs. I don't know if he thinks maybe Isma stuck around to get them, so maybe they're not up, but I'm pretty sure he spotted them at this stage to check if they're still around.
Maybe they want to fish for the play on top side, but they're a bit slow on the uptake. There's not much of a cross map present. Yanko's now coming around. Pushback is there for Wonder. All right. Play gonna fizzle. Irrelevant pretty happy with that as Isma now returns, and Irrelevant about to stack up the Rage. Once All Out fades, Irrelevant gonna feel very comfortable to step up. Yankos needs to be ready to turn this one back, but Irrelevant instantly goes for the wall up. Nice interrupt from Yankos to just be unstoppable for a brief moment, but here comes the root. Nope. Manages to backstep. All right, Houdini, how you get out of this one? Flash is going to keep him safe, but Isma again now just going to follow up. Meganar damage early on is just disgusting. Vault Breaker not enough. Wonder now sees more members coming. Rocket coming up with the Jinx is not going to matter. An excellent turn by SK. Team Heretics looking a little dizzy here in this early game.
GiantX just needed to try and get to the wall, but couldn't quite do it thanks to the amount of members of SK that were there and the flash forward from Isma, but tries to at least figure some way out of that top side, and there's a nice flash on the Naruto, but just had nowhere to go afterwards, and again, the cooldowns were there for SK on the backups.
And I think the bigger issue is that was an extended play that started with SK taking the Dragon. You traded Dragon effectively for Krugs, and then your top lane gank fizzled and actually got SK a kill. They're 1k up, they've got the extra objective. Team Heretics could have taken more grubs, as you highlighted. Obviously not the highest impact, but certainly would have been the safer trade.
Yeah, I think as well you also lose your play that you can make in the mid lane because Yanko's burnt flash and ult on that top side play. Niski now gets to wait out his flash coming back up before Yanko's can really pull that threat. So at least for SK, you're kind of singing your praises at the moment. The fact that you got that play on top side to just control what TH can do.
Irrelevant. Every time he turns Mega and Cassante doesn't have ultimate, he's pretty comfortable to just leap in and bully Wonder off the wave. You can see why this was his particular counter pick of choice, and while Wonder will catch this wave and catch up a little bit in terms of CS, almost all of SK's gold lead right now is on the top side of the map. And actually, I take that back. They're pretty much winning everywhere as the gold lead just continues to extend. Now almost 2k in their favor.
Could end up happening again. SK trying to fight for vision on this bottom side. You don't really know where Isma is at this stage if you're on the side of Team Heretics, because yes, you spotted out that some of the camps would be respawned on the top side, but they would have been in around about the same time as bot lane. So I think a lot of this is trying to play it safe and make sure that you're going to be in an okay spot as you go to push in. DOS also just hit 6 and it's looking for the reset, so I'm curious how much effort they want to try and put into these Void Grubs on top side, because SK still hasn't got one, and Isma would like to get his first one for the extra little bit of experience in that you get off it. And you can see DOS moving up towards that top side. It feels like to try and net that.
Spyro, in the meantime, though, pushing into the mid lane, will grab one plate. Relatively uncontested. Niski now going to fly in. Just make sure that he can clear the wave and pick up those extra stacks. Team Heretics looking to set up a bit of a trap here on the bottom side, but SK have the resources committed topside. Happy to grab those 2 grubs. So Team Heretics not going to find anything here unless DOS and Niski overstep. But again, the proactive playmaking tools is essentially the Vi or a slide into scoop. You're not going to get a lot from Renata other than a flash handshake, which is
Exekick though
difficult.
Exekick is very, very alone. They know DOS is mid, they know Niski's there, and Exekick
Alarm bells are ringing.
realize
Someone has told him it is time to get away from the wave, but now DOS is on the way. I think the window of opportunity is closed. Team Heretics, the ideas are always there, but it doesn't really feel like they're pulling the trigger fast enough. Blackhead, the good news is going to grab a plate. Maybe 2, not sure where the tower started at in terms of overall HP, but is going to balance out the gold a bit. That said, again, Exekick has a Cole, so he just instantly shoots up again as soon as that finishes.
But this is the thing, because Exekick is on the Zeri, he's got way more opportunities to try and escape away from essentially what isn't going to be kill threat on bot lane from Heretics anyway. It's a Renata on the Jinx, the dive threat isn't that high. The thing is, though, this has unlocked DOS to be way more active on the map and give SK a little bit more threat when they go towards these plays. And you haven't really got Trimby in a position where he can follow. So they're putting pressure on the bottom side there, but the wave isn't really in a position to follow. You've also got the Cull that's just popped for Exekick, because I think he was a little bit smart in realizing, hey, this is going to be a handshake lane, we're not going to do anything. So you're building these little advantages now for Exekick in the bot lane. So not only do you have the kill advantage, but you're matching the CS and your Cull just popped, which is why you're up almost 800 gold.
Yeah. The good news for the side of Team Heretics is in the fight to come, you're essentially even on overall itemization. Hasn't amounted in a complete item gap yet, but he's going to complete a second item before Flacket does. Likely to complete the third as well, so those big spikes are just going to be coming in sooner for the side of SK. Which is something we'll have to track as we get deeper into this game. For now, SK in firm control. Of course, neither team, I think, feels like there's this big pressure on them to snowball this further. Both are pretty content, in this case, to play for the objectives, to group for the 5v5s. Team Heretics trying to fight for a bit of space here. Neither side has mid-prio or bot-prio. Both waves are completely reset, so there's a lot of blind fishing. Both teams kind of just walking into Fog of War until they see somebody.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bluff from Heretics. They needed to wait till Flacket could actually join them so they can take the 5v5. You can see Heretics have established themselves on the top side of River, so SK going to enter in towards bot side, but it's only leaving Exekick now separated from the squad, and Heretics are going to be able to take control of River, so they need to find some way to link up with Exekick before this fight kicks off, or it's too easy for Heretics to just fight board and cut them off, but
Here comes Niski looking for the angle. The skies descend. Empowered Aurelion Soul Ultimate, an excellent way to get things started. And now XK just to try to clean house. Spyro and Flacket on the backside didn't even get to participate. Beautiful fight for the side of SK. And XK's not done yet, baby. He's ghosted in. He's charged up, and Flacket's getting put 6 feet under.
Heretics were completely separated on the play. It started off well where they took river control, but then you could see members start to move bot side to try and get control over the bot lane wave. And then you end up with Trimby starting to push in towards a brush that wasn't warded out, and SK immediately jump on him knowing that they can just get everyone on the same page way faster than Heretics can.
Clean coordination. And overall, a lot of what we wanted to see from SK, yes, it's, you know, it's clean League of Legends. This is what we wanted, the transition into mid-game good. We see the start of this fight, and Niski obviously ready.
But that's the thing, right? When you started at the start of that fight, they just managed to completely split out Heretics. It was a good move coming through from DOS to walk in front of Spyro and also the Jankos on the Vi to keep the AD carry and support separated from their teams, and then it's easy to deal with Trimby, who doesn't really get much value out of the ultimate because there's so many different angles of attack, and then turn on towards Flacket and finish him off as well.
Yeah, frustration on the face of Trimby. Game pause now coming in. We'll keep you updated as we know more about what happened there. Obviously really tough, I think, for the side of Team Heretics in that fight, because you essentially, with the Vi, really want to delete one target. When you don't instantly find that, it's tricky because you're looking at a Maokai ultimate, you're looking at an Aurelion Soul, in this case empowered ult, but even if it was the normal ult, it still would have been a pretty big deal in the context of that fight. And a Zeri who, if you don't immediately kill, gets to play cleanup the entire fight, right?
But it's also, you've way more mobility when it comes to a lot of your members, honestly, on SK side. Asol can move himself over walls, Zeri can use those walls to dash through as well. So you have to be protecting Flacket at all points in time. But because Jankos and Spyro started to move down towards that bottom side, it just left Flacket and Trimby way overexposed. And with little vision control as well, it just feels like it needs to be tidied up way more from Heretics, where, hey, look, if we want to go for bot side, well, let's get some slightly deeper vision so we can at least spot out how SK are approaching this dragon. But they didn't go for it and got caught out as a result.
No, and we are now back in the game. It was just a brief pause. So we return. Interestingly from Niski, 126 stacks really has upped the pace as he's gotten more levels under his belt. You know, which is naturally, of course, how it's supposed to work. But opting for Rylai's first, a very annoying purchase when he has so many CC tools present on the other members of his team. If you are ever caught out by the Aurelion Soul by any one of his many long-range abilities, you are probably not getting away from the side of SK. But in the meantime, Team Heretics going to break the bot lane tower open. Still only 1 grub to 2, so neither side going to get the grub buff. But SK, already set up on the top side, will grab the Herald as Irrelevant kind of pushes this slow, inevitable march down the top side of the map. It just, I don't think Wonder really has the tools to contest him on the wave.
It does mean, though, that you're in a position here as SK where you can push out bot lane. To get this to work. There we go. Push out bot lane and immediately start to then threaten the top side, whereas you have to try and accept just on your tower here as Heretics. So you got that opportunity to try and play off of Rift Herald, but they're trying to interrupt that here.
Back is a nice setup. Zeri though makes it over the wall. Not quite there. Spyro now trying to turn it back, but he can't get in range. The shifting San Diego doesn't get into the ball breaker. Oh, it's a catastrophe in real time. It's not a hostile takeover. Oh, it's barely even a hostile attempt. SK walk away standing.
Nothing was acquired in that one, and Irrelevant trying to push forward. Now he's got DOS with him.
The pushback there. Wonder trying to keep his backline alive. Flacket ticking. Oh, the bailout not needed, but Niski over the wall as well. Herald charge going to come in. Team Heretics, do you just give this one up? I don't think they know Niski is here. Stun now coming in. Huge damage from the Aurelion Soul. Not quite an execute range. Flacket not going to get caught in the middle, but Niski wants to keep going for the push. Wonder there to body block, but the house. Oh, Godzilla from downtown makes it work. The pullback there. Wonder finding Niski off to the side. Surely he comes out on top of the 1v1. Trimby on the way, but Irrelevant ready to drop over the wall at a moment. The pullback good. Shut down for Wonder. That's a start. Got to keep the Cassante going. SK realize they've overstepped. They're going to start to back away. Jankos wants to follow up, but he doesn't have the cooldowns necessary to do so. Huge lead for SK, but a big shutdown for Wonder.
Yeah, it started off very clean from SK, and I loved the way they were starting to play it, but just going that little bit too far off the back of it means that they end up getting punished slightly, but still, big win. They got the charge on mid tower, they got the kill that they wanted, and will be able to reset nicely to get out of there as well. It's just heartbreak for Heretics at the start of this, where I love the call here from Heretics. Like, SK are probably going to go for the play we just highlighted, so instead, let's try and get into the face of them first, try and stop them from interacting on mid-wave, and they just can't quite get the kill onto Exekick. Spyro gets rooted up by Isma ultimate, and then they start to move in towards mid lane here, and you've already kind of got the lead, but it's just a, hey, let's just go for the tower, let's just try and take the victory where we can. And Niski's doing a good job to buy time for them on the turret here by putting pressure onto Flacket. You can see everyone in Heretics drawing away from the tower as a result. But once the tower goes down, that's kind of all you need. That's the win. You've got everything, but Irrelevant missing the ultimate, Niski then getting caught out. It's just those extra little inches that they tried to gain come back to bite.
And it's reminders of regular season SK, right? Right now, it's not a big deal. They have such a big lead, they can afford to give away one shutdown. You know, no worries. But the later we go in the game, the higher risk it becomes to make plays like that. The second that house hits Flacket, you get that kill, you're happy, walk away. And we need to see that discipline from SK shape up. And that they're going to give Team Heretics a way back in.
That is the worry. It's that this is consistently the problem with SK, where they are going too far forward and teams are punishing them. And Heretics kind of got a little bit of a way with it because they managed to get at least some gold. They go to Wonder, the shutdown, so not the worst threat. But this could be a problem.
Alti looking for the pick onto Irrelevant. The hop not going to take him out to safety. This time around, the pick on a side lane works. Team Heretics now going to try to break this tower down. That's the empowered Jinx, courtesy of the passive, just shredding the objective. Yes, Niski gets the tower in the bot lane, but that's big for the side of Team Heretics.
I don't even think he will have the opportunity to push onto the tier 2, though. The problem is that Yanko's already reset, going to be able to catch this wave in the bot side. You can look at Wonder in the mid lane as well, controlling that opportunity on the wave to actually push in towards the tier 2. And as long as he's able to clear this out in the mid lane, he can still be in a threatening position for Dragon. Yanko's here, and you're starting to get the resets coming through from Heretics. They want to contest this objective.
SK, how diligent are they going to be in the setup? They've already pulled the Dragon out of pit. Jankos doesn't have ultimate. Spyro doesn't have ultimate. This is a bit of a bold call, but SK, it is the 4v5. Isma now going to ult and try to peel back. 4K on the Dragon, not the center of attention. That's the lightning crash coming in from Exekick. He's relatively untouched. Hostile takeover just going to get sidestepped. Exekick just fast enough. Jankos doesn't have an ulti, but the ulti from Flacket will take the Drake. Here comes the Dragon. Here comes the lightning girl, but Exekick oversteps again. SK, you psychos. They're just barely getting the edge in the exchange. It's a shutdown to the Jinx. They lose the Dragon, but I guess at least they get the kills.
They get the kills, and honestly, they might be able to turn over towards the Baron as well if they really want to. Maybe not with Exekick alive, but Irrelevant's up, and he'll do a good amount of percentage health damage. But they are just going to move down into the bot side instead, get the tier 2 tower in mid, and try and get the second one for themselves as well. That, though, that was bedlam. That was absolutely nuts in the fights. But again, it kind of comes back to Heretics. Key abilities not hitting. Spyro doesn't have ultimate, so he's just essentially trying to auto-attack here. Isma zoning Flacket away from this fight, so he can't really get in. But this ultimate from Trimby, not it. Only hits onto Isma, doesn't really buy space. Flacket can't get into the fight because he has no front line to really play around. And then the two carries from SK going over the wall. I thought with this handshake on Niski, that would be it, because he wouldn't be able to get the damage or the Q down, but just about able to buy enough space. And with Flacket again, just can't get into the fight because the way that Heretics entered into the river.
Trimby, frustrated. But if I think, realistically, you're still pretty far behind. But you got the Drake. It's still only a 4K gold difference, and your Jinx got a big shutdown. SK have to be careful. We keep saying it, and they keep winning fights, so maybe people are like, guys, come on, they're getting what they want. And it's like, yeah, they're getting what they want, but they're like paying way too much for it.
Is it in the way they want?
Yeah, no, you have to haggle, my guy. You can't just walk in and they say $100 and you say, cool, you know, bargain them down. Okay, we'll give you the Drake, you're going to give us 5 kills, you know? Like, let's
it
make
does
some
feel
better
a little
deal.
bit like Heretics are like, give you 100, and SK are like, what about 110? And you're like, wait, what? No, that's not how this goes. You're not supposed to haggle up.
DOS trying to bring Trimby down. What about a free pick, he says. Not too free, though, because DOS is now going to be in trouble with the ulti from Niski. The Skies Descend, empowered, will find the pick. The rocket not going to connect onto DOS, crucially, but I don't know if it's enough for SK to start the Baron.
Might just buy enough space, though, for them to play off of mid-wave into Irrelevant on the bottom side. You can see he's doing a really good job against Wonder here, getting those extra auto-attacks down with the Black Cleaver to shred his armor.
Potential pick angle.
Niski.
Spyro forcing the flash out from Niski. Jankos, how much more does he want to commit? Will just fly to safety.
Spyro had no ultimate, so it was a bit of a bluff to actually try and go for the play. Maybe hoping Jankos would be able to get in range, but doesn't want to try and follow over the wall. So it is just a kill, which is a nice little bit of gold, but nothing really comes of it too much. Wonder now. just going to back away. Yeah, doesn't want to try and overextend onto that play, especially with the health bar that he has.
Yeah, but the threat obviously gives him access to the wave. We'll be okay here. Another game pause. Again, as we get more context, if it's a longer pause, we'll keep you guys up to date. Checking in on summoner spells, however. Crucially, they get the flash out of Niski, which in the next fight could be big. If they can find that setup, if they can find that pick angle, if you just delete Aurelion Sol, especially now that he used the empowered ultimate, right?
Yeah.
He's not, like, that is a way you can start a fight that is heavily in the favor of Team Heretics. But on the opposite side, X-Kick's a very big boy, very strong, and Irrelevant, Turbo Fed just hasn't really been participating as much in these exchanges, but his Mega Gnar would be devastating if he can find that angle.
Yeah, I think we're just going to watch the slow push from SK here. They have a ton of control they can get over mid with the Zeri, and you can lean that into topside to get that last tier 2. Leaving Irrelevant on his lonesome bot lane is totally fine. You can already see he's doing work against Wonder, so get those last remaining Nether Terrors down, and then it becomes so much easier to dictate the pace of the game. You just shove every wave into the face of Heretics to say, how are you going to get out of your base? They don't really have a threat. And as soon as you start walking in blind, that's where you start to see, as you say, like the Vi when she's behind just doesn't have that opportunity to do anything.
You really need to snowball, you need to be that burst combo to be able to find those picks. But able to find picks, you need space, right? It was a brief audio issue. League officials have resolved the issue, so we are now back into game. 3 items for Exakick. He's the one that I feel like we need to keep our eyes on. The Black Cleaver for Irrelevant, kind of the icing on the cake to shred through some of those resistances in a fight. Flacket, of course, not quite at 3 items, and Team Heretics uncertain if SK will go for a cheeky steal on the Baron. Rock gives them some info, and they start to contest a bit of this vision. But without information on where everyone is, they have to catch that wave so far back and just give SK a lot of free access into River.
I'm curious how SK want to play this. We do have Dragon in a minute and a half, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them leave the Dragon on spawn. It's their Dragon, it's Chemtech, it's not the end of the world. I think at this stage, getting control of those Outer Terrors is actually more valuable unless Heretics overextend.
Yankos and Viral running. Ball breaker out. Oh my gosh, not gonna get tagged. Doss ready to go over the wall. Wants to catch out Spyro. Ulti, a bit of a fumble. Again, art of the deal. I give you an ult, you give me nothing. Not a good deal.
That was 2 ults as well, so an even worse deal. And Heretics now might actually be in a position where they go, cool, maybe we can threaten on towards Baron or even look towards getting some sort of control, because if you fight now, Heretics are in the lead.
Flash away from the handshake. Tribute, I think, tried to predict, but doesn't quite have the angle. And you're right. Big room for a potential call-out. Wonder already backing off. But in order for this to work, Team Heretics need to get the prio, they need to get control over the Baron, they need to start it, and then they need to be able to turn back. Their Baron speed, or clear speed, is incredibly quick within Azir Jinx. But I don't know if they're going to have the time to hit, and without Wonder in the area, they don't really have that reliable tank to eat the upfront damage.
Yeah, I think it was more of a, hey, we're going to draw members in. There they go, though. I was going to say flash onto someone while the ults are down, but spotted. And now they will be forced to back away. Not feeling as confident as those ultimates are coming back up for both Doss and Isma.
Yeah, Wonder's already on the bottom side and Irrelevant. Reset and came top, just in case. Of course, the Dragon is up. You said SK, they can't concede it. They don't need to get it. It is just Chemtech's hole, maybe not the most impactful.
Yeah, I think they at this stage now just go for it, although Doss going to hop over the wall, but I think at this stage just take it. It would have been better if they'd kept on to those ults, played for mid into topside pressure, but with the fact that now they don't really have full control, it's just easy to get the Dragon with the position that they're in rather than trying to fall back after a play. It's an SK, going to try and shove Heretics out of this topside, because if they can control this mid lane, they can crack open a turret off this wave that's starting to come down. You can already see X-Kick trying to approach the wave and pick that off immediately.
Going over, thinks he has the angle onto Wonder. All of Team Heretics retreating into this choke. Knockback from Irrelevant, they're hoping to just kick things off with a quick pick. Wonder losing a lot of health there. Should have the time to reset, but they get the Ghost for very little.
Isma didn't want to try and W onto Wonder just in case he eat over the wall, and then suddenly Isma finds himself on the opposite side of that equation. But SK, they get what they wanted. Shoving Heretics out of this top side means they can get control over the Baron. Good ward, though, was spotted that SK have, well, I don't even know if they have peeled off. You see, yeah, they fully, well, knew that Niski and Isma had, but Wasn't sure how many other people.
Incredibly clutch. That said, Trimby still walking forward. A bit bold. The slow coming in from Aurelion Sol is just so impactful. Trimby gonna cleanse himself. That's the Mikhail's taken off board. They're now focusing their resources on Isma, but Doss is gonna look for the turn. 3-man, 4-man. He's hitting everybody with the quickness, but the carries are in no position to fight. Execute tries to ulti, but it's about to expire. He's able to hit Jankos just in time, and look at that Zeri damage. But he flashes from Isma. It's an epic betrayal. No! It all turns against him. Blacket's still standing. Niski needs to be the one to turn this back. Irrelevant now coming in. The Nor! The clean flashes back. Team Heretics on the edge of their seats, holding on by the tiniest margins, but they're still in this.
How in the name of God do Heretics and SK manage to come with that with only a handful of people dying? That could have been the game-deciding fight, but just about they're able to escape. And it starts off with Heretics feeling that they can try and play forward. Trimby doing a decent job here of trying to get an opportunity to land the ult onto multiple people. Managed to catch out Niski. Doss goes in but doesn't quite connect onto Zyro. Has to then follow up after. Wonder by space. And then Jankos thinks he can finish off Isma. And essentially it's a case of, hey, if you end up winning this fight, you can't do Baron. But because Exakick flashes for him, Zyro receives his chance and immediately jumps onto Exakick. And then here, Irrelevant. I thought this was his moment. The flash, the hop, the ult, that would have been it. But Heretics able to separate and keep SK from being able to turn that around. But back onto the mini picture-in-picture, you can see we're fighting around that Baron area again.
Base of, I don't know what emotion that is. I would be frustrated if my 80 carry flashed out of the way, died to an Azir, and got me killed by a Jinx Rocket. But I'm not a pro player. Maybe he feels differently. And actually, you know, credit to him, he feels like that's his moment, that's his window of opportunity to turn this game in his favor, and it just does not pan out. Doss looking for the follow-up on Jankos. Spyro setting up a tower there. Irrelevant does so much damage, but Niski's here to finish the job. Sundisk still stopping any progress, but with that pick, with mid lane down, SK finally feel like they can start this objective. Team Heretics, are they willing to take the 4v5?
Doss off in the wings, doesn't have the ultimate available, can still be a big major threat. Irrelevant, who can he catch? Wonder?
Blackett. No sums. This is going to be big. The Jinx is everything. Doss trying to catch him on the backside. There's no immediate fall. Execute immediate lightning crash, so the damage is there. And Niski coming in from the side. Dive bomb in the back line. Just keeps spitting hot fire, and it's a double kill for Exakick. A massive fight, a triple in the end. SK taking over.
It's 30+ death timers though, so at least SK should be able to crack open the base. Zyro will be up in the next couple of minutes. We'll have to try and clear out the way, but I don't think SK can go from the end. I think it's just try and crack open the base.
Do have a bit of time. Would be bold, of course. Double towers there. How much do SK want to go for? I think they're going for it all. Oh, will this be the moment where they were confident, where they know they made the right play, or will this be the moment where they feel like they threw it all away because Isma's already in the fountain, he's gone. Spyro still living because of the bailout a little bit too long, but Exakick, they just need to hit the Nexus. 3 seconds on Flak, and they've done it. SK taking game 1 in confidence.
It was a close call at the end, but they managed to pick up game 1. Finding the fight that they needed, separating Spyro off that top lane turret, and getting everything off the back of it.
And overall, SK just played that game better. Yes, there were a few moments where they overextended. Yes, there were a few fights from Team Heretics that felt like, you know, oh, this is the team we were waiting to see. Finally, the coordination, the discipline. But overall, that was SK's game. They were running it. For now, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, game 2 on the horizon. We'll see if it'll be a clean sweep or if Heretics can fight back.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next one? Let's go. Come on.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Bomb Kench?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Team Heretics get the grub. He's just in a 1v1 with the Void Monster, which is respectable, but now Spyro gonna push back onto Niski, knock up there from Doth, clean flash out from Spyro. Now he's gonna get the kill! Oh, we knew he was good at control mages, apparently Niski didn't! Look.
Look, go. Back to me.
We win. No, mega choke. Nice flash.
Nice bit. Niski wants to keep going for the push. Wonder there to body block with the house!
And welcome back to the LEC for this elimination game between SK Gaming and Heretics, where SK Gaming takes the lead here in what was a game of all time, a game of League of Legends. You can feel the stress within these two teams, I feel. And this transpires to the draft, actually, because if you look, scaling all across the boards, for me it sounds like guys, we know that we're going to mess up anyway. Might as well get something that's going to scale so that we can bounce back on our feet. What do you think of this draft?
Well, I thought I did not expect this from Team Heretics. For SK, totally expected what I saw. This is exactly what I saw they would come out with. But I thought the Team Heretics thought process would be, we know exactly what they want. Therefore, we're going to find tools to then dissect these picks, like the Seri, all the things that would come out. But we didn't see that. We saw them try and match the scaling. We saw them say, well, we weren't really proactive in our series against BDS. So instead of changing that activity, we're just going to change our draft and stay low proactivity and scale into the game.
Yeah, and it's very different from what we saw even in the regular season, right? You see the Nico ban out, but they used to play a lot of dive, you know, stuff like the Nocturne Nico. Even recently, I much preferred on Saturday what they were drafting with the full early game compositions where, you know, they had so many more tools to play early, but it feels like what's happened is that failed. Let's default to scaling. It's the EU Classic.
Yeah, I mean, you want to save the situation, might as well go back to fundamentals and things easier to execute. I guess didn't pay off at all, though. But something that paid off for SK is the impact of Isma in the early game. Once again, this is something that we highlighted in Ready Check GB, and I love what he did here.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the end of it here, right? Where GiantX is getting spotted on a ward that Isma's already placed down when he stole the Raptors in the beginning. But it also just comes down to Team Heretics, once again, not jungle tracking. And I think Isma is probably one of the most early game junglers we have right now. So finding early vision to track him down is the most important thing. And in a scaling composition where you have here, where it's super important which carry get their item spike first, the fact that Isma already not only gets the entire bot side of GiantX, but also gets the vision of him and gets his own bot lane ahead at the same time, just immediately puts them in a way better position to go into the game for the first objectives.
But we do know that it's never over until the Nexus explodes here, Aragon, for SK, because they've used us to some weird games, losing games that they're supposed to win. What did they do right here? How did they stay in the driver's seat?
Yeah, it does feel like certainly that their team fighting was just better. I think Team Heretics kind of choked the team fighting a little bit, especially in their ability to connect, specifically Azir Vi in that first team fight at Dragon, this one here. You really want to connect, because when you dive with Vi, you don't just want to send her all in alone, right?
Look at the position. It's a Jinx and Renata in the middle of it all. There's no front to back. SK is coming in from every side of the map with a flying Azor.
Yeah, so Vi dove in, and then Zwiru got caught up in Doss's charm, so he couldn't dive as well to get the wall and the shove. So it was just all super disconnected. In the end, everyone falls.
And I think it's like, it's so disappointing to see from Team Heretics. Like, I expect more of this team from what we saw in the regular season, from the caliber of players that they have. Trimby being brought in for the voice that he does impact the team with. And then specifically when you are making plays around the bot side, that cohesion, it needs to be better for Team Heretics. And we've seen it be better as well. But I have not seen them play an actual game, at least it doesn't feel like it in playoffs yet. Against BDS, did not see them active. In the first game against SK here, it still doesn't feel like Team Heretics that I saw in regular season has played the game.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I just want to highlight, right, a player. It's not really any overarching point, but just shouting out Irrelevant in that isolated scaling pick where he does get the counterpick Nart into the Cassante. Up 50 CS, absolutely, you know, destroying Wonder, getting First Blood turret as well, and managing to carry that lead over into side lane too, with the vision that SK give him to side lane.
In this first game, it feels like SK have fixed, for now at least, the issues that we've pointed out earlier. Heretics, as you said, nothing. But it's do or die here, guys. If they lose this one, we don't see them until summer. And I'm just wondering if shifting the approach and going away from what made them good in regular season is what they want to do here. It looks messy, disjointed, and as I said, they need to turn it around now.
I completely agree. And, you know, to be fair, though, I think SK did have some good shutdowns at the beginning with the Nautilus pick, knowing that they want to go Seri and just play through that. But as you said yourself earlier as well, Lord, despite SK having the lead that they got,
that was,
this also still happened, right? And the team fights did still get messy. So even if you have those early game leads, you still need to close it out. And SK still struggled with that, which of course is still an avenue for Team Heretics should they find themselves in a position where they are ahead. But you look at the goal graph for this game, and that just never happened at all.
Yeah, I have to say, I do really want to see Trimby on something more playmaking, right? Despite, you know, Nautilus being banned, you know, bring back the Thresh, bring back something like this, because he was so damn good at linking up with GiantX and playing through mid with Zwiru as well. So that's a big adaptation I want to see.
Playing on red side here, on the side of Team Heretics, we'll see what it brings to them. It is do or die here for this team. SK in the driver's seat here after game one. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much. I, for one, am eager to see more team fights. And for Team Heretics to start, you know,
fighting back,
throwing haymakers in the early game. Because this laughter, this energy, I like it. But I want to see that same passion in the play.
I think it's the same idea, though. I want to see them have something that doesn't tie Trimby to bot lane. Because it feels like when we got to see them in their last series, it was the Alistair with the Varus, and because you had the opportunity to dive the Varus, he was tied to the bot lane.
Yep.
You come into this game, he gets the Renata, because you got the Jinx, there's an opportunity to play and dive him with the Rakan, so he's tied to bot lane. I want to see him on something that leaves Flakked to be a bit self-sufficient so we can actually start to get out on the map ready. Because in this game, DOS was actually able to get out and started to influence some of the early plays, especially when we got towards, say, that first dragon around River where they were able to catch Trimby and Flakked out of position. So I think having that is so valuable when especially you have a team like Heretics.
And I wonder what the read is from Team Heretics on where they feel like the game truly went wrong. Oftentimes when you look back at a game, you're like, okay, it was this fight, it was this moment, it was this thing, and you focus on that and you try to resolve that one thing. And obviously that game had a lot of different actions. There is a world where they just feel like, hey, if we didn't fall prey to that bot gank, our early game is a little bit simpler, things get easier, and maybe they try to run it back. But of course, this time around they're on the red side, so they won't be able to completely run it back. Spyro once again getting the Nico ban targeted at him. I think it's a target ban. Like, you can call it a general meta ban. I just feel like, really,
I think it's his best
champion. Yeah, I agree. It's just been his best pick.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's given him something that he's able to link up with Jankos incredibly well, have great flash ultimates, and kind of set up the team fights then for Black. And it gives you a very easy to execute style that Heretics definitely like in their team fights, but it's going to be gone anyway. And now we'll have to see what that last pick was going to be. Is it worth getting rid of the... Well, I was going to say it's here, but Heretics think the Aurelion solves the problem, and that's just going to raise the priority here for Niski to try and take the Azir off rip.
Interesting. All right. Okay. Okay, the support arms race has come full circle. You know, EU support players and Rakan, it's a tale as old as time. Does it deserve this high a priority in draft? If we were talking about objective meta strength, I would say no. But in the context of how well players have been performing on it, I understand it. I get it.
And you know what performs well? Into it, Zeri Lulu. We get to go back full circle again. But we're going to take these here.
Please never say Zeri Lulu with that much joy ever again.
Take the Zeri. Why? Yeah, you're not going to be... You're not feeling it?
No,
Zeri Lulu. I feel like I'm in like one of those fake advertisements from the States where you got to like big up everything. It's like...
Oh, I missed the super hyped.
Yeah.
Are you looking for thrills? There's no thrills. There's no thrills.
Are you looking for thrills? Here's our insurance. It's just like, wait, what?
What do they farm at the state? Nobody knows. Anyway, Xayah, Rakan. Makes a lot of sense here, of course. Limits the impact of Vi in this game, but with Nautilus already banned away. Premier point-and-click CC options are slowly but surely disappearing. I wonder if that's going to force SK to grab one of their own, but their preferred point-and-click CC is obviously the Maokai. Instead, however, the Sejuani.
Yeah, I was curious what the plan was going to be, because we definitely saw yesterday that people were still willing to bring out things like the Karma. I thought she'd been a bit gutted, but was still able to perform relatively well into getting push in mid and being able to set up for playing around an AD carry like Xayah. But not going to be the case this time around. They may get it in the next rotation unless it's banned away. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Lulu coming through here, but no, going to be the Maokai instead, trying to match the jungle pressure. And it feels like Heretics have basically gone, you know what, we really liked what you had last game. I think we're going to try it out ourselves.
Yeah, we like that. That looked, we should have ordered that, actually. The soup, terrible. The steak looks pretty good. So Heretics going for the steak. I am wondering, though, with SK Gaming, you have the Xayah, relatively safe bot laner, and now instead of taking the Maokai, you took the Sejuani. So I wonder if this is heralding a more top-side focus or a potential melee counter pick in mid lane as the Sylas is banned away. So clearly Team Heretics have sussed that out. Don't want to give Sejuani any melee pairings that could work well.
I'm curious if they're thinking of maybe even going for something like Jace into mid lane, so you can try and have at least that melee aspect to it, and then try and go for a rumble or something in that top lane. You've got good setup with the lockdown from Sejuani and Dossier, where you could lean into that if you really wanted to. Even just the fact that you have the long range aspects to deal with Maokai when he goes for an engage is kind of nice, but that's exactly what the game plan is going to be. I still think, like, unfortunately, well, the Alice is going to be gone. Maybe we just get the Nautilus ban as well, but I personally, Nautilus is already gone, but I think personally, like, I know I hate myself for saying it, but Lulu just fits really well here for
Stop saying it, please. Don't.
I'm manifesting.
Don't manifest Lulu.
Putting it out into the world.
Literally, last time you did this, you're like, this team has struggles with this, and they, like, did exactly what you said in our cast 2 days ago now. I don't need that. We manifest something else. Manifest something crazy. So manifest Camille. Maybe not, actually, in the context of the Xayah on the enemy team, but, you know, just something not Lulu is all I ask, Rob. but the Jace will be taken away. So Team Heretics have the exact same read that you do. The other melee champions that come to mind here, Yone, not my favorite option. Obviously, Jackie's one who likes it a decent amount, but Zarya notoriously a tough champion to lock down. They do have really good CC pairing with it, and it does fit that role of a melee champion to synergize with Sejuani.
I think at this stage you're kind of bypassing this and you're just going, look, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to try and play for control mage. It could be a quirky angle if you really want to or something along those lines. Bard on the opposite could be an option, but I was going to say, the reason I don't like it is because Xayah can just ult over it, and there's so many people that have a lot of mobility. You don't really get a huge amount of value out of the Bard ult here, so Trimby definitely going to have to be on point with them. I just don't know if it's going to be the easiest of times for him.
Okay, what is the option here for SK? We'll be forced to blind pick talk
sense.
to Talia. There you go. Some mobility. Maybe try and outmatch these here. Some ways to limit the potential playmaking. But it is a relatively immobile champion into the Bard, so that does make the pick feel a little bit more valuable on the side of Team Heretics. But the final pick, the counter pick for top side for Wonder.
Just Rek'Sai? Is that the
Rek'Sai. I mean, it's actually so hard. Because if you pick Rek'Sai, it's like you're never killing the Xayah with ult, probably.
I think the idea is that then you have one thing she has to dodge. It's either Bard or maybe the Rek'Sai. So one of them, is going to have to go forward.
Eventually, you will hit
something
Xayah.
is going to hit
Something will
Xayah.
hit the Xayah. All right, I like that. Overload the Xayah. She can only dodge one of the mini CC tools present on the side of Team Heretics. But Xayah Rakan, obviously classic bot lane. A lot of playmaking here. The Sejuani. You also have this nice, the Talia setups as well. So some good tools for SK Gaming to be really proactive early on. The bot lane for Team Heretics is the big question, the big focus for me, because Jankos isn't under the same pressure that he was on Vi. You have a really great scaling jungler. I need to see what Trimby and Flacker are going to do.
The thing is, though, this is kind of what we're calling out for Heretics to go back to is roaming support for Trimby. You have the Zeri, you're able to leave Flacker alone. He'll be fine, relatively speaking, until you really hit 6 for DOS and stuff in that bot lane. So Trimby will get the opportunity to get out and roam and start to work with Jankos. And I think that's more than likely where we're going to see a lot of pressure towards Nisqy, trying to burden this Talia with having to burn flash. Then you get the repeat gank at level 6. Start to set up control through mid, so that then you're able to get access to early objectives. And this is where Heretics have been most successful. And I'm curious if that's what we're going to get here again. Go back to that old game plan that worked so well for them, that put them so high in the standings coming into our playoffs.
Will they be able to make it work? A lot of pressure on them. Pressure on Trimby after a frustrating game 1. The Bard, the range support, the option that should allow them to roam, that should allow them to win lane. Let's see if they can make it happen. Game 2, match point for SK. Will we get a third? We talked earlier, we said 6 games today. Bangers, close, tense games. Game 1, tense at a few moments. I think maybe not as close as many fans would have liked. Unless you're an SK fan, of course, you're probably pretty happy about how close that one was. Furious pings on the bottom side of the map, as well as the top side. And some alt chatting. What they're saying, who knows?
Yeah, I don't have the logins that Betty does, so I can never tell.
I probably do, but it distracts me,
That's fair.
And I'm like, NA already did it, so it's kind of cringe if we do it now. We don't, They've got a Yappa. Do we need a Yappa? I don't know, We're above that. We're refined. We're not above that.
We're not refined.
Wonder literally opened a ping window and said, "What is going on?"
Yeah, we get creative with it.
Yeah,
We don't even use the
I don't need all chat. I can just break
my
the rules
emotions.
and probably be fined or otherwise punished, because you're definitely not supposed to do that. But gotta do what you gotta do for the banter. Presumably Wonder going to be pretty comfortable in this topside matchup, just because of the sheer amount quantity of sustain. Normally irrelevant on this Renekton, one of the big strengths he has is his own sustain. Might be able to out-damage the Rek'Sai in a lot of trades, but yeah, Rek'Sai very strong on this patch. Hopefully we'll get tuned down a bit before MSI.
So I think we're just going to see general normal pathing as we come through. Nice level 1 here. That's getting a good amount of chunks back, though. I try to play aggressive on the wave, because realistically, the longer range for Trimby and Flacket means that they'll be able to get control here. Most of the time, it's good fun.
Very good. It's also really tough to out-trade a Bard lane level 1, because Bard essentially has 2 spells between the passive and the Q. Yeah, they've hit the damage a lot over the patches, but still pretty powerful. So the fact that DOS is able to find that window, XK's able to empower there with the ZIW. Does make things work, as once again, some bot side focus. I thought with Sejuani, maybe we would see more pathing to top, but maybe there's a reset here on the third camp, or perhaps Isma's just going to try to subvert expectations and show his face in bottom lane.
DOS did start with Sweeper though, so already trying to clear out the vision. This feels like something that they already tried to set up. So Isma going to try and bypass that. Jankos won't quite spot them, but should be able to cover mid as Jankos. That looks like where he wants to put his pressure.
Ships in the night, and Niski has no idea. Immediate flash out, push back under the tower. Jankos knows he can't afford to stick around. The risk of getting flicked back is too high. Isma now wants to try to convert this, but is not willing to burn a flash of his own. Overall, that's pretty great from the side of Team Heretics. As long as they can still protect their top side jungle, that's a hugely positive play.
I wasn't sure if Isma was going to just launch the Q at Jankos and basically say, hey, look, one of us is going to have to flash. If Isma flashes, he can get the kill on Jankos with the setup from Niski because the flick back wasn't used. Or Jankos has to burn his flash, kind of mind game him a little bit, but Isma his spots at Jankos. Relevant has push in top, so this red buff will belong to Isma.
Immediate recall from Jankos. He knows he cannot afford to stick around here. Isma just going to pick that one up. So essentially, Niski's flash traded for the red buff of Team Heretics. As long as they can capitalize on that flash being down in the next 5 minutes, this will be really good for Team Heretics. But in the meantime, Isma obviously going to be happy to have a small jungle lead.
DOS trying to catch Trimby as he starts to move, so DOS moving up to ensure that his push can come through as Isma was securing red buff, because Niski doesn't really have the mana that he needs, and okay.
Flick back, Zyro forced to flash away, and well, there goes that flash advantage. Really just wanted to fight on the wave, did not want to let them crash that one, but a bit too keen. Trading the flash, absolutely not worth it, especially because DOS didn't even use his.
Zyro completely misjudged there. Bit of a mistake. It means that he will get to reset both mid laners with TP back in, but the sports were there to try and help, and then Trimby going to try and catch a Hexa kick. Just a little bit of a love tap as it goes.
Yep. Nice pull back to get the root. Trimby forced to flash as well. SK are getting so many positive summoner spell advantages right now. Flash and TP down for Spyro. Niski's, of course, are down as well, but you've also gotten Trimby's flash. And mid should have just been at a disadvantage, but just a few moments of overconfidence from the side of Team Heretics, really punishing them.
And as well, you still have all this gold to pick up on the top side and experience to pick up for Isma in his own jungle. So he's going to be able to reset and immediately move back down to spot lane. Now, Trimby, flashless. DOS has his own flash, so can close a lot of that gap. Should be able to set up nicely for him.
Wonder, extending this trade, is forced to back away now. Relevant, good thinking. As long as obviously his Rek'Sai doesn't get away. There it is, Jankos on vision. Should just get run down here. That's the final stun now coming up. Niski looking to pick up the kill. An extra little bit of movement speed as Viro's ready to block the threaded volley, and Jankos is going to make it out.
Zvi bro in the mid lane, making sure that Jankos doesn't go down. Managing to just barely cover it. A phase rush on both junglers. I thought they were to catch each other.
Relevant's level 6. Wonder needs to back away, but now that he's away from the tower, Relevant wants to follow up. Luckily for Wonder, the first slice doesn't connect and won't get the dice recast. We'll just try to cut the wave here and delay the recall. Oh, this is so obnoxious from Irrelevant.
This is obnoxious from SK across the board. Nothing netting kills, but so many advantages across the board. Jankos flash, Viro's flash, Trimby's flash, Wonder pushed off tower. Now picking up the Void Grubs from themselves where Jankos is in a position to contest. SK are dictating the pace of this early game massively and getting a ton of advantages out of it.
Yeah, we'll see when level 6 comes around if things get a little bit easier. Obviously, Wonder now has his, Viro has his as well, but with Jankos at such a deficit, it's really hard to make plays on the map. Isma's, getting these 3 grubs uncontested because of the action that happened mid lane, as well as Irrelevant just building a pretty big individual lead on the top side of the map. That 300 gold is entirely from his own skill in the matchup. This is Wonder's counter pick.
And for SK, it definitely feels like they came in prepared for what Heretics want to do. As you say, like Irrelevant controlling top, but when you look at the bottom side of the map, it's great vision control around mid lane. We talked about Trimby trying to roam to that mid lane to get control there, but honestly, SK have defended incredibly well. And now Heretics, they will get the Dragon. This was always going to be the trade-off for the Void Grubs on that top side, especially since you kind of needed to reset for Isma. But for SK, it's like a small little bit of opportunity given over to Heretics, but you're still relatively fine with this.
Isma? Okay, Smite not quite precise there. Isma going to find the stun up onto Jankos. Hexa kick now coming in. How many more cooldowns are left? Trimby, Flacken, Jankos all caught in the pit. Magical Journey can take them out to safety, but Hexa kick is clean on the feather pullback. Flacken running for his life as DOS tries to find the continuation of the play, but no, Viro is here, and down goes Niski.
And all that good play is just wiped away. SK, there was no need for that. Isma, there was no need to try and go into that pit. You had the trade-off, and at that stage, you've so much lockup to follow through thanks to Jankos that you're never going to be able to get back out of there. And then the overcommit as well. Zvyro knocks Niski off of the ultimate with his own Divine, or the own Emperor's Divide. And then X-Kick sure gets one, but Niski's now left in no man's land, trying to fight against so many different members. X-Kick stuck in the pit, has to take the portal out himself. And it's 2 quick kills and Dragon that goes across, whereas it could have just been the trade on map state for SK.
That was not a good deal overall. Yes, they get both sums from Flacket, and that is something in the plays to come, but now Flacket's 2-0. The coal from X-Kick not going to be enough to balance out the gold discrepancy this time around. Now more pressure on Irrelevant to continue to extend his laning lead, which isn't going to be easier now that you're getting the early healing reduction coming in from Rek'Sai. Little things that make this matchup so much easier.
And this is the thing for SK is you keep over-investing things to try and salvage the play. So Niski invests his ultimate to try and make the play happen. But now it means that you can actually try and play off of, remember Trimby's ultimate being down in bot lane? Oh, you could have actually tried to punish that with Niski having control over mid, but now you're not able to. Now Niski trying to roam top to punish Wunder.
Wunder has stayed for quite some time, and the flickback's not going to connect. It's a little bit too slippery. So Niski spends his mid prio to try to make that play happen. Won't really amount to too much whatsoever. Allows Zvyro to get the push here. How does he take his time? What does he do with this time? Is it just a reset, or is he going to fight for a bit of vision? Luckily for SK, they did have a bit of control. Zvyro will just clear this out, and now you can see DOS moving up to try to make sure that they understand where Zvyro is. He will show on the wave here, and the rest of SK will be relatively confident they can step up if they need to.
Word spots Isma, so Wunder should just back away. Just gonna get a bit of poke down to keep the vision on him, but honestly I think you could have invested time there from Zvyro and Jankos into that bottom side of the map, played off the wave state that has slowly been accruing there for Flacket, but not gonna be the case. Wunder
tunnel forward. That's the Dominus now used. A lot of upfront damage onto Wunder. Knockup is there. He has to flash back to safety. Isma on the way in. How much is he willing to throw out here? Ulti not going to get used, and both sides just going to back away, but Wunder has his ultimate. That said, he traded Irrelevant's ult for his flash. Overall, not a deal he wanted to make.
Huge sidestep from Irrelevant in that play. It means that he dodges the knockup coming through from Wunder, and he's able to then turn it around, getting that full damage load off. So Wunder not happy about that at all. Jankos could end up losing the scuttle here as well to Isma. So again, Heretics got some advantage from that bot side play, but haven't really been able to shut down SK, still controlling a lot of this early stages.
Niski again. Nice flick back, good damage on the Zvyro. Zvyro going for the pushback though, and Jankos is here immediately to follow up. The Azir uncontested, allowed to lay down these soldiers and try to get a bit of damage down too. Nice root onto Niski, but neither of them do any damage. That does appear to be the problem. The rest of the team now sprinting to support, and that might do it. Niski not quite able to get the kill. Good lockdown from Trimby, forcing out the ult. Blast Cone out to safety. Second rotation, not quite enough to kill Jankos. Second time this game he has walked away on a blink and Hellfire.
And now, with everyone from Heretics moving up to try and cover the play, SK just get to zone, flack it off the turret, and now get the turret on bot side, or at least a lot of the plates on bot side for themselves as well. So, I mean, again, Heretics just not quite being able to find the success when it comes to abilities hitting and being able to turn these plays in their favor.
Now we take a look back. The initial setup, again, you see some solid early damage with Zvyro, has his jungler there. They see Isma coming in, but the upfront burst from Zvyro looks okay, and now here's the moment where you realize you don't have any items, and all of your cooldowns are gone.
It's also Niski, or Jankos ends up knocking Niski off of the summoned soldier from Zvyro, so you don't end up getting the value out of that. Now Niski with the good flash as well. That's just unfortunate for Trimby, but just a little bit of miscommunication between Jankos and Zvyro on the play means you don't really get that soldier damage, which is, with the WMAX's ear, a huge amount of where your damage is situated. So, unfortunate there for Heretics. Trimby now spots out DOS, but this is just push mid in to get a ton of vision control on bot side, because they really want to try and put focus onto this bot lane tower, or at least allowing X-Kick to punish him bot lane. Like, he's 500 gold ahead, he's massive.
Isma, 1-2-3, not quite going to get the fourth. Jankos going for a bit of a pushback here. Both sides fighting just for push prio, fighting for control of the mid lane. Zvyro level 9 now. So much easier for him to try and get control of this one.
Cole just popped for X-Kick in the bot lane as well, so that's why SK, at least the moment, just trying to establish vision and give X-Kick a chance to reset and actually spend that code. You can see Static Shiv already picked up for Flacket as well, so he's going to be able to move over. And Heretics trying to play off that advantage where X-Kick hasn't reset to spend the extra gold that he has. So happy enough now for Heretics to take it, and SK would just trade in the top side.
Second Drake, though, for Team Heretics, an angle. Bring this one back. Okay, close. Good read from Trimby, but not quite able to connect there.
Tried the ultimate push 1, knocked behind bush 2, but just a little bit too late. We'll be able to get at least some plate damage onto that bottom side as Niski spots out. Zweiru trying to check his face into this void grub area.
But right now, they just need to secure the rest of these grubs. Renekton already doing a very good job of holding on to Prio on the top side, Irrelevant. Clutch in game 1, replicating that performance here in game 2, building this pretty sizable individual advantage. Again, 0-0-0. This is entirely, it's not about kills, individual laning performance. Already has the Eclipse completed up against, you know, defensive itemization from Rek'Sai, which is quite standard.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how both teams really want to crack open this game, because it feels like for Heretics, they're still trying to play heavily around this mid lane. And I think partly it's to defend Niski being able to get control into bot side push, but because Trimby's so consistently moving towards the mid lane, it's just opening up for Exakick to get push on bot side and start to tickle away at this bot side turret, and you're not really getting anything back. Yanko's now in a decent position, but look at where the map is, or the lane is for Zweiru. He's not able to actually come into this bot side play, and now Trimby gone means DOS can go.
Yeah, and I think the timing here from SK have been much better. Look at their tower, 4 plates up, 1 plate left for Flacket. Clearly, Trimby has been leaving the lane much more, but the disadvantage here is that SK have been the ones to push their own lead forward. He's behind a kill, Exakick versus Flacket, but he's up in CS, he's up in gold. Some of that is the coal that he already sold, but a lot of that is just the tower plates, just the pressure that they've been putting down and how well he's been performing essentially in the 1v1.
And it feels again like yes, Heretics are trying to make plays happen, but they're just not able to work together to finally secure something in their favor. SK back out into the map. Riftchild is up and available. They can move into that position. But if SK continue to control the game like this, it's kind of just heartbreaking for Heretics. It was SK last split who ended up knocking them out in the playoff scenario. And again, we're seeing a Heretics now potentially falling further behind to SK in what Swiffer already kind of called was the 2-0 character growth for them.
Yeah, I mean, calling your shots, certainly respectable. But you said it for Team Heretics, right? I mean, the most tumultuous offseason we've seen in a long time. Heard it from the staffs themselves, right? They made 1 roster swap immediately. That was Trimby. Things were still rough. Then they brought in Spyro. All of this happening with less than a week or about a week worth of scrims before the season started. And it worked out well. Again, first in regular season, or fighting for first, excuse me, in regular season. 6-3 at the end of the day, much better score overall, but if they fall out 7th, 8th again, nobody cares. Flacket, though, trying to find the punish on the bot side with the support of Yanko's Irrelevant. Very powerful, however. They're not even going to get his flash, just the ultimate. In the meantime, Isma has taken the Herald. Remember, they have 6 grub stacks, so this could be quite devastating as now SK fishing for the play. In the meantime, Wonder going to be in trouble here. Is he going to get a chance to ult? Will at least be able to tunnel out to safety. DOS's health bar blinking, Spyro TP force, and SK just continue to build these small advantages. And now, because Azir is topside, it's an easy collapse on mid, but Trimby is there. Not quite in time. Will delay the tower getting pushed out, but doesn't deny the charge.
TP behind, though. That's going to be the Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai, Niski now trying to escape. Isma likely to just get sacrificed here, but SK wants to fall. Flip back onto 2 is big. DOS immediately punishes. Rek'Sai stunned forever, cannot even ult. Exakick sees the blood in the water, blood in his eyes. He's just stepping up, and Trimby has to run. Flacket on the retreat, and again, SK find the play. Flash forward from Niski, flash out from Flacket. Team Heretics get nothing.
A shift boss could come through for SK as well with the Relevant already shoving in. He's just going to try and look for a bit of chip damage, but great fight from SK and brilliant turnaround onto Heretics. They thought they had an angle with Wonder's TP, but it felt like a bit of a Hail Mary. They just couldn't quite get themselves all situated on the same page. Niski using that ultimate to at least try and push off members, but look at where Heretics are. Trimby's way back. Flacket isn't even in position. He's hitting the wave because he knows it's too late. So front line from Heretics dissipates, and then Trimby steps up. There was just no way Heretics were ever going to get multiple members on the same page, and especially when you just saw SK leaving topside, 9 times out of 10, they're going to go and cover the Herald play mid.
And I think we were critical of SK for being a team that overcommits to plays where they don't need to. But Team Heretics are falling into that same pattern of play where that was just your front line. You had no business stepping that far up. None of your damage dealers were there. Your support wasn't even there. And yeah, it's a clutch escape from Niski on the wall, but I think the most you can hope for at that point is that, you know, you force the ulti, you waste the TP, is maybe how it's going to be feel, but at least you walk away without losing another member. Good news. There's always a bit of good news for Team Heretics. There's 2 items on the Zeri. They're scaling up. They're getting a bit more comfortable as they get later into this game. And it's not quite the easy scaling of the Azir for Niski, but still, SK have full control on the bottom side, and Team Heretics are getting pushed out of their own jungle.
Wunder has no TP and had to go topside to catch that massive wave that Niski just shoved in, so Dragon going to be secured here by SK. Heretics could look for a late fight or maybe a pick on Niski.
Ulti is good from Trimby. Immediate knockup should come out. No way to get out of this one. Niski a dead man standing. Dragon traded for the pick. Nice bit of proactivity from Team Heretics. They want to shift this into the mid lane push, but they only have that single cannon minion, so there's nothing they can get.
Niski's dying breath was to kill that wave. Just about able to get the stone throw out to finish off the backline, so there was nothing that you could get to actually try and take the mid lane tower. Another wave will set up here, but X-Kick is now in position to defend, so even though Niski died, still Dragon, and at least you get nothing objective-wise that goes the way of Heretics.
Yeah. It was a rough road for Heretics in this game. At this point, you know, tooth and nail, scrape through this one, do whatever you can to bring it back in your favor, to fight on even footing and pray for a game 3. Certainly a hard road. Zeri is powerful, and the lockup tools on the side of Team Heretics aren't as reliable as many teams say they need to be against a champion like Zeri. Most teams are drafting point and click solely because of Zeri. What she provides, how difficult it is for her to be shut down in these late game fights. And that's a lot of pressure to put on Flacket, but it's going to be what it takes. Lulu. Stop it. Don't do this. I can't. If we go to MSI and there is a Lulu, Rob, I'm putting this on you. I don't want it.
There's definitely going to be a Lulu at some stage.
I hate it in ARAM. I hate it on Summoner's Rift. If they bring back Twisted Tree Line, I'll hate it there too. Arena, I hate it everywhere.
Lulu would exhaust. Just gives you no throwbacks from ARAM.
Yep. Don't like it. That said, it's a Bard, which you know I'm a pretty big fan of. And Trimby, there are, you know, I think he can just keep trying to ult Niski. Really easy pick if you're on the same screen. There's a bit of travel time, obviously, on the Tempered Fate, but if SK are ever setting up and Team Heretics have the vision, Niski gets a little too aggressive in trying to find a flank. There's a lot of room for good picks with this champion.
I think that's kind of where you've got to start cutting corners here as Heretics to find some moment to do it. And it feels like, as you say, a lot of it is going to be on Trimby, and I think it's going to be something like, hey, we're going to tunnel to cut across the map very quickly and try and make a pick onto these side lanes, which is why we're seeing both Wunder and why we're trying to push out these objectives. But the problem is you want something with a very long extended lane, so realistically you have to try and threaten onto bot side, but it's going to be irrelevant who's down there, and with Flash and with his slice and dice as well, it's going to make it difficult to try and lock him down. And now with Baron on the map as well, if you invest that many resources down to the bottom side, it's just so difficult to go for. So they need some way of getting mid control here, but with everyone on SK back out on the map, it's kind of impossible.
No. In the bot lane though, Steric's Gauge going to be the choice for Irrelevant, itemizing more for the team fight maybe than for the 1v1, getting the extra tenacity, the extra shield. It does mean that Wunder's having a much better time. Mostly just because he doesn't take damage. He has so much healing. Like, it's not going to be able to bully Renekton out, I think, but he will at least, you know, not be losing a lot of the 1v1s. Still going to give that respect over to Irrelevant because he doesn't have perfect information on where everyone is. Wants to reset, wants to be there for the topside play if it happens.
They kind of know where SK is at the moment, at least for Heretics. They just tried to force their way in onto this top side. They saw Talia push in top and then try and group. And it's kind of this push back and forth as you see Zyra now on top side. Okay, SK start to get a little bit more confident. Feel like they can start to play aggressive. But once Zyra has that push in top, then they have to start backing away. Isma not really in position though, so it's going to be a little bit quieter on that top end.
It's not quite a wet noodle fight because they're not tanks, but this is about as close to tank v tank you can get into. You know, it's not Orange Scion, but it's close. They just look, it's like also a reskinned Orange Scion battle. It's
also a little bit of Irrelevant, just kind of stop hitting yourself when you've got Thornmail there, where it's like, you end up doing a little bit of that reflected damage, so it's not quite the same, you know?
Yeah. This is like the mom we have Mundo at home kind of pick. Except better.
He's
so
still
I don't know.
yeah.
This is, you know, they rebuilt Mundo, but better.
The early game version of Mundo.
Yeah, Mundo with mobility. Ooh, very scary. Actually, very scary. SK?
That's a GB champ if I've ever seen.
The less room there is for him to dash, the less he has to think about, Rob. It makes sense. I understand. That's why I only play melee carries. I don't have to think about positioning and range. I just need to be in melee range. One range. Always.
All range.
In or out. There's only 2 options. There's no degrees. All right, well, SK, they're going to let top wave just kind of settle. while they try to push in and get some control on the bottom side of the map, hoping to get third Drake. Clearly not comfortable to just start the Baron. Again, anytime Azir is in the game, you kind of have to respect the potential for the enemy team to force an objective, but with Dragon only 13 or 15 seconds away, Team Heretics, who have been kind of reticent to take any more aggressive moves, I doubt they'll start the Baron here.
I think they're just going to try and clear out the vision, threatness, because you do have Blackhead, who's got a decent amount of damage, and Nazir. Leandries could end up doing it, but with that ward now down, honestly, I kind of feel like you just started, or at least look for the base in, but they're so separated, and with Zviru showing on top wave, looks like they're just going to give it instead for the tower, but I think you could play for pick with Trimby as you try to retake vision here as SK.
Well, they're going to know now, as they see the indicator, the multiple members were committed to the objective. Tempered Fate goes wide, and DOS now wants to re-engage. Flashback from Wonder to kick things off. Bit of a slow fight. Both sides walking away, but Azir keeping the pressure up. Niski now ulting to cover on the top side of the map. Spyro can just retreat. Niski's isolated to the side and doesn't have any mobility tools. But rather than collapsing on the rest of SK, they're really focusing a lot of resources. DOS sees what he thinks is a window of opportunity, but the root's going to be there. The follow-up from Team Heretics, however, is not. Wonder continuing to step up. They've got full access to the Baron, but they don't have mid-prio. Just a bit of a messy exchange.
They should have just pulled the trigger. As you say, you called it perfectly, Dracos. Niski had no way to try and get back into that fight. If you just pull the trigger on DOS and everyone as they try to go for the engage, you can get out. Now, Heretics kind of realize that with everything gone, maybe they can look for the turn here as Zviru.
But now it's Wonder who's isolated off to the side. Look back on from Niski. A bit more room for Team Heretics to step up if they want. Instead, they're just going to bet it all on a 50-50. Stun on Exekick is big, though. They're going to try to burst him down. Feathers fly. Blackett looking for the sidestep. It's all hands on him. Spyro with the three-man pullback. Hand delivered to his AD carry. In goes Wonder. And into the blink of an eye, the rookie mid laner carries all these former champions through the fight.
Spyro swoops into the back line and shove Exekick into the waiting hands of Heretics. Heretics knew they had the ult economy advantage, knew that they could take this fight, and Exekick takes that step just too far forward. Immediately, Jankos goes onto him, locks him up, but watch as he goes up in the air, tries to flash away, but Zviru around the corner, flash forward, and it sends everyone on Heretics into, or on SK into Heretics. Really well played by the rookie mid laner.
And that's the kind of fight that inspires confidence for Team Heretics. Clutch stun at the start for Trimby to force out the ult early. Spyro immediately capitalizing. They saw Niski use the Unraveled Earth. There is no minefield to stop that mobility. And of course, Flakkid doing what AD carries do, playing cleanup. Heroic effort. If they lose that, the game is over. Their season is over. But they took the bold bet, they took the risky bet, and it pays off.
And now you've got 3 items onto Flakkid. You've got control of the map for Heretics. And as they can start to now pick up some of the standing gold in the bot side as well, start to put pressure on towards the tier 2, they shouldn't be in a good spot. DOS doesn't realize he's on a ward though. Trying to see if he can sneak in behind the back of Heretics, but they can just take the fight onto the tier 2 bot if they want to.
And again, this is where the Zeri gets really terrifying. We talk about it so much. Point and click CC. That's why we see so many buys, so many Nautiluses. The engage, the setup is there. Spyro just glides out to safety, not going to be a big deal. Meanwhile, Zeri, Flakkid on the bottom side, just pushing in, breaking down that tower. Niski going to be forced to respond. Irrelevant, I think, let down a little bit by his team at some of these greater decisions. Individually has been putting work in, breaking down this tower in isolation, but Wonder on the back of that play out with all the gold he got is now able to do enough damage in the 1v1 to help Flakkid pick up that kill. Does slow down the Baron, crucially. Does limit the amount of waves the Team Heretics have to play on while they have this buff. But the gold, now 2K in Team Heretics' favor. This is a fantastic spot for them to be.
Yeah, they won't be able to get any, well, maybe get one wave onto this top side turn if they really want to, or even onto mid lane, but I'm curious how much pressure they want to try and put down. You do have ultimates that you could use to zone SK off, and Spyro!
Pushback is good. Niski, Unraveled Earth. Nice knockback to make sure Spyro's stunned up. DOS immediately there to follow. Spyro needs to back away. He needs to get out to safety. Trimmy gonna try to peel as best he can with the Bard. Spyro's still living. Crucially, Cat's coming in. Not quite gonna connect on Niski as he ults out to safety. All of Team Heretics banding together to make sure their mid laner does not get picked off.
Spyro has TP to come back into it. Wonders managed to take the top tier 2, is now gonna start putting pressure here to zone SK off. That Cannon Minion doing work onto this. Heretics looking to siege down SK and force them back, force them into that game 3.
Again, you lose here, your season is over. 10 weeks Watch MSI, we come back for summer. You hope they come back stronger, but Team Heretics not done yet. In this game, in this stage, yeah, it's a gold lead, but more just looking at the items, looking at the champions, the Azir, the Zeri, it's so much easier for them to fight. There's a lot of fantastic engage tools between the Rakan and the Sejuani on the opposite side, but you've got Jankos on this Maokai who can just stop most engages in their tracks.
Heretics are feeling like this is the final straw. You can see the elixir in Flakket's inventory. They know that if they can win this fight, chances are this is the one that closes out the game. They can crack open the base. An exit kick is alone in mid lane. Heretics want to try and zone him away from this dragon.
Got some teammates to cover. Keep your eyes on the Tempered Fate from Trimby. Niski, no flash. There's an opportunity to pick him off. Feathers fly already, and immediately they go on exit kick. Easy pick off Trimby with the fall. If they can take the jungler out of the equation. Q timing is good from Trimby, and Isma will get knocked back. Waves being cleared by Niski. The second he sees that pick goes down, he knows all that matters is slowing down the push, buying time for the respawns to come through. Dosh dashing out. Wonder not going to commit for the flash knockup quite yet, but he does have access to it if he needs to. Spyro stepping up. Trimby not going to find the binding, but all of Team Heretics doing what they can to protect this wave, to push it, to break open the base. 2 members down, 19 seconds, 18 and counting on exit kick. The only chance they have in the fight if they can have their AD carry back up and alive, but Team Heretics know what they came for. One inhibitor getting knocked down. Meanwhile, 3 other members in the mid lane breaking down that tower. A second inhibitor likely to follow.
Flash on both Wunner and Jankos, so SK can't even approach because they could immediately get turned on. Niski taking that risk just to give a little bit of a back answer to Heretics, but they're going to fall back to the dragon, pick that one up, the base in tatters, and just like that, Heretics, they look like they've found the success they need.
Pings under the dragon from SK.
They can't. There's no way.
They don't have the vision. They don't have a TP ward to really play off of. They can see Wonder in the brush, but it's a difficult pick to make happen. He's just so tanky. So for now, SK instead going to set their sights on the top side of the map, lay down some vision, maybe hope to make a fast play, pick off a member on the side of Team Heretics. Team Heretics, while they're so close to victory, they are not there yet, and we've seen both of these teams throw leads away.
As I say, SK's heading up for the pick, but there's no real damage that's there. They're going to try and play out the top wave because they know that's what Heretics want to try and go for. Push in top while you've got the super creeps in mid and bot to get that last inhibitor turret, but only going to shove that wave in a little bit. And you still got 55 seconds until Baron. Heretics should be able to deal with it. They're going to try and pick Flakkett. There's the TP.
Flakkett dashing over the wall. TP now coming in. Doss on the chase. Dash to irrelevant. Dash again. W forward. He's been caught with a Tempered Fate. Buys a second for Flakkett, and it's all he needs. Immediate ulti. Now turning the fight back on irrelevant. The Crocodile getting cut down as Wonder is on a killing spree. Trimby on the chase. A magical journey now forward. Feathers fly from Execute, but Yanko's just standing behind, ready to knock him back into the waiting arms of Zyros. Execute flashing out to safety. It's all eyes on the Zeri, but Flakkett is already here. Lightning in his veins. Kills left and right. Niski, the last hope for SK, but Talia is not enough. Isma as well, just trying to clear this one out, but the push in the base is there. As if the fight before wasn't enough, why don't we just pan over and see the MVP of this game at work? Spyro in the Baron pit, Spyro in the base. He keeps Team Heretics alive.
When Heretics were down, when it looked like they were nearly out, it's the rookie mid laner that makes the plays, that sets up for Flakkett with the early lead he had on the Zeri to take us to the game 3, to keep Heretics within touching distance of keeping their split alive.
Not done yet. One more and only one of these teams can move on. Who will end the season top 8 and who will advance to the next round? We'll find out after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rex, I TP behind. Yes, go now. Guys. I don't want to TP, okay? Just get out. Let him die. We win. Yeah. Look, TP. I'm not TPing, okay? Yeah, it's all good, we win. Careful, Zion. Look, Zion. Okay, Zion. Come on. Yeah. Guys, yeah. Zion. Renekton. I'm going on Talia too. Renekton, look, Talia is lying again. Yeah, good. After Talia, Nash, yeah.
And welcome back to the LEC for this elimination series again between Team Heretics and SK Gaming. Team Heretics comes back and we're going to see a third game here, which, what do we think of this series so far? It's been messy all across the board and I feel like every good thing we saw from SK in Game 1 was gone in Game 2.
I mean, I feel like what happened was SK gained some confidence and they decided, you know what, guys, we're not just going to play front to back like we have the past 4 games. We are actually going to draft something proactive where we can play through the ultimates. We have Talia Renekton combo. We have a bunch of single target with the Rakan. but it didn't go well, right? So
No.
I have a suspicion, GB and Law, that we might be in for another...
I hate it. I hate that it's going to go where it's about to go, because we have this situation where it's like, here's hyperscaling on one side, here's hyperscaling on both sides, and in the first game that favored SK, and as you said, they get bold, they want to do something, they want to be proactive, and in some regards, it's actually working when they're being proactive too. But here's the thing, they drop the ball in mid-game, so here's what's going to happen. Instead of thinking, you know what, being proactive is good, we should keep doing it, we're going to be like, nope. Nope. It is uncertain, it is unsafe, we can't risk it in an elimination game. We're going to go back to scaling, and we're going to have a snoozer. And I hate that it goes like this, because I think they had tools from the way that they had the early game in the beginning to be more proactive into the mid game. And proactive is really becoming the word of the day. It's a buzzword already, but it's also just because we want to see more of it. And I'm afraid we're going to go back to scaling.
But it does feel like none of the teams are, I don't know, trust enough their fundamentals or their team play even to go for something else. What happened this game? What was the defining factors of this game, Eric?
I think the biggest problem is that you have a team composition where you have to come online and you have to push a lead early, usually through stacking Drakes, and generally what happens is a scaling composition has to be strong enough to contest the Dragon by the time that rolls around. But what happens is the scaling composition in SK, they managed to secure all the, in Team Heretics, they managed to secure the early first 2 Dragons. So what happens is you have a really, really delayed Dragon Soul win condition, and your team composition just falls off before the scaling comes online.
And it just wasn't set up, you know, for Team Heretics. Good at them for starting up that Drake. They catch SK being sloppy, the resets are late, they don't have any map control around the Dragon, and because of that, they're just able to start it. SK then suddenly just say, no, we can't let this happen. With the early game comp, we need to make the Drake happen, and then they just completely send it into an uncertain scenario. One flash from Flackett is enough to disrupt their CC, and suddenly that fight just goes wrong.
Sending it is the word, I feel, and the later stages of the game were even more messy, I feel like, on the side of SK, over-forcing fights, and also for me, it was individual mistakes, positioning, everything was off here.
I mean, I think Execute just runs forward, doesn't see the Bard Q that's coming out, gets stunned on the Renekton as well, and just gets shuffled. Shout out to Zwaru, that was a nutty, you know, Azerol to get all the way back there to bring him back in. But at this point, if you're making this kind of mistake, the teamfight is just so difficult because of the natural front to back that Team Heretics have.
Hey, listen, I respect the aggression from Exec, ghosting face first, but also you gotta show up with mechanics if you want to play it like that. Not being aware of the Bard Q, the Renekton as well right before to actually stun you. Like, it's not a good moment, and your AD carry, which is the guy you've put all your exit in the early game, or at least that actually is online with the lead on the 2 items, suddenly just dying as the first guy in a team fight like this. Like, it just can't happen. The game is just over at that point. And you see it, like,
But at least, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. They had things, and I know we were watching the game backstage, and I was like, when it comes to SK, it's not over until the Nexus is over as well. And here, I want to look at Game 3 with, I don't know, for me, it's kind of a coin flipper. Before coming live, I was like, who do you think is going to get third game here? It could be either team, because none of them had showed solid enough foundations to let me know that they deserve to advance something next round here.
With the way that SK have been playing over the past few games, we know they can play scaling if they decide to. And I think that's what they're going to do. Like GB said, they're going to run it back with the scaling because the proactivity didn't work. And they have way more practice on it than TH does. So I definitely think that I'd go the way of SK.
What do we make of Azir, though? Because I know that it's been a key pick throughout the beginning of playoffs so far. Zero was the one playing it here. On red side, though, which was kind of surprising. What is going to happen here in the last game? We're going to have SK on the blue side, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, and I think with that's where the SC comes into it as well, where it's like, oh, well, we know that they're going to ban ASOL. We can just first pick a C ourselves. Like in the first draft, you first pick Rakan. I understand the priority for DOS on it. It's one of his comfort champion, but I also don't think the impact of that Rakan is as good as, for example, an SC would be in that instance.
You know what the best plot twist would be? It's if now Team Heretics gets confidence and they try to run back the proactivity, and we just see El Clasico, they tend to lose versus scaling, right? So maybe we'll see dive from Team Heretics like we saw all of the regular season. Who knows?
It is the last game here for both teams. One of them is going to go on holidays until July. Sadly, it's going to be a really, really long time to stay on the bench and watch the rest of the LEC teams. Who's going to take this one and why? Who showed the best League of Legends here, or the most stable at least? It's going to be a flip, we know this, but which one is taking it?
I think SK today has actually shown best League of Legends throughout the entire series in terms of their proactivity and in terms of showing up. On paper, I still think Heretics should be having it, but I just haven't seen them show up. And I think with potentially SK going back to scaling, that's their comfort. That's where they're going to outplay Heretics.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Team Heretics, to me, has been kind of disappointing in the playoffs games. I'm going to go the side of SK as well if they draft the way we expect them to.
It is a shame, though, when you think of the way Team Heretics tried to rebuild. Remember,
It really is.
lack of leadership, changing players. It was going well. They should be able to take it to the end here.
I mean, I hope so for them as well. Like, it's hard to play favorites in a scenario like this. Like, SK want to do better with the roster they've stuck with as well. Team Heretics, as you say, lots of changes coming through, but you can change all you want if you have the same result. What was the idea of it all in the end?
It has to come now. For either of these team facing eliminations, casters, take it away for Game 3.
One final game to decide it all. And I think this is a tough spot to be. Right, your entire season culminates in this, and obviously you want it to be in a best 5. Obviously you want the luxury of going to full 5 games of a single loss, not feeling like it's the end of your season. But here we are, boils down to a best of 1. You heard it on the desk. SK Gaming, blue side, probably for first pick Rakan. No, I'm kidding. It's probably Azir, I would assume, but maybe in a crazy twist of fate, we just ban both the Azir and the Aurelion Soul, and we go back to the meta of the regular season.
Orianna and Talia.
Oh, no, don't.
Yeah.
Ari. Why is Ari? Because she's not as good. That's fine. But as you can hear from the funk, because we're cool and we like what the kids like, so we have funk now.
It's what the Tic Tacs told us to get.
We're moments away from getting a jab. No, funk's actually fire. We're just going to, quickly drift into picks and bans. Kia, if you're listening, we could literally drift into picks and bans.
Oh.
Pitch for the casher.
That'd actually be sick.
Thinking about it. Professional driver, not me.
Do
Drift us
pick
into picks and
ban
ban.
in the back of a drifting car.
Yes.
That'd be class.
Yes.
I'm well up for
with the funk.
That'd be deadly.
All right. Wow. Okay. Complete shift here. Zeri was the problem, is what appears to be the read from both lineups. Okay. So Zeri's out.
is first picked.
But with Zeri gone, do you prioritize picking your AD carry? Because now there is a potential for an Azir Aurelion Soul trade, which we've already seen that SK Gaming are comfortable taking. They're not old enough to have dentures. I don't think it's fair to say gumming yet.
Yeah, that's more medic style at the moment. But I think coming into this, the problem is ASOL Maokai does give you a very strong 2v2. So that's where I'm kind of questioning, is it like if you go Azir and you go back towards taking like something like the Xayah here for Flack in the bot lane, you third pick your jungler, I think you end up in a relatively okay spot where you can kind of see what the rest of the draft is looking like. Can you get pushed? Maybe even go for the Jinx, actually, to be honest, for Flack here and say, we have hyperscaling, but we also have good pushing lanes, and maybe we can play off that into an invade if they answer back with the Aurelion Soul, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be here. But I could see a Jinx angle here, honestly. It's not terrible. Yeah.
Not bad. Okay, bit of a run back on the scaling option here for Heretics. So, is it just some early Rakan prio? Okay.
That's not a
personal attack. It's not a personal attack. This is just what pro players will play. This is so bold. We like it. We like it. I mean, this is betting on yourself, folks. Whenever anyone's like, believe in yourself, those people pick Lucian Nami in elimination games. That said, if you start to lose on this duo, your game falls apart very quick. This is significantly harder to execute than a Zeri, than a Xayah, than anything else we've seen from either of these teams in the series. And XK and DOS have made it work before, but they've also messed it up before many, many times.
I will also say, if Trimby's comfortable, the Melio value you get here is absolutely insane. You get the extra range so you can start to push in, makes it very hard for the Lucian to trade effectively. Plus then you've got the ultimate for the Maokai as well.
Yes.
Like, Melio is so strong here for Heretics, so wouldn't be surprised to see that ban away, especially when you already got a lot of frontline, and you can even add to that with, you already have a lot of CC, and you can add to that with Wunder on his rotation, getting the counter pick as well. So I'm curious what SK Gaming have in the tank here, because you still need to pick your mid laner, which is why we're seeing Heretics just ban them away.
Yeah, and they could have gone for another scaling option, right? Aphelios is still fine. That was a matchup we've seen consistently for quite a period of time, and now they're in a position where they've locked in the Lucian Nami. We would normally expect the Aurelion Soul here, but Team Heretics can just ban it away. SK Gaming going to limit some of the topside options again, trying to set up for a relatively comfortable matchup for Irrelevant. I am shocked. I'm going to be honest. I think that I've obviously said this many times. If you haven't watched Euphoria, maybe you haven't heard this rant, but like in Europe, this is one of the hardest duos to execute. And in an elimination game, to bet so much on your own execution when it has failed so many times on stage is a crazy proposition.
I think you just have to kind of bite the bullet here as SK and go full all in on the early stages.
Yeah.
I think, look, Talia, not quite the all in on the early stage, but definitely you want to have that roamy mid laner from the mid lane, give Irrelevant the Renekton in the top lane, and just go, hey, we're going to play for side lanes. I think Irrelevant did a great job in the Renekton in game 1 against Wunder, and he should be in a decent spot here as well, unless Wunder wants to go back to something like the Nar, where you can have that CC that we wanted and a good matchup. But yeah, there's the Melio that we talked about. I think this, at the Thresh, seems bizarre to me. Melio was so much better in this scenario.
Yeah, I think just trying to take away the comfort from Trimby, and obviously the Lantern offers a lot of safety for any pick potential. This has been a consistent hover of the series, so I doubt we will see the Kai'Sa. Yone Rumble, screw it. Just do something crazy. Give me winning lanes. SK, you can't take your foot off the gas now. You've drafted for early game bot side. You need to go full force.
Maybe even Orianna doesn't really work either. I think you need the Talia here. You've got a ton of point and click CC. Just try and lock someone up, flick back with the Talia. You've got not a huge amount of forward momentum coming through on but I still think you've just got so much setup for the Talia. It's still going to work out great.
This mid pick is going to be big. I think Talia makes sense. It doesn't have quite the amount of counter interactions that they would normally want, and now they've opted for a slightly different strategy. So you have relatively strong pick topside. You have team fight kind of jungler with good setup in the Maokai, and now you have a scaling option with a lot of poke in mid lane. Paired with Culling in mid game from Lucian, this will be good.
Oh no!
But that would be hard. I mean, it's kind of tough against Lucian, you know, to land that reliably. So instead, it seems like once again, Wunder just going to take the more conservative option. But K'Sante, a champion who can, you know, just take one of these carries out of the fight in late game fights, especially paired alongside a Sejuani, and just ruin the entirety of SK Gaming's composition.
A huge amount of what SK Gaming are going to try and do is look for poke with Culling and with Rockets and try and find their way into a fight that way, controlling mid space, immediately moving that into river and then contesting as you start to come in. So Wunder taking the K'Sante gives the opportunity to have someone who can tank up a lot of that initial damage, and also then gives you the opportunity to have someone who can take the space that you need coming into river. Being able to tank up a Maokai ultimate, being able to tank up a Renekton stun, that kind of stuff that is going to cause some issues for Heretics. But by God, if SK ever fall behind, this is doomed. Heretics have so much scaling, so much anti-CC with the Melio, with the long range they can play at, with both having the Jinx and the Azir to try and be enabled by something like an Ardent Sensor here for the Melio. It's disgusting how good the late game is for Heretics.
I don't want to say it's effortless, but it is definitely easier to execute, bar none. The Jinx relatively immobile. There's a world where Corki gets far enough ahead or has a package or has an angle where Renekton can get on the backside. Like, there's ways. But the ways that Team Heretics win this game are much, much simpler and much more inevitable. SK need to play flawlessly. They need to execute at a level that we have not reliably seen from them this entire year to make sure this one works. It's a tall task. And again, just a recap, obviously, this has worked for SK before, especially Renekton top side, Lucian Nami bottom side. When it worked for them previously in Winter, it was irrelevant, tanking ganks, absorbing pressure, and allowing Exakick and DOS to run free bot lane to completely take over with the support of Isma. This time, however, I imagine the top lane will once again be left as an island, and bot side will be the focus for both teams, more or less. Something we'll have to track. Spyro as well taking the Hail of Blades for the early lane phase, wants to trade more aggressively with Niski. We have first strike for both Corki and Lucian, so again, SK, the art of the deal. they like their money. Diamond hands, glass jaw. Bit of a rough combo, but we'll see if they can make this one work.
The money ball hasn't played out quite yet for them, but we'll have to see if it can. Maybe as Niski already taking decent trade in the early stages. We see this quite a bit with the Corki's air matchup, where you will take Gatling Gun in the early stages, guarantees you push in that matchup from the level 1, because you can end up using the Gatling Gun to both poke Spyro and also push the wave at the same time. So yeah, I think this is where, again, maybe with that early vision control down, they can look for an invade off of Niski having push mid and Exakick and DOS trying to get push bot. But I like that Yanko started on top side, because Flacken and Trimby, I didn't quite see if Trimby took the W level 1, but if he did, you're able to get good push here and can out-trade DOS and Exekick, but it looks like they aren't quite comfortable enough to go for that.
He took the E for the mid lane trade, so is going to use that there to at least mitigate some of the poke coming out from DOS. Obviously, Nami, very annoying in lane. The ebb and flow, doing a lot of work in terms of the healing and damage. One of the strongest, I think, level 1 abilities for short trades. But good shields coming in from Trimby. Again, we expect Team Heretics to be on the back foot here. They get a few more levels under their belt. They have a few more tools to fight back, but it's the same story for Lucian and Nami, really. Level 3, important for both sides. Is Spyro doing well in the early trades, courtesy of Halo Blades, I think. You know, making a lot of those short trades easier because normally Gatling Gun, Phosphorus Bomb put Corki in a pretty advantageous position for the first few levels.
And he's trading hyper aggressive with his health bar because he wants to make sure that they can't invade onto the bot side. Isma, you can already see the pings going down onto Jankos' blue buff. He's like, look, we got push on bot, can we try and make a play onto it? But with Spyro playing hyper aggressive on the mid wave, makes it very difficult for Jankos to actually, for Isma to actually get in and get onto Jankos' jungle.
Jankos now coming to just lay down a little bit of vision. Thought he might push in for a bit more, but there are no camps there. And the vision is going to fall away on the blue buff. So approximate information for the side of SK as to where Jankos is, but nothing precise. And Spyro just continuing to keep the pressure up here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the wave's been crashed though, and you can imagine for SK, it's like, look, let's be real. Jankos is going to full clear, take a crab, reset, spend his gold, come back out to the top side of the map, and go from there, right? So I think even though you don't know where Jankos is exactly, you can already more or less tell where he is. And X-Kick and DOS already making sure that at least the wave is bouncing back out with this single minion going to start that work for them. So Isma just going to do similar to what Jankos did, hop in here, hop down a ward, and spot out where Jankos is going to come back in onto his top side of the map.
Yeah, and thus far, relatively quiet early game. Both top laners, level 4. Wonder ticks over a little bit early, but shouldn't mount to too much. This wave is starting to stack. Of course, with Jankos on the bottom side, there's not much of a play to be made. Wonder can push this all the way, and maybe he can get a reliable recall, but you can see Irrelevant quick to make sure that he can at least get a positive trade with the big wave there.
And GB did warn us that we'd probably need to get our, our bedtime stories out and get our water bottles and stuff, because let's be real, if you're looking at Heretics, it is hyper scaling. They don't really need to get anything done in the early stages. And for SK, yes, you can play it towards sides, but with not having a Talia, it makes it actually a little bit difficult for Niski to really have big effects on the sidelines, even if he does get mid-control. So I think it's more reliant on Isma solo to make those plays. And at the moment, Heretics have all the information that they need because they end up, I believe, spotting Isma as he moved back down towards the bot side on that ward that was up. And Jankos getting control of that bot side as well. It means that with vision, you're totally fine here for Heretics.
X-Kick dashing forward.
No mana.
But the mana trade and the health trade, still good for the side of Team Heretics.
I think they were trying to set up for Isma to come in, so even though he didn't have mana, it was, hey, maybe we can try and get the health bar and Flacket low. Level up gives him a little bit more back as well. Immediate cleanse from Flacket burnt. So nice actually from SK to try and make that play happen. And if Isma had actually managed to sneak past some of the vision that Heretics had established, that could have been a play that set up for Flacket on that bottom side.
Yeah. Good to take multiple trades back-to-back. Obviously, Milio notoriously super long cooldowns early on. So if you can force those windows back-to-back, and you can come in with that big cooldown advantage, then you finally start to see that damage stick when it comes to the short trades. Kerchase Shard coming in for X-Kick on the first back alongside a long sword. We'll see what Flacket gets when he finally does recall. He will be recalling with a bit more gold, but only by about 2 creeps, so shouldn't amount to too much. Plus, X-Kick, of course, had the luxury of the first strike, giving him a bit of extra early gold. But boots 2 for Flacket makes a lot of sense. Maybe less power in the trades, but easier to get out of the ones that do not favor you.
Yeah, X-Kick going to be able to collect this wave. He's going to start to slowly push out, so there is an opportunity off of Isma clearing out his top side to immediately go for Dragon. They did get 2 of the grubs on that top side, forcing Jankos away from it. So again, SK, we've seen this already. They get decent control in the early stages. It's just a case of trying to clean up when it gets to that mid game. And when we get to the mid game, these games have been bangers. There's been so much fighting, so much back and forth as everyone tries to find some foothold into the game to get that advantage that they need. But for SK, it's a little bit smaller of a foothold. You need to get it early, or else Heretics are just going to get into a position where you just cannot fight them.
Yeah, scaling's always tricky. Of course, there's always going to be a certain degree of execution, but what we've seen is the teams who lower the burden of execution are generally more favored. Dash back from X-Kick. Push forward from Zyro. Does he want to trade? Flash is here. He already gets X-Kick. That's going to be first blood. The Lucian put behind. The gold lead disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yes, Niski gets prio mid, but Team Heretics more than happy with the trade.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised XKick didn't flash. DOS flashed, understood. The understood the assignment was, hey, don't let Spyro knock us back. Yes, we'll burn flashes and maybe we'll be vulnerable later, but saving it for Dragon isn't really a thing either. So that's just, I just love to find out what XKick was thinking there.
Deep sigh, big sigh. I mean, okay, so the thing is, when you hit level 6 with Culling, you can absolutely destroy Flacket in an all-in. So maybe he's like, this is the point where I can regain control. Flashing here, yes, doesn't give away gold, but maybe that he feels like there is another window of opportunity that he absolutely has to capitalize on to get a substantial lead.
I think it's also, we've seen XKick just try to hands check Heretics in a lot of situations, like last game in the Zaya, where he's like, maybe I can ult away from Jankos as he goes in. Maybe here he was like, hey, Spyro goes in with a flash, I'll flash in return, and wasn't quite fast enough in the trigger finger, but means it is a kill. Going across over to the Azir, which is great. Blasting one now picked up for him. Good control over the mid lane. SK will be able to get the Dragon for themselves, which isn't too surprising based on the fact they have this Lucian Nami still in the bot lane, but will give a bit of time for Spyro to get into a position where he can hit those 2 items and start to take over in these next Dragon fights.
No. Have you ever read Brandon Sanderson?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Sanderlanche scheme. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever heard that phrase? He does this thing where like every character is like giga depressed and miserable until like this one moment in the book where they start fighting, and then they just keep fighting for 100 pages and you can't stop reading. That's what this game is going to feel like, Rob. We're just going to sit here. We're building tragic backstories, character development. Oh, you know, maybe Jinx is really strong on 1 item. Even if she's losing now, we're kind of setting it all up, and then bam.
Yeah, then Spyro just downs a bunch of medals and he's able to float in the air.
Fly around. Yeah, okay, look,
yeah.
like it doesn't 100% line up. You know, he's not just going to like reach up to the sky and like lightning power is going to fill him up. He's not in this game. I don't really know what how Jinx has character development in the context of the game. Like, maybe the voices have less influence, more influence. Who knows? But on the top side, Irrelevant trying to survive here on a bit of an over-aggressive dive. The healing is there, but it's not enough. Wonder grabs that kill. Fantastic punish for Team Heretics. Sanderlanche coming a little sooner than expected.
Yeah, definitely going to be smiling about that one. It's unfortunate for Irrelevant. I think he's had a great series thus far, has been controlling Wonder, but Fortune takes that step too far forward, and having Jankos there to support him means they're able to turn and burn. Heretics as well, able to control the bot side as well. Look, you've got a place on the bot lane, but Blackhead going to be relatively simple to him to clear out most of these waves. So unless you bring Isma down here, you just can't really force Blackhead and Trimby off the turret.
Yeah. And this is an easy itemization game for Wonder, too. Yes, Corki does magic damage, but things like Ninja Tabby, work on all those magic damage auto attacks. If he goes crit, which he probably won't, hasn't been a Corki build for quite some time, you can also build Randuins and still get value, despite the fact that Corki is obviously going to be doing primarily magic damage. So it's a good time to be a Cassante in the context of this game. And already some grubs getting picked up, 3 for SK. At the very least, they're keeping the objectives in their favor. A Dragon, 4, and now 5 grubs. If they ever do get advantage, if they ever do take a fight, they will be that much faster to take objectives. But I think for Team Heretics, again, you're sitting pretty, you're sitting comfy, and as long as you don't lose sight of the fact that you scale better around the 1 item mark when SK can really start to try to bully their way into some of these fights, you're doing pretty well.
And for Winter to repeat, that's what has to happen. SK beat Heretics at that stage, and honestly, our bracket has turned out almost the exact same as we saw in Winter. Winner here will go up against Fnatic, which is exact same position that they were in last time after losing to G2. So SK going to see if they can try and find that once more. But for Heretics, it is trying to be the one team so far that has broken the cycle from Winter.
Yeah. And there's already that pressure on their shoulders without the fact that the bracket is exactly the same, right? You really want to be able to prove yourself, especially for Spyro in the mid lane. Had a great performance in the previous game. It wasn't just him. Trimby, obviously, some really great stuns onto Exakick, some good moments all around. But it was kind of his heroic plays that felt like they shifted the game back in the favor of Team Heretics, alongside Flacket. Now see if they can replicate that in the final game, if they can just keep that discipline. But for SK, I mean, again, you picked a really, I think, bold composition, a riskier composition. And it feels to me like a bet like, hey, we're either going to be good enough to play this way, to dominate and to win, or we're going to go home. And it's a big flip. It's a risky bet, but if it pays off, they'll look much better coming into the next round of play. Hopefully.
So just needs to back on up here. They know that Maokai's in this bot side jungle. He might fall to the prey here. Isma's still standing there. Never mind. Yeah. I was about to say, I love this vision control that's been set up here on this bottom side by SK. They actually had another one that was just in this little warp rush here as well, so they're able to spot it pretty much at all points in time. when Isma was coming down to the spot side. So really nice job by Jankos to track where Isma is. And you know SK really want to try and play down towards the spot side. XKick and DOS are the people you need to get rolling. So as long as you keep control over that side, you're in a great spot. Now with Dragon in 50 seconds as well, you already have the predetermined vision.
Well,
maybe even looking for a play on the bot limit. At least for the moment, Jankos over there.
And you highlight the vision for the side of Team Heretics, spotting out Isma, but it's the same story. Both teams are playing for the exact same point on the map. Coling comes in for Flackid. A lot of cooldowns used there. That is the ulti out from Trimby. But it's the Coling. It's the ulti from DOS as well as his flash. So overall, Team Heretics happy with that one. And the vision was there in the brush as well. So I think just a bit over-eager from the side of SK.
Yeah, the Jankos came through lane, so they didn't spot him actually walk through the jungle. And also, they didn't see any of the camps were up in that bot, so they were fine, but Hexakick.
Locked up 1-2, looking for 3 and 4. Ultra Mega Fire Kick, a bit of extra damage coming in for Flackid. Rocket. Nice sidestep from Hexakick. Under the gun. Still manages to walk away, but again, he's the one who's supposed to be taking over the lane. Flackid doesn't even have a completed item, and he's getting pushed out of lane.
Package for Corki, though. Niski starting to make his way in here. Heretics have great position. They only burned Flackid's ultimate, so can still turn and burn onto Isma if they want to.
Have to be careful, though. Early package is so impactful, and in goes Niski. He wants to make the play, but Spiro's already dashed out to safety. Double root onto Flackid and Trimby, but there's no follow-up damage. Jankos now in trouble. Exekick trying to dash away, but the boar's got him locked down. The cleanse is good, though. Lucian on the edge, trying to escape. Isma on the way in. It's 1 kill back for Exekick, but now the TP coming in. Flackid's already got the reset. He's looking to take down Isma as well. Yes, Exekick might walk away, but SK have lost the fight.
Irrelevant will get some plates on top side, but Heretics get the gold they need. They get the control around Dragon. And SK overforced their hand. They didn't have the control anymore with Exekick having given up his health bar on bot side, but they still try to fight, and Heretics come out on top.
1 kill to 4. The score now. Again, they've got the 5 grubs. It means Irrelevant is going to get more and more plates, and he's keeping the gold close. The only members with gold leads over their respective opponent, of course, Irrelevant and Isma.
And Niski does a good job of trying to separate the fight, but everyone in Heretics gets the opposite side apart from Jankos. And then SK spends so much time trying to deal with him that Flackid is able to just deal with the rest of the fight in River. Yes, Jankos fights down Exekick, but good separation from Spyro again. Trimby, the main focus, manages to dodge away from the rockets from Niski. And Flackid's untouched. Both him and Azir being really well enabled in this fight.
Yeah, and I think a bit of frustration there from Niski. You can see he just flashed forward to blind rocket the brush. Not sure if the control ward was there at the time, so might have seen a bit more. But Niski now, no package, still sitting on the opposite side of the wall. Team Heretics weren't able to grab the Drake before, are looking to grab it now.
Relevant has TP top, but Heretics just going to zone off as a result. And honestly, big wins for Heretics. If you can stop these dragons from being stacked by SK, you don't have to try and fight early.
But hoping that the Renekton can make the difference here. Demolish proc, 5 stacks on the grubs. Will grab this tower, first tower of the game to SK, and again, the gold just about dead even. It's only when we look at the relative compositional strengths as we get later in the game that we start to get concerned for the side of SK, but Corki's no slouch when it comes to scaling, and that poke can be problematic for the side of Team Heretics. But I think the big problem here is in the support position. You highlighted it. The Thresh could have been there. SK took it away. They did not want to deal with it, but this Milio just outscales as we get later, right? The range advantage, the shields, the reliability of the cleanse to mitigate so many of the engage options for SK makes this so hard to play out.
And it's just going to be like Flackid able to space out Exekick, so many opportunities. Even Niski as well, when he gets a chance. You've got really strong front line. It's hard to try and fight. Jankos will spot out the Rip Tower. It's got to be taken. This could give a moment for SK to try and get control over this early stages, though. They've hit those spikes that we were talking about with those singular items. So now, with the Rift Herald, they can try and push down to bot side with Irrelevant, rotate that pressure in towards mid lane, try and snowball this game into a position where Heretics have to fight from their own base, have to fight from behind their own tier 2s. And maybe that's where you have a moment. But you need to try and turn up that to 100 at this stage. You need to put that pressure on.
And that's the thing. The gold is close. Items, you've got slight leads in terms of purchased items, obviously, right now. Flackid will back and probably even things up, but there's a window here. There's an opportunity for SK to accelerate the pace of this game, for them to push their strength, the individual champions in the early to mid game, but they're the ones who have to play aggressive, who have to force the play. And on the opposite side for Team Heretics, they're in a relatively comfortable position of just needing to be the one who is more disciplined, not take the risky fights, not take the bold bets. absorb the pressure, walk away, and not give anything up.
Heretics all in and on this top side. SK gonna try and match.
Irrelevant. All of SK on the way. Team Heretics just back away. I think it's a good call. Diving the Renekton is always a bold proposition. When he's got backup there as well, he can turn south really quick.
Yeah, it's really difficult for SK to try and get control over the game at the minute. Usually when you have a Lucian and a Maokai, it's very easy for you to say, hey, we're going to play hyper-aggressive on mid-wave, try and CC down Flakked, and then set up for culling and plays and get control over mid-wave to then open up the map, maybe even playing towards the enemy jungle. Not really an option when you have Melio and Jinx on the opposite side. Jinx very good at clearing out these waves thanks to her rockets. Trimby adding the extra little bit of range makes it very difficult for Isma to find answers to that push in mid lane unless he invests an ultimate, a flash, a W, a huge amount to try and get Flakked. And then because you don't have control as much over that mid lane, it makes it easier for Heretics to push out bot, to push out top and slow down the pace of the game for SK. You can see SK get some chip damage, but they need to try and turn this into something, and bot seems to be the way forward with the minor amount of priority they got in mid. But Wonder is just, with Iceborne Gauntlet, they have to clear out the wave, and now you just lose that priority over mid.
And that's so hard for them to dive Wonder, or to put any pressure on Wonder, really. Isma, immediate flash out, gets the phase rush proc and just zooms out to safety. Exit gonna clear midway, but Team Heretics got pressure first, which means they get to set up their vision line first. Spyro has TP'd.
That's pretty big. The fact that you have that TP advantage now, they can send Niski to the top side, draws Vyro up there, and then maybe look for a TP play on the opposite side. Niski might need to burn it early though, as Heretics already in position for this bot side tower. Exekick had gone for the resets, so Heretics just coming off the back of their own resets, able to pick up the turret for themselves. Rift Herald still can be used mid, but you're kind of running low on time here, lads.
Jinx Rocket hoping to cancel the base. Oh, that's big. Niski so far behind the clock now. Herald gonna get used mid lane. Niski won't really be here in time unless he TPs though to ensure that it hits the tower and gets the damage done.
It'll get us. It'll take tower. It's good.
Yeah. And he's gonna TP actually, just to back up. Are they hoping to get the double push here with the Herald? The answer is yes. Obviously with 5 grub buff, could be big. Take it back.
Going to bot side.
Looking to glide. I asked for drifting music and draft. Maybe we get a little bit more in game.
Nice! Oh!
Okay, well, half credit, but they're not going to follow up to take the tower.
SK going to give up position on Dragon as well. Corki resetting to go towards topside. Niski just kind of TP'd for nada on the mid lane. And Heretics are going to be able to fight this.
Yeah, 3 members committed to the mid lane.
He's got package
Wonder
now,
looking
so
to roam.
we'll be back out fast.
Yeah, the package important to note. Obviously the extra movement speed. The impact it can have in team fights. But Flakked has all sums up and available. You've got Trimby there to pocket heal you, or the Azir. Spyro as well. 2 items. Death cap completed before this fight is big. Now, I don't know if package beats a death cap. Perfect placement maybe, as Exekick starts to get a little bit of poke down, but it's on to Wonder.
It's the poke that needs to beat the death cap. Try and shoot it off his head, because if you can land this damage, it becomes very hard to stick around.
Decent damage on now onto Spyro, but Niski right into the back line. They just light him up. Air traffic control not pleased about that one. Exekick now dashing. He's desperate to try to take this playback, but Wonder is damn strong, unstoppable forward. SK are crumbling under the pressure. Irrelevant was not there at the start of the play, and he's going to get deleted on the back half of it. It's an easy Baron call for Team Heretics if they want it. But for now, they'll settle for the mid lane tier 1.
It's Baron. Heretics are going to get Baron. There's just nothing. I don't know what happened to SK there. Niski, you had the poke that was coming down. They tried to unload with Exekick coming through here on towards Flakked while they got the flank position here to open with Culling and get the damage down, but Niski took that as the go button. And it means the Heretics immediately turn on to everyone that's in the backline. You got the Cozy Campfire healing them back up. The Melio ult as well being used to just keep everyone topped up. And there's so much lockdown that's there immediately. Exekick tries to salvage the play, takes way too many steps forward again. And Heretics happy to take that fight.
Heretics disciplined, and you can see the contrast between the games before on Trimby's face and the game now. Niski frustrated. Team Heretics well played, but also that fight was gift wrapped. That was not good coordination from SK, and they need to dig deep and, you know, find a miracle, frankly. Need to make sure the next fight is flawless, because it doesn't get easier. Again, 4K gold lead. Another Drake going to go over. The stacking was already delayed because of the previous Drake play. It's only further behind, which you would have, hoped for with an Ocean Soul. And Team Heretics now likely to break down a couple of tier 2s. Their siege is excellent. The wave clear on the side of SK is not fantastic. And you can see the gold presented by Santander. The top side is all Team Heretics.
This game feels very over for SK. We said if they fall behind, it's kind of doomed. And now towers are falling. Baron buff is going to be massive. They're going to try and fight this.
Isma fishing for the pick. Coling not going to do much of anything. Stun on the X-Kick, immediate cleanse out. Team Heretics just absorb the engage and walk away. This is the power of their composition now that they're out of the early mid game.
And Wonder is still in the mid wave. 4 versus 5, they're happy to absorb and push back. Now you don't have the range to really fight against Heretics, and they're happy to push on in. Wonder gonna get mid, or at least mid lane tower started. As Irrelevant will move in to support them, but now Heretics get to push in bot, can rotate to Wonder if they want to, but the Baron creeps are doing enough.
Yeah, Wonder happy to just usher that wave in. Does take out the cannon minion, so maybe, nope, does go down. And now the gold lead starts to feel, the scaling wasn't enough. Now the gold lead also starts to feel insurmountable.
It's just the items. You're going to start to look at third items coming through across the board. Flakkid working up towards the Vampiric Scepter, so Bloodthirster, making sure that, hey, if Exakick does manage to get a ton of culling damage off me, or Niski gets a big shot at me, I'm just going to be able to heal it back up. Doesn't really matter. Not going to be able to make that difference in the game. So SK now need to hope Heretics make a mistake. Heretics overextend and they find some way back into it, but zero vision to understand if they have that moment means that SK don't want to bite, and Heretics group, and they'll start to continue this Baron buff. They've one more creep wave that maybe they can work off of, but with 20 seconds left on the Red Bull Baron power play, I don't think they'll be able to make it happen.
And I think this is a situation where we've seen SK, make big mistakes with a lead like Team Heretics have. Team Heretics have also made it as well. But when the pressure is on, Wonder's already pushing mid. When the pressure is on, like 4 out of 5 members of this team have won a championship in LEC. When the stakes are high, these guys do not mess around. Like, they are not risking anything. Yanko's walking up, he gets the tower, the Coling now comes out, Wonder on the flank. Isma now getting poked away out, but Team Heretics just need to back off. Should just settle for the tier 2. Maybe I Astral Curse them. Maybe they do get over eager. But this is the kind of discipline that you want to see from a team full of so many veterans.
But what shocked me was that when we look back to the last game, it wasn't the veterans, it was Viru who stepped up and had that big play. When you look at the moments that have been in this game, Viru has had some great moments on the Azir as well. We said, hey, look, ban the Nico, it's been his best champ. Well, Azir's back, lads. He looks great on this pick as well. So honestly, Heretics hasn't been the best of series, but at least you can see the pieces starting to come back together, and I think a win here would rebuild a lot of that confidence that I felt like has been missing for even the start of this series and the last.
And I think especially when you look at the latest addition in Trimby and Spyro. Spyro a rookie, and Trimby notoriously a guy, again, who wears his heart on his sleeves. Like, we saw it when Rogue won the championship. They talked about it. They went to Malmo, they got to breathe a sigh of relief, and suddenly the vibe was good, and they played, for one shining day like absolute gods. And I think Trimby is that guy where when the mood is good, he steps up. And when it starts to crumble, he feels it really personally and it affects his performance. And I think that this kind of confidence coming into your next series, if Team Heretics are able to win here, would be massive for him and massive for the team overall.
And you're going to need it. A game against Fnatic is nothing to sniff at. Yes, G2 able to beat them 2-0 yesterday, but this is still an incredibly strong team in the LEC. So Heretics going to need to be firing on all cylinders if they hope to beat it. And a lot of it going to be a case of, hey, can Yanko's match up to Razor? Can Zvyra once more prove himself against Humanoid, who's honestly the best this year we have in the league? So yeah. Still a lot of questions towards Heretics, and we're going to have to wait and see what the answers are going to be.
And of course, they're not out of this game yet, but we're waiting, as are the SK fans, to see the amount of defense to make the moment happen, to find that opportunity to bring things back. But again, slow, controlled, discipline. There's no reason for Team Heretics to risk anything. The later we go, honestly, right now they have such a massive lead. Probably the later we go, they're not going to increase their odds more than they are now, but it still favors them heavily.
Heretics are all just sitting around with British accents, drinking tea, saying, oh, fine fellow, would you like another item with that? And then they just plonk in the biscuit down beside the tea. It's like, yeah, I'll have another bunch.
Oh, yes.
That's all it is.
It's just a defensive item, you say? A shield, immortal shield. Oh, yes.
That Cane of Crooker does look nice. I think I'll have one myself.
Double Cane of Crooker, you say? On the opposite side, it's like Lord Dominic's. They know. You got to be able to kill everything. You got to be able to kill a tank, and this is frustrating for Exekick. I think it's obviously it's the right choice for itemization, but you would love to have one of the crit amplifier items. Being forced for a quick detour here just to make sure that you can still contend with the tanky stats on the side of Team Heretics. Team Heretics looking to establish control on the bot side. SK jungle taking away the red buff as Wonder does not take damage, but does continue to step forward. Just looking to solo bolo the enemy AD carry, dashing back into the safety of his team as Exekick is picked off. And that might be the final nail in the coffin. That might be the death knell. SK about to be freed from this mortal coil, freed from the spring split. Team Heretics finished top 8 in the last split. They made controversial changes, but on the back of Spyro in Game 2, an incredible team play in Game 3. They are set to move on to the next stage. Niski trying to do something, but he's too far behind. And today belongs to Team Heretics.
An incredible performance from Team Heretics and a great performance from that man on your screen. Spyro was an absolute monster on the Azir, manhandling so many different members of SK, but at the end of the day, SK just could not match up in the team fights. Heretics were so clean when it came to it.
No. And SK put the gauntlet down for themselves in that final game, and they did not have what it took to execute on the composition they put together for themselves. But again, the victory to Heretics, 7th-8 in the previous season. They came in close to 1st in the regular season. Now we'll move on further. Hope to get even further than top 6 where they stand now. Vote for your Kia player of the series at LEC on X, Wonder, Spyro, or Flacket. All great options.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, it was a heroic performance from across the board that set them here. Heretics will overcome their performance from last split, but now have to try and overcome Fnatic. And honestly, it's going to have to be a case of significantly cleaner early games if they want to do it, but we're going to toss it to a quick break with an interview from Flacket and Trimby before our second series of GiantX versus MDK.
Red Bull gives you wings.
push forward from Zyro. Does he want to trade flashes here? He already gets Exa kick.
Nice, look, illegal. Yeah. I'm multi. Look on, there's a Maokai, Maokai, no flash. If we kill Maokai, we get Nash. Okay, so help me. Yeah, that's sorry. One more, we go scrim, guys. One more.
Welcome back to the LEC after Team Heretics' victory over SK Gaming 2-1. Now I have Flacket with me and Trimby, congrats guys on the win. Any quick first thoughts of the series, Flacket?
I mean, I think both teams didn't show the greatest level, but one team definitely showed the better scaling, so we take it.
Hell yeah, we're Europe and we scale to the late game, baby. Now, Trimby, we saw a big incline towards the Rakan from the side of SK Gaming. We know you're an incredible Rakan as well, so that was also a takeaway from you. They even B1'd it. However, you had 3 completely different picks back to back to back. Can you tell us a little bit about if B1 and Rakan kind of like set you a little bit free into exploring other options in the drafts?
I mean, I would say overall the drafts are more oriented about fighting a lot, throughout the mid especially, so having any kind of CC is pretty nice, especially in the meta when if you don't have mercs, you're probably gonna get one shot, and like from level 6 onwards as a support. So that's for sure something as to why they just decided to ban Nautilus and go for Rakan, because they just felt like, you know, if I go on an Enchanter, maybe they can get like a better team fighting composition.
Absolutely. Buy your mercs, everyone. Now I have a clip from you, Trimby. It was in the second game during the Baron, and you get a fantastic Bard Q onto Exakig. Walk me through this.
I mean, I don't know. he got a bit excited for sure when I saw the goals going in. I think Zaya could for sure do stuff if I don't get a CC around there, just because of how our team combo works, pretty much. And I think that he had a really good idea, but of course I kind of found an angle from like a side where you don't really expect a Bard to just randomly throw Q at you when he's like from the side and you don't even like pay attention on him. And the CC itself, if you hit it and nobody can like cleanse it for you, well, it's quite deadly, as you could see on the clip.
I feel like it was an excellent angle from you. The Renekton was also maybe unfortunate for Exakig, was like had the perfect angle to get the double Q. Now, it was an excellent moment. It was a great win. However, not the cleanest, not the most decisive. You guys both have so much experience going into these events in the LEC, in internationals. This is definitely not the level that we have expected to see from Team Heretics. Any thoughts on that, Flacket?
I mean, we didn't expect it either, for sure. I mean, we kind of did. I think, fully honest, I think this week of practice has been probably like the worst, at least in my career. Not sure about you, Trimby, but yeah, it was pretty rough. So yeah, I mean, it was for sure like a mental challenge going into this series and going into BDS, because I really think we showed that we can be a really good team in like a regular season. But yeah, I mean, like this week we had like a lot of stuff going on, and you could tell by just our gameplay and our drafting that our confidence is like not the highest. But you know, like today we take the win, even though we are not the happiest. We still have some time to work on the team. And yeah, hopefully on the next series we can show a better face for sure.
Absolutely, and it's still going for you guys since you won. And someone's confidence that didn't falter was Vero, who won the Kia Player of the Game. So congratulations to him. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. And from one mid laner to another, Aragon is standing by on the telestrator to talk to you about Jackies.
Thank you very much, Trouble. Hello, my name is Aragon, and today I wanted to do a little highlight on Jackies because I think he's been performing extremely well in the mid lane on his champions like Akali, which have become a bit more meta recently because of the reintroduction of Azir and how they can work well into him. So today I have 2 team fights for you, and I'm going to break them down because I am a sucker for good mechanics. I really like to break them down and take a look at them, and he performed extremely well on his Akali that day. So I'm just going to pause for context here in this team fight right here. Fnatic are about to wipe GiantX, right, at their tier 2 tower. So if I just play at regular speed, what we'll do afterwards is we will watch it in slow motion. So GiantX is going to get absolutely wiped. Jackies is going to try and recover the fight, but it's just going to be too little too late. And Jackies is going to attempt to, if I speed it up a little bit, he's going to attempt to try and get away, but then he's going to have to turn it around, right? Because he cannot turn it around. He sees this engage, he dodges out on the rel queue, gets away, dodges absolutely everything in the shroud, and it's just flawless, right? It's an absolute masterpiece. Gets a shot down, 1k gold in the bank with the R2 into the E. So let's take a look at that in terms of slow motion. If I just rewind real quickly. And we can take a look at it from the start where Rel was about to queue Jackies. So this is absolutely fantastic. This is where it gets really, really interesting, right? And I absolutely love this because there's a lot of depth to the mind games and the Rel queue as well as Jackies' ability to dodge spells. So if you look at this right now, what's going to happen is it looks like Rel's going to fire his Q. So Jackies preemptively knows that's going to happen. So what he does is he's going to dash through with R1. If I play it real quick, very slowly. He's going to dash through with R1 to avoid it. But what happens is Rezok reads that he's going to dodge the Q with the R1, and he knows that, so he fires it backwards. You could see it right there. But then Jackies reads that play and dodges to the side with the burst of move speed from the Shroud. So if we keep playing, what's going to happen now is he's going to dodge every single spell under the sun. Cassandra Q, Rel W, Azir can't hit, Lucian can't hit, and in the end, he managed to get this R2 into an E to secure, and it's flawless. I was speaking to an Akali OTP, Challenger Akali OTP, and he was saying to be able to do this kind of R2 into E requires an incredible amount of smoothness in your combo. So I have one more team fight for you. I'm going to get it real quick. It's the far right one, there we go. And in this one, it's do or die, right? Because they're against Fnatic, they're against a Baron Siege, and what's important to note is that every single spell is going to come down. Everything that could stop Jackies from killing the Noah on this Lucian is going to be used, and that way they have no peel to protect the Lucian. And he's going to come out with a 1 versus 4 double kill again. Now, we'll break this one down again slowly, but it's just another masterclass in Akali micro. So he will fall here, and the rest of his team is going to lose 2 versus 4, but let's just go back real quick again. So this one's super interesting as well. Let's go back to before he engaged. So here, he dashes in. Right, so what does he do now? Well, he's prepped his R1, he's going to R2 now, but I want you to pay attention to his R2. Because he has a choice to make here. He could R2 downwards and execute Lucian, but he's not going to. Right? What he's going to do is he's going to dash at the wall. This is really, really crucial because this shortens the R2 distance, and this makes it so when his E connects, the distance he has to travel with his E back to Noah is shorter. So then the burst comes out quicker. So let's have a watch in slow motion. Does an R1 to the side, doesn't R1 downwards, he R's to the wall. The backflip animation on the E is shorter, connects, then he flashes the bubble, and ends up with a double kill. Really, really beautiful stuff. And now for the last clip. This one's the most important. Okay, this one is the nitty gritty, and we all have our flaws. I think Jackies, if he improves at this, maybe he has a shot at carrying GiantX through the playoffs. Now, as you can see here, he's about to farm this cannon minion. And he's going to miss it. Fails to prep it, misses the last hit. -1 in the chat, guys. So in summary, very, very good at his champions. Akali, Yone pops off on both of them. The meta really, really favors him and potentially could be the player to watch going forward in the playoffs to carry GiantX home. What do you guys think? GB and Law, do you think Mad Lions could potentially shut that down?
Well, we're going to see what the casters think actually about this as we're going to send it to them right now. Take it away, guys.
We're going to see what Trouble thinks as we... Wait, no?
Set it down.
Oh, no. These guys, what do you...
what
Okay,
do you
never mind.
Okay.
All right, it's us. It's actually what we think. I like the pass back and forth. Thank you very much, Aragon and Lore, for the brief, alley-oop.
Yeah.
Dunk over to us. Yeah, cool. I mean, I like...
We're nailing this right now with the dunk, yeah.
Yeah, great transition, guys. Good professionalism. I haven't done this for 10 years now. Anyway, I like the breakdown there from Aragon on some of the really micro-level Akali mechanics that Jackies was executing well. That said, not to burst the bubble, but I would like not the Akali. Again, we saw earlier in the day, right? I think simple is better in elimination games. It's not that Jackies can't play it. It's just that what we've seen more often than not is the teams that just play it safe usually win the game.
I think it's also what needed to happen in GiantX for Jackies to then look comfortable on the Akali. And it was Odoamne on a Twisted Fate that he didn't really look great on. Not that he didn't think mechanically he could do it. It was more of a, hey, now I've got to give up wave state and top side so we can make that play into mid lane. Trying to set up for a lot of plays, honestly, around the middle lane that didn't really hit. So I think coming into this, going back to, hey, we're going to take strong front to back team fights. We're going to try and look for that synergy between Peach and Ignar. That really spiked in that week 3. That's the things I want to see them try and lean on coming into this.
Yeah, and as much as we've talked about GiantX, obviously Mad Lions Koi on the opposite side. Bit of a tumultuous split after their finals appearance in winter. But I am curious to see how a lot of these individual matchups play out. The immediate focus was on mid, but support and jungle, the other big ones. I think, Ignar, Alvaro, maybe a close match, but Peach, Elyoya, a bit of a gap in favor of Mad Lions Koi based on recent performance.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what can happen. I feel like MDK, the early pressure that they get so often is kind of become their bread and butter. And I think it was Finn who described it on Euphoria as Alvaro and Oyoy is the engine of MDK. And I really like that term because it does definitely feel like if you can get this early lead that kickstarts that engine rolling where they can work together in tandem, feed into the enemy jungle, shut down everything the opponent wants to do, that's where MDK are comfortable. But we didn't really get to see that in their last series. Fortunately, their mid-game, they had those struggles, end up having G2 just being able to outplay them in the mid-game. GiantX not as big of a threat in that mid-game situation, so if MDK can get these early leads, certainly feels easier for them to try and continue that success through the rest of the series.
Would feel that way. Now as we enter the bans, though, keeping track of what's being taken away, Rumble feels a bit targeted to Odoamne, but of course is still in general a very powerful pick, and as it's recently made a big, well, you know, at this point, kind of normal, common news in other regions, it's the Rumble support, something that has to be respected. Synergizes well with Ashe. Patrick no stranger to the pick, so a lot of reasons to take that one off the board. The Ivern also limited, stopping Mad Lions Koi from maybe going for the multiple 80 carry threat compositions that they've liked to draft previously.
Yeah, I think it's just keep it simple. Make sure that they can't go for anything funky, especially with the Varus gun as well. Mira not going to be able to get his hands on that pick, but Rel, the immediate pickup. Azir, always an option here, especially with the Rel, because I do think you get an opportunity to try and play for a little bit more of the disengage opportunity if you want to go for that longer range with something like a Jinx for Soup as well. But curious to see exactly what the game plan is. Looks like they might just try and go for Tali instead. I think the pushing waves are so important for Mad Lions Koi.
Definitely are. Zeri still feels like the best 80 carry in the meta once you've taken away a lot of the early lane bully options like Varus and Kalista, so we'll opt for that for now, despite some cheeky Rengar hovers. And now the debate on what the next pick will be. But, sorry, I got distracted there. We had to pick something up in the meantime. You guys couldn't see it on the broadcast. Rel. This is what I was going to say. Rel is still nutso busted and has been banned in every other game, and this is why I'm really happy to see Mad Lions Koi take Rakan away, because if you've looked at the best games that GiantX has played this entire year, it has been Peach on Rel and Ignar on Rakan. Those are the games where this mid or this jungle support duo looks like they're on the same page so consistently, and taking that away, separating that, getting the Rakan for yourself, I think is a big boon for the side of MDK.
Yeah, I'm curious as well now what they want to try and continue with, because I feel like if you take the Azir here, you've got a decent opportunity to try and play for range, play for that late game scaling. I think that's where GiantX are comfortable. Problem is, though, as you say, a huge amount of the success we've seen for GiantX has been Peach and Ignar working together. So I feel like if you don't take the Nautilus here, you're kind of setting yourself up to not have that synergy because you get to ban away supports in the next rotation. So they're going to prioritize the Nautilus over the Azir, which means that maybe you take the Azir here, because Oyoy has been more than happy to bring out several picks over the course of this split. Like there's Zax, there's Viegos, there's Belvets, there's everything in there. So I think taking the Azir here, very much the better opportunity here for Mad Lions Koi with the plethora of opportunities Oyoy still has available.
And the thing that I really like about what both sides have put together here is they've just clearly put their priority on who they believe are the most important members in terms of draft. You could argue that Patrick is just getting the Jinx early because they want that scaling response to this area, but they've clearly prioritized getting comfort, getting powerful picks for Ignar and Peach. On the opposite side for MDK, they want their carries to feel empowered, and I love the Azir pick third into banning away so many of the conventional options that Jackies would take into this champion. Yeah, I'm vibing. I like this draft. That said, Mad Lions Koi, you've got the two best carries in the game based on what we've seen, based on recent performances, the best engaged champion we've seen, and now you get to round out probably with top lane counter pick and something kind of crazy in the jungle. MDK are looking good.
I'm trying to figure out what Jackies feels comfortable on in the mid lane as a response. We've seen him go back towards the Talia pretty often, which I don't think is a terrible idea, especially when you've got the point and click CC from the Nautilus. It's easy follow-up, a lot of, I mean, with especially the Jarvan now as well, at least you got good control for him. But the problem is you've then got two very immobile carries that are not great times. So I was going to say, I think Sylas, the better option. It's an old school counter pick that we used to see come through a lot because you can kind of trade very effectively. You do lose a lot of the push, which is the only downside to this, which MDK can look to punish. But it will give GiantX a lot more control when it comes to those team fights.
Hover-overs of the Odoamne iconic champions. The Rek'Sai would be solid in general. Obviously decent interactions into the Jarvan flag and drag, as well as a lot of threat onto the Zeri. We've seen how important it is to just overload your options for backline threat against a lot of these late game scaling carries. Mirwan going for the Aatrox, you know, a pretty conventional option, maybe hoping to outscale the Rek'Sai.
It also just has a great teamfight presence, and I think the skirmish potential, which is what Mad Lions Koi are trying to match on this top side. One of the things that you get a lot with the Sylas, particularly with a Rel or something along these lines, is a bit more engage heavy, is we're going to try and look for plays onto a Yori or plays onto Fresskowy or even the top side as the mid-game opens up. But having something with the Aatrox and the Jarvan makes it a little bit more difficult, as Aatrox is so good in those early skirmishes. So I think trying to match a bit of the topside aggression GiantX could go for. And then you've got, at least at the moment, GiantX still going to have at least a little bit of scaling on that bottom side that can try and push back against Mad Lions Koi. But I kind of like what MDK have drafted here. It feels like they've got a good idea of how to approach the early game.
I think that is so important, especially when you have pretty good, pretty reliable tools for the late game, to have that clear early game plan, to have the kind of composition solve a lot of the late game for you, although the execution will still need to be good. Neither of these teams has been above criticism. A lot of individual mistakes, a lot of questionable plays. We'll see if comfort pays off for the side of GiantX. They might not have secured meta power picks, at least maybe not as strong as the Mad Lions Koi have, but they've secured a lot of comfort. Ignar and Peach set up for success. Will the jungle support duo be enough? Something we'll have to keep our eyes on.
Very similar to the last game, it's going to be a mid-game focus for me on MDK. MDK have been able to find that early aggression, but it's been a big struggle for them this split in continuing that pressure in the mid-game and finding success off the back of that, particularly when you look towards setting up for objectives, not getting caught out prior to them, maybe in a carry overstepping. And for GiantX, it's kind of trying to find an identity, to be perfectly honest. They had one last year, which was we get to mid-game, we try to all in on the mid-wave, try and find some pick or play off of that. But they just haven't been able to replicate it this split. It feels like now they're trying to lean back onto Peach and Ignar and drive that energy forward into the mid-game.
Yeah, what I'll say is that I think that GiantX are one of the teams in our league who tried to play more complex compositions and very often would do really well up until, you know, some point around the 10-minute mark, whether it was 8 or 12 or 13, you know, not super important. And then they would fumble. Right, you had a lot of these Ashe, Varus kind of combos, a lot of these pushing lanes, these team comps with very clear windows, very clear strengths that were just a little bit more fragile. And I think we've seen them step away from that as we've gotten into playoffs, not prioritize as much things like the Kalista. Some of that, of course, the fact that it's banned away. And now we need to see what they look like when jungle and support are working well together, and they have a bit more of these, you know, late game scaling tools that most of the teams in our league are leveraging pretty well.
Jungler's going to start on opposite of the maps here. There is a ward on LUI is blue, so at least the moment GX have an idea of where exactly LUI is going to be starting. Going to look, looks like at the moment for a full clear, maybe look for some sort of transitional gank in mid, because Jackie's has pushed the wave forward off of the abscond. We'll get a nice trade against Fresskowy, but if Fresskowy can freeze this here, it actually sets up for LUI to try and make a nice play through the mid lane. And Fresskowy should be able to clear out some of these waves, just make it tough for Jackie's. Chain Lash should be taken here. Actually going to take the Kingslayer. So I thought he'd take the Chain Lash to try and guarantee that push in. Because oftentimes with the Sylas into these ranged matchups, you'll see the Chain Lash come through, 3 points in Chain Lash, then you max out the Kingslayer.
Yeah.
But instead, manages to get the push in anyway. So maybe looking for some sort of early skirmish in the enemy jungle, especially with the way Peach is pathing. Maybe that's the call here from Jackie's to actually have that Kingslayer to be the health boost that he needs in this trade.
I think it does make a decent amount of sense, especially when you're packing something like Electrocute. You know you're stronger in the trade. You have the passive, the Petricite Burst, to help the wave clear at least a little bit early on, but I agree. I'm very used to seeing kind of the Chain Lash, more reserved Sylas until he has a few more levels under his belt, but Jackie's doing what he can to fight for lane prio, and because he does have mid prio, because bot has prio as well, courtesy of the Jinx and the Nautilus, you know, Peach able to just walk in and take this buff away.
Nicely done. Able to keep control there. And again, I was kind of surprised to see Jackie's get so much control over the mid lane, as Peach does need to be careful. Because traditionally, you'd see Fresskowy just on mid wave with the soldiers be able to mark. Oh, hang on.
Hook. Good bit of CC. Alvaro now in danger. Flawless chain CC in first blood. Had flash, but didn't even use it, but Elyoya caught, pulled back. It's clean from GX in the early game. The flashback to safety. Are they going to commit anything else? Ignar has flash. Clearly thought about it, but will back away.
should be able to get a Terror Blade off the back of that. So reserved play from Patrick to not flash over the wall, and you're kind of like, well, you could have got the kill, but I think it's actually the correct play, because if Elyoya or Alvaro are able to continue playing around this bottom side and putting pressure to Patrick, that could very quickly turn around. Was happy enough to just get the single assist in that bot lane, but really good turnaround from GiantX here. I saw the hook go into the wall, and I thought that was it. I thought maybe Alvaro can try and turn around, but the level of disadvantage for Alvaro is Ignar just hit the level 3 off the wave. And then Alvaro getting completely rooted down with the auto attack from Ignar, the chompers, the knockup from Peach. And then here as well, Elyoya getting pulled out. And they tried to give the kill across to Elyoya, but Elyoya, being sneaky with the W, holds on to that to bait out the opportunity to flash away.
But that's disastrous. For Alvaro there, such a bold bet that they really could just make that play work. Does not have the battle dance, cannot get back out to safety, has a little bit of healing, has the initial knock-up and nothing else. And obviously with the Jink Nautilus, you have to respect the potential for follow-up CC here. Flame Chompers by themselves, you know, not great, but when you have that other CC pairing, it just feels like you can lock down a champion forever.
And this is the start GiantX needed. We talk about MDK being the ones that usually get off first off the bat, but they've got a ton of control now. Good opportunity for Jackie's to continue pushing in mid. He gets the reset, so not really been set too far behind. Bot lane going well for them too. Could try and turn this into a couple of objectives here as well, as Peach looks to start up the Void Grubs. Elyoya will know that this is happening, but they don't have the push on bot lane to really turn that into something like a dragon. So Peach should be able to get one. Curious to see if he sticks around for two. It may just match the potential for a play on towards mid instead. But yeah, he's going to stick around and just get a few more of these grubs.
Right now, GiantX sitting pretty. Peach, sad about the shield changes for the grubs, probably. He could have taken them away, but still clearing that out pretty effortlessly. Enjoying the one last patch where jungle rel is allowed. And you can see why people prioritize it. Great clear speed, insane CC, probably one of the best tank junglers that has ever existed in jungle.
Peach here to cover mid for Elyoya on a ward, so Elyoya knows he's here. The level advantage towards Peach after getting the Void Grub experience buff. I think, yeah, this is just smart play from Peach. He could have used the smite on to the Void Grubs, but holds on to it because he's like, look, if Elyoya tries to start Dragon, I still have the opportunity to contest. They don't have push on bot. Frescowi was going for a slow push on mid. It's not really an opportunity for Elyoya to try and take the Dragon. And now you're in a position, because Patrick Ignar have so much control over bot side, that you can actually put pressure onto the Dragon and have the smite available. So GiantX really are thinking several steps ahead when it comes to this early stage and making sure they can come out on top.
And when we look at how GX are playing, you're right, they're just so completely prepared. They're consistently using the little advantages and transitioning them into bigger ones. There you see pressure comes out, they poke there into the jungle, just trying to get info on where Elyoya is, which camps are up and available, take control of this Tri-Brush, which if you don't know, like if you own that Tri-Brush, if you own that vision, MDK can never walk up.
You own MDK.
Yeah, like they cannot, they sit under that tower. There's nowhere else that they can go reliably. As poke, a little bit of engage starting to come out. Keeping Peach on the bottom side a bit longer as he now retreats to his own jungle to clear out the red buff. Elyoya, once he hits level 6, will have some pretty solid playmaking tools, but it's tough for him to find a lane to go to be honest. A lot of these champions very hard to lock down.
The only opportunity you have is Odo Omni in that top side, but we've seen so many times how difficult it is to gank the Rek'Sai with the tunnel system set up, although Odo a little bit lacking when it comes towards the tunnels. They even end up running into the Jarvan, honestly, who's just getting the scuttle at the moment, and is going to try and steal away the Krugs in response.
Perfect information on where Peach is, however, courtesy of that ward in the Dragon Pit means Elyoya can walk in, he can take the Gromp, maybe go for the long play on top side, but it would require him to flag and drag over the wall at that angle, so perhaps not ideal.
This is very different from usual MDK games, though. Traditionally, we see them go for pushing bot, pushing mid, invade on bot side, like play around Alvaro and Elyoya. But with the position that they're in, they just haven't really been able to get control of the bot side to allow them to go for it. And it means that Elyoya, yes, you're stealing away some camps on the top side, but Peach has kind of had his run of the mill when it comes towards objectives, so he's a happy chap. And the control for bot lane has meant that Patrick is slowly but surely getting a gold lead there as well. So in the grand scheme of things, I kind of feel like MDK don't need to push too heavily on getting some sort of advantage, but I do want to see them do something, because it's just small incremental leads that GiantX are building, and we're not really seeing a response from Madeline's Koi at the moment.
Level 6 from Ignar, wandering into mid lane, gets level 6 off the mid wave. This is the, classic 2020 World Championship play. Barrel was the one who obviously popularized this internationally, wandering into mid lane at the edge of level 6 to pick up it, and then immediately transitioned to a topside objective. No topside objective this time around, but...
Yeah. He must be devastated that Riptide isn't at 8 minutes anymore, because that was the Neela special. It was like, I get my support 6 early, and then we fight a Riptide, and I get to use all my ultimates, but now it's just like, oh, we don't have anything to fight at for the 8-minute mark, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm just glad for Barrel that he's done so many other wacky things and cool and creative things that's not like the maneuver that he's remembered by, because like right there,
I will remember him always as being Atlas's favorite player. That's all I remember him for,
What else do you need to know?
Yeah.
I mean, in this house we stand Atlas, no question.
Hell yeah. And he stands Barrel. That's
true.
all you need to know.
That's the cycle. Just like Aragorn passed to Lore, who passed to us. It's just how it goes. Sometimes you need that extra step in the middle. Peach setting up on the second grub spawn here. And again, slow, steady, controlled, classic GX gameplay. Oh, second grub spawn, what do? Reset, move their bot lane to the top lane, guarantee a man advantage. There's nothing to play for on the bottom side. And of course, MDK are here, they respond. But because they're a little bit behind the play, GX now get to decide what their next move is. Do they want to push this wave out? Do they want to reset? Patrick going to take the little boost of movement speed to make sure that they at least contest. But Elyoya, they're kicking the fight off, looking to take the Jarvan out before he can get anything done. Patrick just free firing. Doesn't even get the flag and drag. Alvaro and Supa just kind of leaving Elyoya out to dry there. I don't know if they could have gotten anything back, but just do not use any cooldowns other than Supa's Ghost.
Wave the white flag instead, immediately back it up. Now Peach, Kaz position, this is dangerous. You have the 6 grubs on top side, so as long as you can force Supa and Alvaro back underneath their tower or get a chunk on them, you can get a good amount of damage onto these plates on the top side, but instead, they're going to reset. 2 minutes until Dragon. They'll be able to get the plate that they're looking for on this bot side with the quicker reset timer. And even, actually, I'm looking at Jackie's. He's moving bot here.
Everyone has to be careful. That's the setup from Ottawamne. Extra movement speed coming in from Mirren as he tries to retreat. Jackie's might try to fish for the play, but he doesn't have any good ultis to steal. Crucially, doesn't have one packed from mid lane. So won't really be able to push that play any further.
But it buys a lot of space for Patrick in this next fight. No flash on towards Mirren means that he can't really threaten that backline. So you're really looking at Elyoya as the main threat for Patrick. Has just completed the static shiv both sides, so relatively strong, I will say. But I think it's just going to be a case of pushing out bot side into trying to find a threat. But as I say, Patrick actually went mid to try and force him to play to cover for Jackie. So he'll now move back bot lane, but won't be able to get as much control. Well, sorry, should be able to actually with a minute. Yeah, he pushes in 2 waves and he'll be fine on bot.
Yeah, both teams just resetting, playing for opposite sides of the map. Again, top laners reset from bot wave. They move back to top side. There's no objective to play for this time around. It's the Drake spawning in 1 minute, so no surprise to see support and AD carry make their home here. MDK first on push in mid lane, as Jackie's did spend some time on the bottom side of the map. It means MDK can get down a lot of good vision. Single control ward in the back pocket of both Jackie's and Ignar to try to maybe clear some of this out. Sweeper on cooldown as well. So for a brief moment, MDK can feel pretty comfortable on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they'll try and get the resets in that they need. You can see Alvaro going for his now. But the quicker reset for Peach means he's actually picked up Locket of the Iron Solari. He's really strong now to try and support a potential fight at this Dragon for GiantX, but MDK, I don't know if they want to. Honestly, if I was Elyoya, maybe I just try and play for Mirren on top side with Alvaro as the Dragon's taken by GiantX.
I mean, the problem is he's got Black Cleaver, which is nice. We're double AD into Ottawamne, who's just continuing to stack armor. It's so hard to kill the Rek'Sai. Ulti going to be up here shortly as well for Ottawamne. Actually is available still, so has that one. I think the big concern here, it's really hard to go for the team fight if they're fully grouped, so they're going to go for the pick instead onto Jackie's. Quickness taken away from Jackie's. The abduct half of the abscond abduct not going to connect, so the play will fizzle for a brief moment. Supa over the wall, but Ignar has the vision. Supa caught out here. The follow from Alvaro there, but they're turning. They're trying to knock him down before the fight kicks off. Supa's a psycho, but he makes it out for a brief moment. Patrick now firing back, zooming in and out of the fight in between 3 members of MDK, but they can't lock him down. GX taking the exchange.
Patrick played that fight brilliantly, making sure that he waits to follow the flash over the wall to get the speed up and then repositions mid-fight to get away from any sort of threat from MDK. Locket of the Iron Solari helping him out massively in that fight as well to just keep that health bar nicely topped up. 3 kills for the Jinx, 3 turret plates for the Jinx. And MDK, they need to find some way to stop him.
And we have a lot of aggressive Zeri players in our league. That is what I'm realizing. Good hook out from Ignar. Nice buffer to the wall as the knockup comes in. But we can see here at the start of this, Supo wants to be the highway for Alvaro to get into the backline. I don't think he really respects how much damage is here.
No, ends up putting himself right in harm's way. But there's the flash forward from Patrick to get the kill. Finds the reset in the fight, then have to follow through. And I think he thought maybe Mira would be there that bit faster. But no flash to try and close the distance. And no real setup. So Patrick is pretty happy with the way that fight went.
You can see Cash shaking his head. He does not know quite how they got away with that, but they did. And, I mean, credit to the entire team. The CC that comes through at the same time that Patrick is stepping up into the middle of 3 people on the side of MDK to make sure that he can speed up and walk out of that fight. A great display of team coordination in the moment. And again, that locket that you highlighted, the fact that Elyoya is behind the rel is doubly frustrating because of that locket, because so much of Jarvan early game is just base burst damage. And yeah, he's gone Cleaver, but you mitigate half of the upfront damage of a flag and drag combo and a cataclysm. It renders so much of what the champion does ineffective. Is abscond, abduct, lightning crash. Jackies wants to chase now, but Supa's still got the power of parkour on his side and will make it out.
Yeah, the problem is that Jackies gets the benefit of AP Zeri without being AP Zeri, so may nearly have to burst out Supa, but the Dragon wasn't taken, so that's what GX are playing for here. And Alvaro...
Hook doesn't connect to the wall. Ignar not going to quite follow. Jackie's still hunting for Supa, though.
There. The fact that Alvaro managed to escape thanks to Merc Threads means he's just barely able to get out, but GiantX get the control they need on bot side. Waited a while, though, so Rift Herald is up on top. Fresco needs to be careful.
Hook connects. Nice hitbox for the lollipop there at the end. Pushback is decent, buys Frescowi the space that he needs. Forced to flash away from the zap. Elyoya now retreating off of the Herald that he had started, hoping to get the objective. GiantX are just getting the better end of every single trade and skirmish on the map.
Frescowi should be able to TP back to mid-wave to defend it, but Jackies has already got bot tower. Very low on mana, so we'll need to reset to TP back in before he... Actually, no, Elyoya's on top side, so they'll be all right. But yeah, once he gets spot on this ward, they realize they're fine to do Dragon. May even just start to transition up towards this Rift Herald once more to prevent Elyoya from trying to take a spot on the ward once more, but the wave isn't going to last long on this mid-wave. So curious how much pressure they want to put down, but looks like they'll just back off.
Good news is, at least they're trading back, right? But still, 3K gold lead for GX. Infernal Soul is a very positive roll of the dice for the team with 2 Drakes already. And objective bounties come in mid-Herald take. I'm going to say calculated, and that was big brain. That, nice bit of gold. Nice bit of money.
Yeah. It's kind of tells you where this game is at, though.
I don't know
DK.
if it actually gave them the bounty or not, though. The icon was there, but I didn't see the icon for the... Well, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's still... This kind of says where the game is at for MDK. The fact that they are already getting an objective bounty. Yes, they got the Rift Herald. Maybe they can try and take a tower with it and get another objective bounty, but they are so far behind. And this is just a very different look from the MDK that we got. And honestly, it feels like that's kind of the story of MDK this split. Winter, go to finals, push G2 the full way. They look good. They're getting 2v2 bot lane kills. This game, they haven't really found that aggression, the life that MDK brought to the league in the early game. And GX have just got to play their game sans any input from MDK.
And even the draft is so, by MDK standards, you know, vanilla. It's nothing too crazy. Jackie's up to the side. They're going to lock up Alvaro. Steals the quickness. Rakan's got nowhere to go. Supa immediately ulting. There's no follow-up play. Does use the ghost as well, so just a pick in favor of GX. Yeah, I think MDK have lost a lot of the flair that made them so successful in Winter. And in this game, it's hard for them to do anything at this point. GX are so far ahead. I mean, just look at the trinkets, right? 4 Scryer's Bloom, I believe. Elyoya now has the Herald, so it's hard for me to double check. Against 4 Sweepers. Wonder which team is ahead.
Deny vision, get the 1-3-1 up and rolling, and Jackie's is just massive. 1.5k, I was about to say 1.1 apiece, but Jackie's taking that tower now. Means that he's just going to be able to demolish Frescowi every time he steps up into the side lane. We're going to get that beautiful, you know, these here ult for ult, where they just sandwich each other down the sides.
I'm sad we didn't get that in lane. That was always my favorite
part
about
this
this
We will get it under a
matchup.
tower dive, and then Jackie's going to kill Azir after. So don't worry, you'll probably still get to see it.
It does not look like my man is going for his Anyas, though, so... Is it just straight... Even the Shadow Flame? Death Cap second? What's the
for Jackie's?
Yeah, what do you
Needless is in Zhonya's now.
Needless is in
Yeah.
Zhonya's, but I don't see the Seekers. I'm just saying, I hope it's more damage.
It's probably a Rabadon's, to be honest with how far ahead he is.
He's so
Just slap him and have a cool hat while you do it. It's going to be great.
That's a great hat. The wizard hat.
The Rabadabadoodles.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we could just be the new Team Fortress 2. You just got to put more hats in the game. There's an opportunity there.
Bring back Ooglets. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, please, up my Steam Marketplace trade value. Please, Riot Games. All right. Lockdown there. Charge now
he's
comes
gone.
through. Elyoya not going to make it on this one. Yes, he is. Flash to safety. Team there to body block, but an excellent engage. And Ottawamne will not let him escape. It is a slaughter in the mid lane.
the
Jinx just raining rockets on the back line. Jackie's on a killing spree. Gets the double. The hooks are clean. Everything is clean. GX obliterating MDK.
This isn't even close. 19.5 minutes is 11-1 on the scoreline. A 7,000 gold lead. And Baron hasn't even spawned. Like, they just absolutely destroyed them on the play. And they try to commit to mid lane here as MDK, but great TP wards come in. Elyoya managed to escape off the back line, but Odo uses him as a delivery service. Slingshots himself into the back line, comes back out to knock up Mirren on the way through. And the rest of GiantX have already followed up with Ignar. Some fantastic hooks in these fights to find key players at key moments.
And whatever little light of hope MDK had when they started that play, trying to get that tower, trying to leverage the Herald that they've spent those resources to pick up, but has been all but extinguished by the side of GX's. They cannot walk up. There's very little place for them to farm. There's not much that they can do. The Baron has just spawned. The only saving grace they have is it's not Nazir on the enemy team, so the Baron take isn't too fast. Nice sidestep from Alvaro, or dash out to get away from Ignar.
Still though, Dragon control in favor of GiantX. MDK are foregoing it to try and get some vision control back on their own side to make sure the Baron isn't taken as in the next play. GiantX playing very aggressive, knowing that, oh wait, hang on, press Gabby.
Yeah. Trying to find the isolated member, but has to be careful about stepping too far in. Mir went off to the side too. He is not very strong.
Odo's there.
Odo there to get the knock-up. Pullback is good onto Jackie's. Gets them an extra moment. Jackie's using the ultimate for the extra movement speed. Now trying to chase in. Ottawamne going to look for another knock-up. But Mir just on the edge there is able to walk away.
So won't be able to get the kill, and it does buy a little bit of time. GiantX end up spending time in the chase, but it only chases them straight in towards the Dragon. It does give the trade here for MDK to get that vision control that they want to get at least some of the blue wards out of their own jungle. But it only nets them a tiny ward at the back of the pit that's already been netted out by the control ward. The waves are in side lanes going to go in favor of GiantX here as well. This is Dunzo. And this is kind of heartbreaking for Mad Lions Koi. The fact that they are potentially going to be one of the first teams knocked out of playoffs alongside SK today. Like, I mean, obviously game one, right? But like going down in the first one, this is insane when you think of them in finals and how good they were looking at the end of winter.
And how with the amount of championship points that they accrued in winter, you know, they just, if they make a deep run and the cards fall in their favor, they could still, if G2 win the split, qualify on points. But that falls away if you get knocked out here. That opportunity dies. Rocket spots him, takes away Celestial opposition. Jackie's on the side lane again. GX just continue to push their lead forward. Okay, Rob, I have a theory.
Okay, hit me with it.
You ready? We're gonna come back around. It's a long one. I think when Supa stops playing pro, he's gonna be a caster. Do you want to know how I know that?
How do you know?
Because I think when he gave that interview where he said he was the best, he caster cursed himself. There's no pro player curse, but there is a caster curse. And so I'm not saying that retirement should happen anytime soon. I think Supa's a great player, but I do think he's caster cursed himself.
I mean, he's fairly well spoken as well. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Just saying. Don't know if it'll be Spanish or English. The world is open to him. But
this
it's been
jungle
grim.
is not.
It's been grim. Like, they were so good. We expected them to be second best in the league. But obviously in this game, they're not going to get the opportunity to show what they're made of. That opportunity fell away. The most they can hope for now is to survive. Perhaps in game two, they can bring it back. It is the best of three. They can't afford to lose a game here. GX, expect them to close cleanly. Have been a team to make a few mistakes here and there, but this kind of lead, you got room to make mistakes.
Yeah, but they're not really getting the plays that they want. This is going to help, though.
That's going to be big. Jungler dead, interrupted. Now Baron will belong to GX, and they will very likely go for the throat.
I literally interrupted as well, as I was saying, hey, Yoya, as long as you can keep people out and you're buying time, you're not dying, you're preventing the Baron from going over, you're actually okay, because you're defending towers, you're getting the gold you need, but Yoya gets caught on the reset. That means Baron will go to GX. And with this, what towers do you hope to hold on to?
Not a lot. Sidestep. On the chains coming in. Does not matter, my God.
Get Sloan.
We were, that right there was kind of BM, but that person does serve a very nice narrative purpose, which is to say that this game has done so. Yeah, first Gowing. Zero has ultimate. Or not Azir, excuse me, Rek'Sai. Here does too. We'll walk away. This is a slaughter. So you remember when we were like, I wonder what item he's going to build?
Oh, yeah.
That felt like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was a Shadow.
He completed 2 items and a Blightning Jewel since we last checked.
And now we Void Staff or Crypt Bloom.
Yeah.
That's the next one. Is this just the new quiz show?
I vote, you know
What's
what?
that?
I vote.
I don't.
It should probably be Crypt Bloom because obviously Silas is like all about ability haste, but give me the Void Staff. You don't even need it, but it's just do it one time, just flex on it.
The heal is so good as well.
Okay, interrupt from Elyoya. He's now burned his escape option. No one is there to follow up, but now Mirwin will try to capitalize. Tunnel out to safety. Rek'Sai's fine. Tower about
just
to
do
fall.
it, Jackies. Just do it. There you go.
Dash forward, out of the tower. GX really do not want to give anything up here. Patrick currently solo pushing on the top side.
All right, I think it's time to just write this off. MDK, I think it's...
You're back to the drawing board for game 2.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, just keep the mental composed, fish for the opportunities, play like psychos. Who cares if you die? It does not matter. KDA is a meme. Alvaro committing there. GX ready on the turn. Rakan will drop. Not quite. Alvaro making it out. Nice sidestep on the rocket, but now Jack. Oh my God! Oh, that ultimate was incredible, but the shutdowns are there, and Supa's still up. GX, they give away a lot of gold. If they don't break the tower, this play is going to cost them, but they're pushing in. 2 members dead. They should just try to end it here. A 6 sequence of play, but AP's Ariel, pretty gross.
You said play like a psycho, and Jackie's took that personally.
Yep.
Is GX gonna try and close it out?
Leaping forward from Peach again. Supa still untouched, but he doesn't have the items. 2.5. Can he fire this back? Patrick gets the reset off the tower. Alvaro wants to go in. For now, MDK hold the line again. 12K gold deficit. Infernal Soul around the corner for GX. They need to take that Drake if they want to keep playing in this game.
I think Madeleine's Koi should be able to get the Drake, but this is Alvaro. I like the call, as you say, just try and make something happen to hold on to this game. Doesn't quite get out or get the play, but managed to step away, and then Jackie's just nukes them in the back line, but ends up going too far forward. 1,000 gold shutdown to Frescowy, and now a Dragon. Jackie's.
This pick could be big. Push back out of the Cataclysm. Jackie's trying to heal. But the Ignite is there to mitigate the Kingslayer.
Peach isn't up though. Dragon there. So 2 kills now going across. That's fairly big to go to Frescowy. I still think you need more, but denying the soul here is going to be big.
TP in. Peach is alive, but coming from base, they're picking it out. This is theirs. There should be no way this gets stolen. Body block on the Jinx ult is cool. It's crucial. Odoamne now trying to run for the hills. Peach coming over the wall, but it might be too late. Alvaro now trying to retreat. Mirwin in the midst of the entire team. Is he just going to give his life, or do GX, or MDK rather, want to take the play? He will just be sacrificed. But Patrick unstoppable, and MDK, good capitalization on a very small window there.
It was close though. Yoya was dead, so there was no smite for either side, which is why GiantX were playing so aggressive on the Dragon, hoping they could steal that soul away. But now Mirren's dead. All members of GiantX are up and available, and they're setting their sights on the 2 remaining inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, I think the 11K lead is probably enough. Probably don't need the Infernal Soul too, but it would be nice to have. Interrupt on Peach is good. Nice start to the fight. He's tanky, but they have so much CC. Down goes Peach. That's going to slow the push. Odoamne just trying to shred through here. Got the top lane wave coming in as well. Odoamne just barely able to walk away from Alvaro on the knock up there. Supa, again, the one you need to keep your eyes on. 3 items.
Still though, you're being forced every which way here as MDK. They barely hold on to mid wave. Patrick had started to push in that bot wave as well. Was going to try and finish off that low health terror buzz. GiantX need to clean it up a little bit. That's a few sloppy kills that have gone across. I don't think it'll cost them yet, But you're looking at, Frescowi's just hit level 16. He has that Crypt Bloom coming through soon. And you still have no defensive item for Jackie. So this is where maybe that greed is giving slight windows to MDK. Slight, but they're starting to open.
I think if you're MDK, you're happy that you punish. You're happy that you found these window of opportunities. You keep your eyes on the ball in this game. You do not give them anything for free if you do not have to. But of course, you always have in the back of your mind, next game, we can come back better. They're not invulnerable. They're not flawless. They are making mistakes. We can punish that. We just have to play cleaner early.
And that's the thing. If you're GiantX, you had an opportunity to basically crush MDK. If you come out of a game like it looked like 5 minutes ago, you're thinking there's not a hope in hell MDK are going to be able to bring it back, or at least it's a very much an uphill battle mentally in that game. Whereas now, MDK are like, hang on a second.
I think I do see that pig flying off in the distance. You know what I mean? I think maybe that is flight that we're witnessing.
But it's just, you find that confidence again, you find that moment, and obviously it's not something that's particularly in-game analysis, but it's definitely something that has an impact in these games.
And like, how many times did we watch MDK in Winter just dance on people, just dodge skill shots and mechanically outplay them? The math is great, the theory is great, the fundamentals are great, but at a certain point, you have to click well. You have to play well. There are hands moments where you need to show up. MDK have been those players, and GX are still making some mistakes here and there. There is an opportunity for them to strut their stuff.
I know you always try to circumnavigate the vision control that was on that top side. Hasn't been spotted, but now with mid control, going to try and face check this. They know no one is on the Baron. Blue Ward just spotted that out, so they have to be in this push.
This is good from GX though. They're on the Baron right now. Or just setting the trap, like, good patience. Don't risk it, don't flip it. You're in control. Jackie's on the flank is big. If MDK collapses immediately, it's going to be big. Jackie stealing Frescowi's ult. Is going to go for the pushback. Double Azir ulti. Frescowi taken out. Jackie's though getting chunked lower and lower. A good upfront burst damage, but Super now going to be in trouble trying to get back under the Sun Disc. GX ahead in the fight. As long as they don't get over eager, they can win this one. Beautiful ulti from Patrick. Now dominating Mirwan. A tanky frontliner. Peach potentially has overstepped, but GX, this should be the killing blow. The hook coming forward from Ignar, trying to make sure that Alvaro has nowhere left to run. Patrick hoping to get the resets here. Only one tower left, defending the Nexus. Crucially, inhibitor respawns on the top side. Gonna buy them an extra moment before that wave collapses in. Peach wants to make sure that they cannot approach it. This should and will just be the end for GX. MDK sent back to the drawing board. An intense final fight here, but it's not going to amount to much. The flag and drag, if they kill Patrick, it'll all turn on its head, but Elyoya doesn't have the damage. Patrick stares into the whites of his eyes and is just stronger, godlike now. An incredible first game for GX.
Very, very clean performance from GiantX. No real answer for a lot of that early game from Madeline's Koi, but post 25 minutes, it felt like they really shook themselves awake and said, lads, what the hell are we doing? Find these fights, find these moments to go aggressive. And an early was enough, but not quite.
And great things to see from GiantX on the side of MDK. We're hoping we can see more of that flair they showed later in the game at every stage of the game. Otherwise, this might be a quick 2-0. For now, we're going to send to a quick break. When we return, Game 2, MDK versus GX.
Done? There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next one? Let's go. Come on.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
They're looking, guys. They're looking. Oh, what the f***? I'm at the ping. I'm running. Wait, I'm running. We're running. I'm gonna help. Oh. How does it look? Oh shit, you're smurfing. Look at Aatrox.
No flash, Jarvan, no flash, Jarvan.
What the f*** even happened? I don't know what happened, but good job. Oh, nice. I'll get him. No. I cannot fight. Nice, big. Look at Aatrox. I think. Holy f***. Oh my god, GX, baby. Base fast, okay?
And welcome back to the LEC, as even GX doesn't know what they're doing, but they clearly weren't here today, guys. You were not here on day one, but I set the stage of GiantX being either GenGix or GiantXD. We're more on the GenGix side today, it feels.
I mean, what a stomp. I can't even believe what just happened. I mean, one thing is that, okay, maybe one player is having a really good game, but everyone on GX in this game was locked in. No one was really making mistakes towards the end. Yeah, maybe a bit where they got too excited. But at that point as well, the gold lead is already so big that there's no way you're actually losing that game. Bot lane, great. Mid lane, great. Odo having a great time, and Peach as well setting it up. I mean, everyone was just there on the ball.
Yeah, and my favorite part is they're playing what they like, right? They're not they've got the Jackies on comfort, top lane on comfort. I know Oda wanted to play the Rek'Sai last week as well. They're not just playing the meta, they're playing what they know they're good at. And I feel like we always have these kind of identity crises with teams. It's not happening to GiantX. They know what they want to play and they're playing it really well.
Yeah, but also the mistakes we're seeing here, right? Super just straight Eing over the wall, and yeah, the rocket misses, but that just gives Patrick a chance to really show his kiting skills instead, navigating this team fight quite beautifully as well. But at this point, like, what do? This is a jinx. You're already hyperscaling, right? And then you already get these kills in the beginning and the early game. Like, there's no way back from that. The composition is so well orchestrated from GX, and then there's no way really to get back with the tools that MDK had available to them.
I mean, credits to GiantX, honestly, they kept the ball rolling. They didn't drop the advantage that they built in the early game. But guys, on the side of Mad Lions, I'm going to be overly critical here maybe, but that is really, really, really not for what I expect from a team that made finals in their first split appearance, Aragon.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think Mad Lions Koi and Vitality are two best early game teams in the league. I really expected more out of it, and I also expected more out of the draft too in terms of the bite they had in the early game. But there was just nothing. They draft Elyoya Jarvan, and they just can't do anything to level 6, so there's nothing going on. And then they have so many issues mid-game where if they don't have a lead and then they run into those issues as well, they have nothing going for them.
I mean, it was terrible. It was straight up terrible from what you saw. Like, it's not what you're expecting. Like, MDK, as you said, Aragon, like, it's the team where when they make mistakes, okay, we expect it to happen in the mid-game. That's where you fall off the cliff as MDK. That's kind of been their issues they've been struggling with, but they never got to a point where the mid-game became relevant in this series. I mean, what do you even do, right? Like, the first gank that Elyoya tried to pull off where they went on the Nautilus and they just turned it around with Peach. If that mountain doesn't tell you the story of the game, I don't know what will.
I mean, yeah, we don't need more from this, honestly, and I think the casters said it pretty perfectly. You just need to reset when you're MDK right now. You go backstage, you keep your mental high, and you draft something different, and more than anything, you play differently, and you actually try and play this game.
I mean, I completely agree. Like, I expect that they'll probably move over to blue side as well, just to, like, okay, maybe having Elyoya on a champion like Rel, or forcing GX to ban it themselves, so that's a takeaway in general. They chose red side?
They chose red side, so they want to keep these opportunities, maybe to build some crazy picks, because for me, what made the success of Mad Lions when I think of them in Winter is the fact that they show up on the day. If they want to play something, if they feel like it, they do it, but they're creative. This was nothing like this here today.
Yeah, because I think, like, with the Jarvan, like, you still get the plan, right? It's Elyoya down towards bot lane, making a play to get super ahead, but one of the best champions they've been doing this with has been the Rel too, because there's just so much skirmishing power already from the early game. You find the play where Elyoya and Alvaro, they link up, but they never got an opportunity to do that here. And while they are on red side, there's obviously loads of different tools. We've seen the Ivern as well from Elyoya. There's loads of stuff that can come out. But I just really thought that that Rel was a big problem for them.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting GiantX banning Ivern to take away Rel and blind pick tanks, because we know that Mad Lions are very good at counterpicking tanks with Ivern. So that was the adaptation there. It's just a 1-2-3 for me. Mad Lions Koi are the team that attacks you early and moves around with Elyoya, Alvaro, etc. But they can't do that without a lead, and then they can't do that with the 1-2-3 of, I believe it was Zeri, Azir, Rakan. It's just so slow to play.
But that's the thing for me. Do you think Mad Lions Koi win this series by playing conventional League of Legends, or do they need to go back to what made their success in Winter and go for the crazy picks? I'm thinking of Mirven here.
I mean, they still came out with an Aatrox as well, where it's like, okay, we haven't seen too many Aatroxes in Europe, and when we've seen them, they've not really worked. There's apparently, sadly, adds to that list as well, right? But I don't think that was the core problem. But I still think it's about them having the hyper-aggressive early game, getting the ball rolling, and if you can stabilize that early game already, then that sets you up for at least tackling the issues you've had. And I also don't want to be a game one Andy at all going into this. I still think MDK is a very scary team that you need to respect, and you can't get too cocky on the side of GX, because if you disrespect MDK, well, you're going to regret it.
I mean, for me, GX is still one of the most unreliable teams that we have here in playoffs. They can have the best games, but they can have the worst games as well. We'll see what they surface here in Game 2. But Aragon, when I think of Mad Lions Koi, I think of a team who made finals, again, on their first appearance, who made it through the lower bracket run as well. Being 0-1 right now in this series, are you worried for them?
Yeah, in that lower bracket run, they improved so much, but it feels like come this season, those problems in the mid-game, in generally, they've just resurfaced, as well as not having Mervin being that reliable carry who can pull out loads of different pocket picks, because he just hasn't had as good as a split as in Winter. So it just feels like there's not really an avenue that they can go to and that their issues aren't fixable.
We'll see about that in just a few minutes as we're going to gearing up for the draft. Coach, of course, giving advice to the players. I think they need advice, but we know that it's a team who are gonna stay, who are gonna keep being confident here on the Rift. I'm not worried about this, I'm just worried about the approach that they're gonna bring here coming into Game 2 as we're gearing up for picks and bans here. GB, do you think that GiantX is gonna bring a new approach here coming into this Game 2, or do they have a solid enough base to keep on trusting the process they had in Game 1?
I mean, you don't change anything as MDK. Like, you can, but like, why fix it if it ain't broken, right? And I think for MDK, it is really just finding that avenue for a lane to play for, because even if you drafted this Jarvan, right, you lose the 2v2 in the bot lane because of the node into the Rakan still and the Riddle. So, I mean, I'm not worried at all. I think the adaptation is obviously on the side of MDK, though.
I hope they don't blind pick Azir again. I feel like Jackie's has so many answers into the Azir by now that he's super comfortable playing it. I highlighted in the Telestrator segment. Now Sylas, Akali, Yone, there's so many different pairings that you can take into it. I really hope they pivot away from it.
And we know that Sylas was like a comfort pick for Jackie's. I'm actually really, really happy to see him play it today. What do we think of the opening of the draft here when it comes to the banned champions? Opening on Renata?
Well, it still very much just looks like the same as well. There's not really once again, any need for GX to do anything different here. What I'm really interested to see if MDK is going to change the approach here with the Rel first ban here, so they just can't first pick it, or just a different pick into it, because it's been peach comfort. Like Rel, Sejuani, how often have we seen this guy in this champion? It feels like it's been years already.
Yeah, so a little bit of an adaptation. Ivan's not banned this time. So if they first pick a tank as GiantX, we could see the Ivan come out for Elyoya again, and typically what we see with these Ivan compositions is loads of squishies. Locked in for the side of GiantX.
Yeah, and for me, it's a champion that empowered Ignar to work with Peach really well when it comes to team fighting and creating space for his teammates.
Yeah, but I still think like you can easily still go for the Nautilus if you want to on the side of MDK here. That's a great trade-off. You're still happy about that. The only thing you're worried about if you blind pick it on 1-2 here is the fact that they could go 1 or 2-3 Xayah for Patrick, right? So you're probably waiting for that until third. Or, you know, just grabbing it straight up and just accepting the risk.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. That looked like it got locked in for a second.
Yeah, I imagine you take away the Nautilus, and if they don't lock it in, you can't lock the Nautilus in yourself, and there's no lockdown for the Zeri as well, so punishing Rakan. The Zeri, Rakan is the blind rather.
But also interesting, right? The adaptation for Elyoya from the Jarvan into this was a Sejuani instead, and it's not what really is going to give you a lot more of early pressure, specifically not towards the bot side, which has worked so well for MDK, right? This is usually a champion where we think, right, you're around the mid lane with some of your early ganks, but you're up towards the top side instead, so they're just going to handshake it. We have double tanks instead, and then it might be a preemptive Xayah here for the side of Patrick, just because he's expecting that Nautilus to come through on 3, and then you'll have a good matchup. But I see it's still available. There's still so many tools available for MDK where they don't have to go for support immediately, but if you don't, there's definitely not going to be as many good answers left.
Yeah, so if I'm the side of Mad Lions Koi, I'm definitely looking for bans that pair up well with the Maokai. Stuff like the Yone, I think, works really well with the Maokai, for Jackie's especially. Azir still on the table as a potential mid lane pick for either team, so if they do go for the Azir fourth pick, then you definitely want to ban away those, but they're not going to do that. And instead target away Odo's comfort picks in the Rumble, which in the Rek'Sai, thank you.
Yeah.
Potentially the Rumble as well.
More top lane bans incoming here, I assume.
And I do really wonder who they want to save the last pick for, because usually you feel confident if Azir is up, you just say, hey, I'm fourth picking Azir. But into Jackie's, he's the kind of joker where you don't have that luxury. And when the Rek'Sai ban has already come out and Rumble in already one of the first 3, right? Like, they can just decide to pin down Odo if they want to, set Merwin up for a blind pick instead, and make sure that Fresk is on comfort, giving him that last pick.
Yeah, Jace ban kind of indicates, these bans kind of indicate to me potential. Renekton, Sejuani as a potential. Twisted Fate is also pretty decent into it, so another takeaway as well. Cassante still open too as potential blind for top laners here. So definitely what they're fishing for. I think Renekton's on the table.
Blinding Cassante, I know Odo slamming that now ASAP as well. Like, it's straight up coming. It's good comfort for him. So I'm really wondering, where are they going to put that last pick? Because who's really going to counter blind pick this from Merwin's side or Fresh's side?
Of course.
No more Azir.
Not gonna
open up themselves for potential counter picks. I wonder what we're gonna see other side of GiantX. They could do Sylas, I believe in the past that was a decent matchup. But it's gonna be the Jackie's Azir, not going for his patented melee mids.
Well, we're still not locked in yet. I mean, Sylas used to be a thing into Ahri in the past, right?
Yeah.
If you wanted to run it back, there's Seju, there's Nautilus, there's Seri, there's still loads of good options here, but buying space with the team comp you already have, like, you can see what they're trying to create here of GiantX. It's a very straightforward front to back And Odo with the blind pick available, I mean, he can still go for the Renekton, and Jay's already out of the picture, right? You can still go for the Kazante. Nah, so many options available where Odo's just going to be chilling on the top side.
Yeah, I've never really been a big fan of this kind of duo. There's so much Merc Treads value now versus that Ahri, Sejuani, Nautilus. I feel like the front to back of GiantX is so much stronger because of the damage share. And I imagine you go an AD top laner here and you're really happy. Whatever AD top he wants to blind, Renekton is going to be the one.
Then on the side of Merwin, do we have something, a little Merwin special coming into it, or is it just going to be something normal, like an
Aatrox?
Or Aatrox as well,
potential.
could go be run back, if they're feeling it actually. It's a bit difficult fighting into both Maokai and DSC as well with the knockback, but...
Yeah, it's going to have to be an AD champion for sure. I don't think it's going to be like anything like Gnar. I think it's either Cassandre or Aatrox, and Mervin's tossing that up right now. Gnar!
Oh, so
Straight
giving
standard.
last pick for Gnar?
Yeah, I think
Lacking
that's...
ambition here, I feel.
That's typical. I've just never really seen Mervin on the champion too much. I feel like this is a guy who cooks up more things and doesn't really play meta matchups very often, but he's showing us his Gnar.
I mean, it is stable, but is it what you want to see from that Lions guy in a potential last game, or do you think this is the draft that allows them to come back?
I mean, it's definitely not what I expected from MDK in terms of their rotation. They go into what the rest of the league has really been doing right now, which is a lot of scaling, and not too much early game productivity, while the pairing of Nautilus and Sejuani is still very dangerous because of how fast you can stack up the Sejuani with all the CC as well coming out of the auto attacks. Still need to find the avenue for that. So I'm curious to see how they're going to link up. I still think it's a fine composition in general, but the space the GiantX can buy with a Seer, with a Jinx, like if they pop off, it's kind of easy to navigate.
GiantX in the driver's seat here in this series, 1-0 so far against MDK. MDK last time made the miracle run, coming back and leading to finals against G2. Can they do it again? We'll see. Right now, Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Laura. Wake up, everybody. It's time. Game 2. Laura did just drop the hardest line I've ever heard an analyst say, which she described a pick as lacking ambition. So shout out to her for that. That cut deep. But we'll see if it was the right choice for MDK and for Mirwin. They try to bring this series back. And it might have been lacking ambition, but it is hella cute. Look at that chroma. Little pink little astronaut.
Still, though, I have to agree with Laura. I am the biggest fan of the MDK draft.
Well, and this is like, Mirwin is like the weird pick top lane guy, and I feel like in normal, hi, we're here. I didn't know we were going to I'm Dragon's Nest guy. Mirwin's the counter pick guy, and I think a lot of the times he looks most comfortable when he's kind of putting his opponent on the back foot from picks advance. Odoamne's played Renekton Gnar for 8 years, you know? Matchup has not changed a lot.
I was about to correct you that Gnar's been out for 8 years, and then I was like, oh god, he has, hasn't he? I've been playing this game for too long.
Come face to face with your age, Dagda.
Never. No one knows my age and everyone thinks I'm younger, so I will take that to the grave, which is sooner than everyone thinks. But
which, honestly, Dagda, you look, you look great for 25, dude. You're great.
Thanks, man. Yeah. But yeah, look, I want to see stronger mid jungle. Honestly, for MDK. Frescawi feels like he's going back to comfort versus fitting into something that can help with the Sejuani, because I think even if you get the jump onto Jackie's, you don't have the damage to finish him off before he just slides his way out of it. And it just kind of lacks ambition, right? So, Ignar!
Ignar, that was a bit ambitious. Walks into the brush without perfect information. Is going to lose a lot of his health. Luckily, he has the Guardian. Looks like the Gleaming Quill as well. So, we'll mitigate some of the upfront damage, but Alvaro and Supa off to a positive early health trade.
Yeah, Ignar needs to be careful. Alvaro took the W actually level 1 to try and get the better trade, so won't have any hook problems and we'll just be able to heal up, so yeah, you'll be fine here. And actually going to have the bigger wave coming through as well, so should be able to get the level 1 push too. So happy days for Ignar and Patrick still in the spot side. And we'll be trying to track where the junglers are going, because it does look like they'll be going to opposite sides, but I don't think you're really going to have too much of an impact here in the early stages on either side.
See if Alvaro and Supa respect the level 2 engage here. Alvaro did just proc Aftershock moments ago, so a small window. Patrick and Ignar hit level 2 first, as they have here, to capitalize, but Supa and Alvaro giving it the respect. They will back away in the bottom lane as we take a look at the early jungle pathing. Nice bit of vision laid down by Frescawi. Doesn't look like it spotted Peach, but gives them at least partial information.
I think it will spot at least that the camp is gone, so you still get the same information. So Peach going to make his way top. Oyoya boss. across the board, no real surprises when it comes towards like who has push or anything like that. Patrick going to get an early reset in here, which is really, really nice for him. Will maybe go for the cull. I wouldn't be surprised to see it because it just means you can go and farm and then look for the roams for Ignar, but not going to be the case. I think it is a little bit difficult when Alvaro has the... Alvaro can play hyper aggressive, especially at level 6. Trying to find those moments where you can play safe here as Patrick to just farm it out can be a bit tough.
Yeah, and it's not one of the matchups that we've seen previously, like the Xayah versus the Zeri. The Jinx is much more vulnerable if left in complete isolation, so Ignar does have to be a bit more aware about those roam timings. It is not going to be the cold though, the longsword, just an extra pot and a control ward. Stack should be donated over. Super will get the reset. Match buys here, but gets the boots, which is certainly going to help out a lot in the matchup.
Oh, is there a triple threat going mid though? Alvaro walking from bot lane is immediately pinged out by GiantX, but we'll give a little bit of pressure towards Jackie's in the mid lane. Peach gonna just spot out that the entire top side is taken, so we'll make the assumption Oyoya is on that bottom half of the map, especially with the ward that has been placed deep in the enemy jungle as well. So across the board, again, I think it's gonna be a slow-paced early stages. You don't really have that burst potential. We talked about a mid to deal with Jackie's. Odo's gonna be in a fine spot on that top side. It's a fairly stable matchup. Although, one of the things we do see a lot of pros talk about is specifically as Myrn is that because he plays a lot of these weird picks, some of his more traditional matchups can be a little bit weaker. So at the moment, Odo getting some decent trades in that top matchup and isn't losing things like turret plating or even out on the push in a lot of these.
You expect it to get a little bit easier for Mirwin after first back. Usually, you know, boots 2 rush for the Gnar in lane. Makes a lot of the trades just so much easier, and Renekton, of course, just incredibly auto-attack reliant. So early tabbies can do a lot of work. But for now, 4 items come through. Odo Omni getting the better. Fury stacked as well. Mirwin does have to give that respect over, but opted for the fleet for work. Knows that he just needs that extra bit of sustain. It's Frescowie.
Wait a sec.
Gonna use his mid push.
Odo?
Get out. Odo. Mirwin in an awkward spot. Odo wants to double dash through the wave, but instead will just be happy to pick this one up.
Yeah, he wanted to try and slice and dice, but you can't really do it because you'd end up burning the Fury stacks on the slice and dice. Cover the distance so it wouldn't have a lot of the damage when you got to the far side, so decides to back it on up anyway. But nice job to at least zone Mirwin off the wave, so he gets the XP and gold advantage. Mirwin will have to burn his TP to get back to lane. Whereas I'm not sure, maybe Odo just wants to walk back to lane. Could opt in for the early boots to match Gnar in this situation, but gonna go for the pickaxe and boots instead, so more than likely TP back up, especially as Peach is starting off on the Void Groups.
Nice movement from Peach thus far as well. Both sides really diligent in laying down vision control to track the enemy jungler. Control ward here, they have spotted Peach. Doesn't mean Elyoya can just put that control ward down to make sure no one is waiting over the wall. And start the dragon spotlight. Trade some blows back and forth. Again, for Peach to the Maokai comfort. Rel by far his best champion, but MDK, after that first game, we're not going to give it to him again. Now a trade of tank junglers. MDK no longer reliant on Elyoya getting a lot done early. Will have that evergreen value of a Sejuani in the jungle.
Restarted for Patrick in that bot side. Might be looking to say, hey, look, Elyoya, you're going to take Dragon. You're going to reset. You're going to go back up into your top side as a spawn. As Odo, because he's got the all-in here.
Butsu from Mirwin, though, and a better ulti cooldown. That's a good trade. Supa going over the wall. Ignar taking a ton of damage. Elyoya waiting in the darkness. Not sure if it's part of the ward. Frescowie here is the Ahri. Ignar needs to back away, but as does Patrick. Luckily, he has the flash and the cleanse. Elyoya getting caught out here, but again, the upfront damage not quite there, except for the Ignite for Ignar provides enough threat that Elyoya is forced to flash away. And the play kind of fizzles.
Patrick was able to clear out the wave. There was only the 2 ranged creeps that were still there underneath the tower. Odo needs to be careful here, though. No flash.
Moving back in, wants to heal, wants to dash through. First blood!
The auto spacing goes wild. Mirwin just ends up walking that bit too far forward, and Odo able to clip him with the increased attack range that his W has. That's so unfortunate for Mirwin. Nearly able to get that kill.
I mean, the first trade was so good for him. If he just slowed down a little bit, you know that could have been his kill, or at least very least an advantage, but instead, gambles on getting more, gambles on getting the kill, gives up his life.
Yeah, and Odo, I mean, as Mirwin goes in here, Odo flashing forward to get the stun, ton of damage down. And Mirwin then, I'm assuming Odo will have the slice and dice here, so Mirwin has to flash away from it because Odo hasn't used it just there. Yeah, there it is. Flashes away, and then starts to chase him down. But because the hyper proc ends up just being too quick, walks that little bit too far forward, and then just able to barely clip him with the heel off the back of it. Nicely done by Odo.
Oh my God,
Stone Cold Killer
off into the distance, knuckle crack.
The eye roll. God damn, man.
Okay, that's a different kind of reaction. I've seen
I mean,
a lot
he's
of
been playing this matchup for 8 years. He's already got a ton of
Does he
solo
take it as a
kills.
personal offense when someone locks in Gnar into his Renekton? That looked like it was personal. All right.
Yeah.
That was new. Usually we just show the laughter or like Swiffer getting mad. I've never seen someone just look so hard. Odo looks like he just beat some guy in a street fight.
And it was like, why did you even try? It's like,
All right.
that was, I'm sorry. I'm like, God.
All right, here we are. Well, Odo Omni has built himself a bit of a
We're showing
lead.
it again?
We're showing it again. One more time, Odo face. Okay, so while we were excited about Odo face, something apparently happened in the bottom lane. Elyoya set up beautifully. Quick bit of CC here, we'll just kill Ignar. And yep, that's the replay. Good pick on bot lane for MDK. Well, how did they react? Were they also ruthlessly Stone Cold? Okay, no. All right.
No words exchanged at all, just stone face. But yeah, I mean, nice pick. Super Alvaro now going to get us some plates on the bottom side, so definitely helping out massively in getting a good lead for Super. Curious if he's actually able to, or he should be able to pick up his static shift fairly quickly now and try and play for a second dragon off that win as well. So at least giving some control to MDK on this bottom side of the map when it comes to trying to execute towards those objectives. If you're looking at Elyoya and Frescowi, I think it's just a secure push for Frescowi here versus actually all in, because they don't know where Ignar is, who's about to show.
Peach waiting. Might have the angle for the ulti, but you really got to respect the Mega Gnar. Wave clear the wall up, plus the boulder toss. Just deletes the wave. GX priority on top side, hoping to catch out Elyoya. Sapling spots Mirwin. Got good info. Elyoya is going to clear that bit of vision, so GX just going to play for the next wave.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a trade-off positioning here. GX rotate to try and get the 6 Void Grubs for themselves, whereas MDK going to try and put pressure in mid lane. So I imagine lean boss with Frescowi having the push there, but maybe even trying to contest here. Frescowi is on bot lane and has no TP, so it will be just the 4v4.
And when you look at a lot of the burst potential of this MDK trio of jungle support and AD, they can delete someone very, very quickly. Rakan, obviously, a lot of CC potential. With the Ignite, a bit of extra damage, but much more vulnerable, much more squishy. Nice start to the fight! Jackie's caught asleep at the wheel. Was not ready for the sheer quantity of CC just thrown at him, and now MDK walk up. Gonna at least deny, or hope to deny, 5 and 6 here in terms of the grub buff, but the rest of GX now coming down, knowing that there are no ultis, that there are no cooldowns available for MDK.
Aaron's so close to going Mega Gnar though, so this is risky. GiantX.
On to Peach. Patrick lays down the Flame Choppers. Mirwin on the way in. No flash from the earlier play. Still leaps up. Nice CC from Ignar to stop Mirwin from finding the follow-up. Supa goes over the wall. He's going to need... Supa very confident. That's what I will say about the series thus far. Excellent charm for Frescowi. Oh! Where's the Frescowi cam?
I think GiantX need to start to look back at themselves and go, hey, is this really the way we want to be playing? We have overextended on the mid wave with Jackie's, where he should not have got hit by that hook. You need to play way more defensive, because you know MDK are hovering around that mid lane. Then they overextended the play to, well, I mean, actually, wait, they're just going to get the 5 grubs, actually. I was going to say, I think you can, as MDK, pick up the extra grubs here with the numbers advantage and Mirwin hitting his ultimates. And then on bot side, Odo just taking that step too far forward. So, very weird passage of plays from GiantX that gave a substantial amount of gold to MDK, but might be biting them back now.
Has just evened out the gold. I think crucially for the side of GX, now that they have 5 grub buff, I mean, this Jinx can just never be left alone. She's going to shred through these towers so quickly. And Patrick hasn't even bought yet. We'll have a lot of money sitting in his back pocket. Supa, of course, though, still power farming. 1.1k gold lead overall, those 2 kills. Really paying off for some of that bot lane focus from the side of MDK. Now they will grab a dragon, stop, or continue, rather, their dragon stacking and moving on to Mountain Soul. That could help a lot with the tankier members of their team, Alvaro and Elyoya especially.
I imagine we'll have Jinx and Rakan move back down to this bottom side of the map to try and put pressure now as the on the last third. I think Odo would just catch this wave, but they're actually going to swap into mid lane. I think there is a moment here where you could have tried to move them into bot side, get the tower as people are coming off the reset. Especially because you know Supa has just pushed mid dragon into bot side. Sorry, won't be able to get back to bot side, we'll have to reset. So I thought maybe Patrick and Ignar want to make a play on it, but instead they're just going to back away. Look for a push on mid instead. Don't quite have the static shiv match that we're talking about because Supa got those early kills and the early plates as well. And then Frescowi showing mid with Alvaro.
Dash forward, make sure the minion wave is gone. Cleanse from Patrick. Well timed. Alvaro not going to hit the follow-up hook. But get that summoner spell. Frescalia have ult again before that cleanses back up and available. Ignar again forced to back off. Frescalia being ahead.
Jackie's needs to leave. There's so many people here.
This is hard. I feel like Jackie's is such a good individual playmaker when he has the agency to do so, but you're just not going to be able to match the Ahri for most stages of this game. Odoamne, he is the individual on the side of GX with the gold. The gold dead even outside of the 5 grubs versus the 2 drakes. Alvaro looks like he might have stepped too far, but will walk away just fine. But I think there's pressure on Odoamne to leverage his advantage because right now Supa is the member ahead on the side of MDK, and Zeri in general just going to be a significantly more impactful champion to have that gold lead on than the Renekton.
MDK moving up into River to try and pressure off of this top side. So then Jackie's has to back away. So as you say, the fact that you're able to play off of Supa with this lead so effectively makes it kind of easy here for MDK to continue this pressure. Patrick doesn't know where MDK are. Well, I suppose put him on the ward, but means that he has to play very defensive. And it opens up Supa to get another turret play just before we hit the 14-minute mark. And Supa's massive. And as long as he doesn't end up doing anything untoward, should be fine. But MDK got to catch Jackie's.
Frescalia dashing in. Jackie's pitches for the pushback, but doesn't find it. Alvaro hovering around. Frescalia hits him with the OK, and that's one very dead Azir. Alvaro happy to pick up that kill. Odoamne wants to go into the bottom side. Mirren about to turn Mega. Almost sidesteps the wallet from Odoamne, forced to ulti in that brief window of opportunity to ensure that he does not go down, but Mirren, happy with that trade, just leaps out. Peach now on the chase, will be spotted on the ward, and MDK can walk away happy knowing that they're getting the Herald on the top side.
The wheels are starting to come off for GiantX. The early game looked good, but MDK find picks, finding plays off of Supa. This is where they hit their comfort zone of, hey, we can move Supa around the map. Alvaro and Oyoya, that engine, getting involved in that top side. Now you've got top turret basically dead. Frescalia does reset, but it's on its last legs. And you can now play for pressure mid, finish those off, and use a Rift Herald on a tier 2 with Dragon in 2 minutes. That's such a massive threat on the map that GiantX have to try and deal with.
Certainly will. The fact that it essentially feels like we have a guaranteed third Drake for MDK with this advantage is huge for the game going forward. That's just going to be Celestial opposition pop. There's no immediate follow-up there. But again, from a game where GiantX looked almost infallible to a game where MDK are outclassing them in a lot of these exchanges. Really only that fumble topside from Mirwen that has looked in favor of GX thus far.
And a lot of it has been, hey, we don't have the control of mid jungle to go for a 2v2, but we can definitely use the push from Frescalia to lean into this bottom side and then get the pressure for Supa and Alvaro. And catching Ignar and Patrick with their pants down a couple of times. Peach also not being in a position to cover for his lanes in many situations, but Ignar is.
Odoamne there. Ruthless Predator, flash out from Mirwen. Solid play. Spend a little bit of Ignar's time. It does mean in the meantime that they are conceding top lane tower because they are got Jackie's on the weak side of the map, but that's no flash for Mirwen. Maybe it lets Odoamne push his advantage.
I think it's also to just go, hey, top is gone. Let's cross map and get something. And I think playing for a flash is an objective, especially if it's an R, but you now need to cover for the rest of the top lane. And Peach isn't there.
I mean, 40 seconds until Drake spawns. An immediate reset here from MDK might get them to the objective in time without vision set up. We'll see what the call is. Felt like they might have prioritized or backed off there to instead prioritize going for the Drake.
This is great from Odo. He immediately covers across. Actually, he's going to reset, which I'm not so sure on, but had push in bot, immediately rotated across in towards bot side jungle, so they could guarantee the keep of pressure on the vision control they'd already established. Now you're getting the TP in from Jackie's. They're going to try and burst this down, but I think Odo may be a little bit late, unless GiantX are going to try and catch someone as they enter here, which looks like the plan.
Yeah, Odo backing for double Ruby Crystal does not feel great. GX. All right, they slowed it down enough that they can get the full 5-man stack. MDK did not have perfect information. They did not feel confident to step forward there. Could have been disastrous if they did for the side of GX. Peach trying to keep that vision going. Mirren about to hit Mega. Once that fades away, it'll be a brief window where GX can really just step up. 15 seconds till you can start stacking Rage again after you turn Mini.
Frescalia has bot side pressure though, and that's where you now got to pull Odoamne across. He's caught. That's why you see Supa going aggressive here with Mirren, trying to keep Odo interested as that wave dies. The bot tower.
Fishing for Alvaro. Hook lands. Alvaro flashing out. Celestial opposition for a bit of extra slow, but they're going to be going under the tower of MDK to try to make this happen. Now Supa comes in over the wall. Ultra Shock Laser connects onto Peach. Bit of a slow.
Hook again, landing onto Ottawamne. Rocket from the Jinx is big. Nice stun onto the Renekton to stop the follow-up to keep Alvaro standing. Fresskowy off to the side, causing so much havoc. Lightning Crash from Supa. He sees his opportunity. He knows he has to keep going. 1 kill will reset for Fresskowy. We'll give Supa more, but they've just pushed GX back. The Dragon should now be theirs.
MDK played off of mid and bot so well. Fresskowy enters into bot knowing, look, I can dash into these fights. I have a position here where I get a good flank. Cool, let me draw Odo down to that bot side. And once GiantX are split up, yes, they turn onto Alvaro, but Celestial off position, having the Merc threads and the Lock of the Iron Solari, he wasn't going to go down easy, even having the Aftershock as well. So a lot invested to take him out. And MDK turn on the rest of GiantX.
Difficult now. You can see they need a bit of time with the Jinx's here to really do the damage. They can't immediately find these picks the way they could in the previous game with the Sylas. Yes, Ottawamne still has that lead. Closer and closer to a second item, but it just doesn't feel like it matters very much in the context of these fights. It's so hard for him to get past a Sejuani and a Nautilus. If he has a flank, if they have the vision set up or flanking wards in future fights, he can finally just find his way onto that back line. But in the meantime, hasn't been able to make it happen. Tower will be picked up, slowly evens up the goal, but still about a 3K advantage for MDK on top of the 3 Drakes. This is going to be tough.
Also, I was a big doubter this Ari for Fresskowy, but honestly, he's been playing these team fights exceptionally. Catching Patrick with that charm, bursting him out, ulting backwards to get Peach completely drawn out of position. That was exceptional play from Fresskowy, and you can kind of see, look, sometimes comfort is all you need when you're able to play as well as Fresskowy has been. So GiantX now firmly, as you say, on the back foot. Baron is going to spawn now as we just crossed over the 20-minute mark, but I think it's just a case of MDK. Play off of mid-wave, make sure that you're getting the vision down, wait for these next few minutes, and just get a Mountain Soul for yourself.
I mean, we've seen Hook going in. Hold that thought as Ottawamne. We'll just back away here. It'll be totally fine as MDK try to establish more control on the top side of the map. 22 seconds until Baron spawns. Not as fast as Baron, probably won't start that one. But instead, happy to just continue to push up on the side lane, maybe catch GX out if Jackie's does overextend.
You're getting a lot of control. MDK just, ooh, hang on.
Again, Hook, Elioya, passive starting to fade away. Peach getting lower and lower, but keep your eyes on Fresskowy on the side. Dash over the wall, looking to delete the jungler. Peach goes back in, lock up there, but the healing for Peach is not nearly enough. Down goes Patrick, and Fresskowy making these plays happen on the flank.
And there was no need for GiantX to commit that far up. They had the push in mid for MDK. Supa in a great position to get a ton of AoE damage off from that corridor. And Jackie's was pushing bot. The call from GiantX was get Jackie's resources, get him to pressure on the map. But now with the kills, MDK will net Baron.
And I feel like we're going to a game 3. Going to be more than a 6K gold lead after this. You feel like this leads into them getting Soul, and thus they risk a 50-50, and we check out this play one more time.
And watch Supa, great position here. The ult hits multiple people, the AoE is going nuts, but he also has position on Supa, onto Patrick here. Ult from Alvaro, straight onto Patrick, helps Supa pick him off. And there's just very little that you can really do here as GiantX. You're 2,500 gold before that fight kicks off. Difference in the AD carry position. Now it's at 3.2k. Supa's just firing on all cylinders, and Patrick's kind of just throwing softballs at them.
I mean, he doesn't do damage to Elioya or Alvaro in these exchanges. Of course, with enough time, you saw that he started to hurt. But if your Jinx isn't killing tanks in 4 or 5 autos, you're not going to win that fight when Supa is shredding through your team. When Fresskowy is finding these incredible flanks, and MDK, I think you highlighted it so well earlier. Comfort picks for these rookie mid laners feel like everything. Like, look at the difference in Jackie's output when he's playing something he's comfortable on. Not that Fresskowy can't play Azir, not that Jackie's can't play Azir. But even in our previous game, it's for Spyro, control majors are what he's known for. This Azir, that immaculate performance. It feels like in game 1, Jackie's on the Sylas, that's comfort for him. Those melee champions, really the difference maker in so many fights, and now it's Fresskowy, backed by his team, of course, who's popping off in this game. Flash over from Alvaro. This is the bloodthirstiness we know from MDK. They're not going to let you stand under that tower. It looks like MDK just want to go straight for the throat, want to go for the win.
What are you going to do, Jackies? You have to reset, finish the wave. MDK get 2 towers and 2 inhibitors off the back of that play. And now your base is just in tatters.
They want
How
the
far
edge.
forward they want to go?
MDK, will they back away? They're pushed back. You can see they're thinking about it. And that's why, that's one of the reasons you gotta love this team. They're always ready to 5v5.
And now they get to reset with great timing for Dragon. 50 seconds until Mountain Soul is available for MDK. Some vision control placing that bot side as they exit out of the bottom half of the map, but for GiantX, I just don't see yourself getting vision that really lets yourself figure out, hey, where's Frescowi coming from? Do we have to worry about Ayoe? Where's Alvaro coming from? Can he get position on Patrick? Because the dive from Frescowi and how much damage Supa's doing with his AoE is just going to rinse Patrick in these fights.
Yeah, it's so hard for Patrick to play. There's so much threat, and he just can't. I mean, we just go back. We go to front to back. Remember, it's whatever 80 kills frontline first. And right now, that's Supa. Supa kills frontline much, much faster. Of course, reminder, the lower bracket round 2, April 6th, Fnatic versus Team Heretics after their triumph today over SK. We'll see what the other matchup is following this particular series. Who will face Vitality?
Mirren going to push in mid lane as the rest of MDK establish themselves on the top side. Dragon isn't even in their sights. They're just like, cool, let's try and use the last little moments that this Baron is available. As Odo going to have to be a little bit careful. They tried to get a lot of investment on Jackie's, who did complete his second item, but doesn't have that Crypt Bloom available to him just yet. So still would love to be able to reset and try and pick that up, but you're just not going to get that moment with the amount of pressure MDK have on the map right now.
There's almost no MR on the side of MDK. There is a world where Jackie's can take over in a fight. Negatron Cloak coming in for Elyoya. Bits and pieces via the Locket itemization, but very little else. A lot more armor focus, trying to make sure that Patrick can't take over. MDK, now that Baron is gone, can just shift back to the Drake. I like that they don't use any of their Baron to go for something like the Dragon. Want to empower those minions. But they need to be careful here. They're risking a lot by lingering in the base for so long.
Abro.
Hook connects onto Peach. Ignar looking for the counter, waiting for Supa to step too far forward. Dashes back out. That's the lightning crash. Odoamne trying to get back under the tower. Gnar back into the wall, but it doesn't quite connect. Odoamne now retreating. Supa's going to finish the call. Kill now unstoppable. Frescowi dashing forward. He's got one more charge. Patrick in trouble. Nowhere left to run. Needs to retreat back to the base. Needs to heal up, but MDK so determined to end this. Don't want to wait for the power of Soul.
Jackie's is trying to clear out the wave. MDK, they got what they came for. Nexus Tower down. Top still stands. Dragon is there. Ignar trying to make sure they can't get the reset off, because Odo can TP in, so as long as they prevent these resets, they can actually steal away the Dragon and stop MDK from being able to get Soul. Ignar playing very far forward. He has to try and face check this to get the vision that they need for the Dragon.
Desperation times for GX. Have to make risky plays.
They can't get their carries out. It's going to be the attempt to snipe for
nice
Skelly blocks.
Block.
And that's Soul.
Yeah, well highlighted observers. Mirwin now going in, the pushback there. Peach gonna get taken down, Mountain Soul there for MDK. This should just be it. They got Supers in the bottom lane. Supa's still there. Supa incredibly powerful. 3.5 items. Wave being ushered in mid by Alvaro.
You just don't have the damage. Crypt Bloom now there for Jackie's. You don't have a front line.
TP.
Patrick has nothing in the tank, and one tower holds back MDK.
One extra fake tower courtesy of Jackie's. Doing what they can to clear the waves. They do have powerful wave clear. They just cannot afford to get engaged on. Mirwin slowly stacking the rage. Has flash. That feels like it'll be it, but Elyoya's all going wide as the start for GX. MDK. You know, a little Teemo yawn from Mirwin, but at the same time, I think it's tough for them to immediately close this game out without catching another mistake from GX.
20 seconds onto Baron, though. GX trying to do the same thing of chase down MDK. Death push? Maybe here, though.
They delete Baron. Patrick! Caught! What are you doing? It was so bold. Baron wasn't up yet. They had time. They had a window. They could have waited. They didn't need to make the play, but they tried. MDK more than happy to punish. Instant triple kill. Easy finish. Odo talking to the team, talking about it, laughs on their faces. They felt like that one was over already, but it's going to be the win. Game 3 between MDK and GX lies ahead. One to move forward, one to be sent home. 10 weeks till the start of summer.
You can see the stress on Supa's face there, though. Very clean game, but it's still a game 3 yet to go, and it felt like both these games very one-sided on either side, but we'll have to see exactly what we're going to get in game 3 just after the break. range creeps that were still there underneath the tower. Odo needs to be careful here, though. No flash.
Moving back in, wants to heal, wants to dash through. First blood! Super very confident. That's what I will say about the series thus far. Excellent charm for Frescowi. Oh! Where's the Frescowi cam?
We call all together. Super. I'm looking. Okay. I can hold. I mean, yes. They are trolling so hard. I got Maokai. I mean, no, nothing.
Recover.
Okay, keep going. I TP both ways.
Oh.
Shield.
Welcome back as Mad Lions go. Come back as well here in this series against GX. Come back. But guys, for me, the simple word here is stomp. Stomp for GX in the first game, stomp for MDK in the second game. No consistency for both teams. But yeah, what did we think of Mad Lions coming back and the way they did it as well?
Yeah, I mean, I still think like it was like kind of GX in the early game where it did feel like they were going to repeat the first game they had. Odo with a solo kill, like 7 minutes into the game, he's 600 gold up. But then it just starts falling apart. 1.1, like some of individual mistakes starts coming through. And that's really where the stomp starts happening, because as soon as MDK just gets a little bit of ahead, they don't stop. And it's kind of just of the nature of the two games we've had here. Whoever gets a strong early game lead just runs away with the game.
Yeah, and basically how all the team fights sort of panned out was they would use all their tools. Super would then have no threats on him. Frescowi would find these insane flanks, and Super could then pull the trigger, use his ultimate, keep the uptime up with the auto attacks on the Zera to keep having the lightning splashes, and he would just run away with the fights.
We have been critical of the lack of creativity on the side of Mad Lions Co. Draft here, GB, but it seems to be working for them. So sometimes just coming back to basics, easy to execute compositions, Frescovi in flanking position as well. That's what they want to do here, at least.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't expect that from them at least in the beginning, but I also think the way that Patrick was also just put out of the game, I think he was almost 3k down at this point in the game. It's just impossible for you to fight as well. The Mountain Soul is there too. You don't have your LDR already. Like, how are you cutting through any of that? And you can see it a little bit in the beginning, right? GX, they are finding that little lead, but then they drop it. And as soon as they drop it, I mean, MDK, they just don't look back.
And what comes to mind for me is GiantX's way. They tried to propel the game forward. They kept investing resources and trying to gank the mini Gnar, the Gnar in general, but it kept not working out. Gnar would just survive, Moment just survive on little slivers of HP, and they couldn't snowball the game.
But even through all of this, I was still like, I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
No,
I don't trust you.
yeah.
I don't trust you. I've seen you play these mid games, and this time around, though, they just cleaned it out. Like, there was times where you're like, are you overstaying here? I'm not too sure, but no, they made it work. This is the kind of MDK that we wanted to see, the adaptations that came in play, and you know what they're hoping they can replicate going into the final game in this elimination game.
And man of the hour here in this game, I feel like was the self-proclaimed best AD carry in Europe, Supa himself. Disastrous game 1, coming back clutch here in game 2.
Absolutely, and you can already see it from a stats point of view, right? Like, you look at what he has, right? The damage per minute, 400, it's already doubled here. Damage percentage, true. But the really big one as well, it's the jungle proximity that you're getting, right? 10% in the first game, and part of that was because they were shut down in the first game they tried to make happen. But then here, where Ilioya gets so much more space to play around with, where they have the Nautilus as well to set up plays, with this time around into the Rakan, it becomes infinitely easier for them to rally around Super. And this is what made them the good team they were, at least in winter and part of regular season.
I was about to say, we know what made Mad Lions good in winter. The fact that you want to see Ilioya and Alvaro playing together, enable Super, maybe a glimpse of what we want to see in game 3 here.
And I definitely think a big part of Super being able to perform so well was because this frontline was so tanky, because of how well they played early and how fed the frontline actually got you. So Sejuani Nautilus tanking all the spells, allowing for Super to run wild.
And you can see it here. You see it on the winter bracket.
It is written.
This is where it started for MDK, wasn't it? This is where the lower bracket run started forming. And they need to make this lower bracket run happen again, because just straight off championship points, they don't have enough this time around if G2 wins. If they want to go to MSI, they need to go further. Winter gets less points than Spring does, so that means BDS Fnatic, way easier for them to overtake MDK. It's not enough for them to qualify from MSI from the position they're currently in. They need more.
I mean, that's the thing. This is the same scenario. Is it the same actors on the Rift? Is it the same team? Is it the same fire that we saw in Spring? What do we want to expect here in this game 3 against MDK, because against GX, sorry, because I love what I saw from Mad Lions. He was not the vintage Mad Lions that I was expecting, but it works.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you have the old Mervin of old, but at least for me, the rest of the team does seem to be doing well. Ilioya still having extremely good games, and with this setup and with the priority through mid, where you can make plays through Frescowi, him having agency and the team having more agency in the early game, I think that's a great look.
But I also think GX coming into this game, this is going to be the first time we see them on red side as well.
Yeah.
Suddenly we see a lot of adaptations available to them where they get to throw a curveball. They're already the team that gets to have the adaptations because they just straight up lost, right? But now they get to be right, well, we have that mid lane counter pick. Well, we can set auto up for a good position. Well, we can ban out whatever we want to in the beginning and then take the 1-2 instead. So I think there's a unknowing area that we're going into now that MDK might be a bit worried about being on blue side.
Yeah, and I do wonder what will happen with the Azir priority because both teams are now lost with Azir, and I feel like Jackie's has great answers into Azir. He then took the Azir, didn't look too hot on it, dying to ganks early, then dying to side. Maybe he wants to run back comfort. We might just see it run through the draft.
I mean, that's the thing. Last point of Jackie is Aragon, because you set him up quite well ahead of this series. On the Akali pick, we know him for these more volatile picks in the mid lane, but usually carrying the win for GX. Do you want to bet on something that coin flip to bring you the victory?
I absolutely think. I think he's so good on these melee assassin type champions. Even if it's a losing lane, I'd hope he just locks in his comfort and plays for those team fights because I know he can pull it off.
We're getting we're gearing up for the last game. I'm really excited to see who's going to take this one, but I want to ask you guys your pronostics here, 1-1 in this series. Super stomps on either side, but who's going to take the last
I mean, it just feels like a coin flip in that regard when you present it like it's a stomp on stomp, so whose turn is it, right? But we get red side of GX. I don't really know, man. It's so difficult for me to pinpoint this because it just looks like whoever gets the early game going makes the play happen for them going into the mid to late game. So I really feel like we're just going to see the same AD carries, but what's going to change up is the support and the junglers, and those two are going to be making this game. And Yolian and Raro making sure the super gets ahead, or the underside with Peach and Igna setting up Patrick.
Give me the Maokai Yone, give me the Sylas, give me the Akali, and I'm all in on GiantX. And if not, then I'm all in on MDK.
It is do or die here. You're for both teams. You want teams to win. We all want teams to win. Gasters, take it away for this elimination game. Last one between MDK and GX.
Full completion of the 6-game day. Coaches exchanging words with each other and with the players on stage. I'm Dracos, that's Dagda. We're a little sleepy, I'm not gonna lie, but I have no doubt that this game will wake us up. And we'll see if Aragon gets what he wants, if it's more comfort picks in mid lane. And I would also like less Azir, just in general. I get why people pick it, it's an insane pick. Probably should always pick it, but would love like a little bit more of an explosive kind of mid lane matchup. Maybe the Yone.
I think it'd also be
Sylas.
sick to have Jackie's like grab this niche where it's like, hey, I'm the melee assassin guy. Because
Hey,
you've seen it like across multiple different regions, right? You got like Zeka literally won a world championship off of Cream in the LPL, was kind of known for it as well. Could be just his thing, right? And he even saw him bring it to
Look, all I'm saying is
stuff and look good.
Leader no longer in this league. The position of melee champion mid lane enthusiast is open. You know, that role, you know, we're still looking. That could be Jackie's. Room to fill that in. We are just about 30 seconds a minute away from draft here. Players. Smiles on the faces of the side of Mad Lions Koi. That momentum's going to feel good. Because the one thing I will say about MDK is when they have a lead, they're so confident.
They're ruthless.
And sometimes overconfident, most certainly, but that's a team who will not give you time to scale. That's a team who will close a game quickly. Even, you know, if it means higher percentage risk chance, they will just look to end it as quick as possible. Which is something I think GX are going to have to respect. But as the desk highlighted so far, it's just been get ahead early, win the game. There hasn't been much nuance, much back and forth.
I think we're going to see a bit of a difference in the draft, though, because I do think the comfort picks are now going to start to shine through a little bit more. GiantX moving over towards the red side as well. We're going to get the same Rumble Varus bans that Mad Lions Koi have stuck to, but do you end up just going, hey, look, it's not worth taking the Azir until our second rotation here as GiantX, because we know the first guy is happy to play the Ahri, they can lean into bot side. I could end up just changing up where you go third pick instead of looking for it in that first set of rotations.
Ooh, okay, Xayah banned out. Vi's also banned away. What is the prio going to be? GX. Do we... I mean, the Ace looked really good in our first series. I wonder if it shows up here. I kind of just doubt it based on the nameplates, but always putting it out there.
It's definitely a newer pick that you have to put the time into, but we'll have to see what the plan is. I think Rel, definitely high priority.
They're debating if they can get Rel, if they've just... Okay.
Oh, so Zeri just is... They're basically saying take Zeri.
Bait, please take the Zeri.
We end up being able to pick ourselves up some mid lane and jungle after.
If you take Zeri here, they're going to take Rel, and they're probably going to go for the Nilo lane like they did last time. Sorry, last time that they played Neela. It was into a Zeri lane, and they really couldn't bully out. So I like the row.
Yeah.
I think it's a good read.
So do you end up taking the Zeri now for yourself as Patrick on that bottom side of the map? Maybe leave it for Supernova to go back towards something like a Senna Nautilus lane if you really want to. Senna obviously got hit in the patch. She does kind of need to slot into the I'm not going to farm version of the support or the bot laner, but I think there's still a viable option, especially if you want to take something that's a little bit more damage heavy for first game in the mid lane.
Yeah. Okay, so the response pick for Peach in the form of the Sejuani, now also the Zeri. So yeah, just continuously hovering Samira.
She's got a cool eye patch. She looks great.
Great eye patch. She spins a lot. No, come on.
Super's played a bit before.
I mean, you need another scaling option. There's not a lot left. Okay, here we go. When your chips are down, when the pressure's on, what do? We scale. Scaling.
I thought it might have been a Felios, but I don't think that makes me feel any better, but it's still...
You gotta go fast. You gotta understand, it's the Sonic the Hedgehog meta, man. If you can't move, people don't want to play you. Jinx, Zeri, Sivir, go fast.
Jamada came in yesterday in that Sonic the Hedgehog hoodie.
I've never seen a single adult man own so much Sonic merchandise in my life.
I thought the hoodie was sick, and then he took the hoodie off.
And there's a
shirt. A t-shirt as
yeah,
well.
respectable.
This is class. But,
that's fire. That's commitment.
Yeah. So, Fresco, you're going to go back towards the Ahri again. Orianna going to be taken on the upside here. I like the Ori as an answer. Does leave you a little bit vulnerable, but you can tend to push Ahri's catch waves, scale, and then again the onus falls back onto the Ahri to make things happen. But heading over towards the Alistar, it is good into the Sivir. Yep. Only the headbutt gets blocks as part of the combo, but yeah, I suppose you can end up banning away the Nautilus, and maybe you can still go for something like the Renata ban as well, because I think Renata could work out relatively well here with how short range GiantX are. But there's the ban first.
Renata taken away. Makes sense. You highlighted it. You gave all the good reasons, all the good context. The Sylas taken out too. I guess they still like that matchup into the Ahri, or assume that that's a matchup they don't want to play against. I want to see where Jackie's is going to go, because I don't think it'll be Azir. There's a world where they save last pick for him, but I imagine it'll probably be for Odoamne. See what he can do. Maybe he'll have a spicier counter pick, although he is the kind of guy that will just pick Gnar into Renekton and call that a good counter pick.
I'm curious if it's the Nico angle. Nico could be the player for Jackie's where you lock it down, and then you've got great follow-up, and also you're going to be playing relatively short range here as Madeline's Koi because of the Sivir, so could be the angle.
Relatively. Clever. Okay.
Not a crutch word that you use all the time.
Yeah. Don't bring up crutch words. They'll come for me. They know.
It's game 6, the end of a 4-day weekend. Crutch words are going to be there galore.
I'm crutch wording in game 1. You understand?
That's
okay.
who I am.
The Orianna, I think, obviously pairs nicely with the Alistar, but instead the Azir. Oh, man.
Shocked.
Based on game 1, this is not it. But again, in the meta, in terms of, this is the S tier of mid lane. The undisputed emperor of mid lane. There's a reason this champion is so high priority. It's
Emperor of sure mid lane.
You are tired.
I am dead. I am so tired.
All right, Braum follow up there. Okay, nice to mitigate some of the damage. Also, you know, generally pretty solid. Good tools to punish with the Braum. Does commit the Rel to jungle, and now the blind pick top lane for Mirwin. The problem with the really intense, like, bassy music is that everyone on stage is laughing hysterically. Okay. Twisted Fate.
Yasuo. Give it to me, Odoamne. Let's go.
People have been banning the Yasuo all weekend long against the Twisted Fate. Or to protect a potential Twisted Fate pick. Please pick it.
It would be sick. If Odo has it, it's a great pick. You've already got the Alistar, you've already got a knock-up on Azir, and it's good in the matchup. This works
I like
as
this
well.
Too.
This works as well.
I like this too.
Okay.
Fist fight topside.
That's
what we want.
It's going to be a lot of pressure. So basically bot lane is going to be a bit of a snooze fest. Alistar can't engage, even though he's going into the Sivir, because Braum bot blocks it all. Braum can't really go forward because Alistar just knocks everyone away. So it just ends up being a nothing fest in that bot side. So I think this is where we're actually going to see a lot more pressure up towards that top end of the map. Jackie, or Frescowi, as we saw in last game, should have push in mid, which will open up the opportunity to try and lean in towards that top side. And I think that's where we'll see a lot of the pressure to try and get this pretty volatile matchup going and swinging one way or the other.
Going to be explosive. And all I want to do is watch 2v2's topside. But I also know, deep down, that a lot of this mid to late game is just going to be a very fast Twisted Fate, Rel, and Sivir sprinting at the side of GiantX. And it's going to be tough for GiantX to play this if we go late enough. Terry's got tools to kite. Not everyone on GX has that luxury.
I would be more worried if you didn't have a lot of range on GiantX. Jace gets poke, Zeri gets poke, even Jackie's been able to poke with the soldiers. So it does make it a little bit more difficult for MDK to try and play around the TF in a team fight to counter the engage. But we're gonna have to see as we're about to get in to game 3, do or die for MDK at GiantX.
Woo! Let's go. Berlin, you've heard of the club going up on a Tuesday, but have you heard of LEC Studio? You know what I'm talking about? This place to be. 6 games. We spoke to a fan earlier today. We signed a thing. It was really nice. Nice guy. He's like, 6 games. We're like, yes. In my heart, I said, please 4. I like fast. I like fast. I like decisive.
The part of me that enjoys my bed.
He won. We get 6. Didn't get your name. I forgot. But we'll get it later.
He had a really nice necklace.
Really nice necklace. Well-dressed man. Talk to him.
He's sitting over there. He's actually over. Oh, he was sitting over there.
No, he moved. Okay, all right.
Maybe he's not even here.
Now he's not even here. Was he even real? Was it all a mirage?
We hadn't had the coffee yet, so potentially.
That's possible. Santa will return home. Alvaro looking to bring a present to the bottom side of the map. The present is Patrick not being able to play because Braum is a very powerful champion. If you look at a bot lane duo with scaling, other than like, yeah, the Smolders and the Sennas and the Infinite Stack champions, I feel like this has to be one of the best scaling duos in the entire game. Braum literally deletes an entire champion's or multiple champions' damage output with his E, and Sivir has Ricochet, which, as you have all probably realized over the many years of European League of Legends, hits hard.
Also, I think MDK have been one of the teams that are the best at playing around Braum and how busted he is at dodging a lot of that stuff. Because oftentimes see them opt in towards fights that are maybe number disadvantage or going for plays underneath the tower where it is very risky, but they have faith in Alvaro to block what he needs to, get in front of players, and to start up those concussive stacks onto the key targets. So I think Alvaro's been really, really impressive on this pick. I'm excited to see him bring it back out, especially into a matchup where he might be able to do a lot, as already Ignar feeling the business end of those concussive stacks.
Yeah. Of course, if Patrick gets ahead, he has a lot of power in the trades. Super, though, has the Ghost. Of course, the Cleanse doesn't really do a lot against the opposing side. You have the Spell Shield already, so can match a lot of the movement speed that Patrick's ulti will provide. Is, of course, providing some as well. And Frescowi already moving up. Again, diligent ward placement in the early game. We've seen it from both these teams, trying to track that early pathing.
Yeah, no surprise. This is the exact same that we saw last game as well. So essentially just trying to play off of, we feel comfortable with Frescowi on mid, we feel we can get push, we play for level 6, and we play for side lanes. Traditionally, we saw it, at least in game 2, go down towards the bottom side, but with Ignar going to be able to hit 6, tank up, a lot of those charms, press the Unbreakable Will. Not really as big of an opportunity to try and play around that bottom side, and also Super having short range just makes those a little bit trickier. So I'd imagine it will be trying to play around a gold card from Mirwin into the charm from Frescowi, the lockdown from Oyoya, and just make Odo's life miserable.
Simplicity of the setup is nice to have. Gold card walks forward, wards the brush. Odo. Swap forms acceleration gate, can't afford to. Ooh, thinks that he can. Crash down, nice flash out. Good gank from Oyoya.
Peach is here now. That's a lot of damage onto Oyoya. Mirwin also losing that card means that that's his kind of way to keep Odo off himself.
I don't. Yep, Peach backs away. There's not really much of a play there. The health bars are just 2 in favor of MDK. And while Oyoya did lose a lot of health, he has the red buff. Has that additional healing. Now mounting up and walking away. Stun connects the flash back to safety. Hiding under his own tower. Mirwin just doesn't really have the burst damage, or doesn't have the damage at all to follow up and take out Odoamne there.
Odo should be able to reset off of this though. Tries to see if he can stop the backs, but Peach will be able to spot out exactly what is going on here for Oyoya. Frescowi hovering the wings though, trying to support his jungler.
Ooh, off to the side, Jackies gets a bit of poke here, but extra movement speed from the Foxfire, and Frescowi will just walk away.
Oyoya had to abandon his top camps though, moving back down to this bottom side, because he didn't feel like with the health he's on, he was going to be able to stick around. Will just be able to clear out his own Krugs and then probably move over towards the Scuttle Crab that's up. So I'm curious what Peach's angle wants to be. He's got to take his own Raptors on the top side just before he goes into this bottom side. Looks like he is going to try and compete for this Cuddle Crab, but there is push bot side, so this could be a little bit risky for Peach if Alvaro wants to get involved.
Definitely could be tricky. Miscalculation on a lot of these engages, especially against a champion like Braum, can cost you dearly. Peach will be able to grab the crab. Yoya clearing out the Krugs here. Could go for a lane gank. Oh, but already they're trying to kick things off. Nice blocks from Alvaro to stop the follow-up damage. Supa sitting pretty, but now Peach is on the way in. Yoya there as well. Supa has the flash. Alvaro has his too. I mean, good discipline from the side of MDK. Ignar thought he had the angle, but he did not.
Elyoya cancelled his reset as soon as he saw the engage on that bottom side, making sure that he was going to be in position because he guessed Peach was going to be on the way down. So nice job by Elyoya to read the play, get involved in that bot side, and then now Alvaro as well, outplaying on the flash away to keep himself in check. So nicely done by MDK to escape away from that. But Odo, this is what we're talking about. This is a matchup where if you can punish, it's going to be great for Odo Omne, and constantly buffering that CC with the To the Skies from the Jace is really well played.
Yeah, great ability name, by the way, very descriptive. Sorry, I have a personal vendetta against Jace Hammer form ability.
We had this conversation like 2 days ago.
Yeah, me, you, and Medic. You have to understand, Medic is also very upset because, oh, hold that thought. Gold card, Peach caught out, Frescowie quick to punish. Oh, and we've been here before. Peach dying on the top side, isolated completely. Excellent pick coming through from MDK.
Mirwin had the TP to get back to lane, immediately uses that to get into position, and then able to shove in wave to collapse on towards Peach. So very, very strange passage play from Peach. No need to try and overforce that. He needed to wait until he had his lanes in favor, but just didn't want to go for it.
X-Flash from Ignar. Can't do much. But this is big. I mean, Rel has been so good, and now you have so many other tools to set up with CC as well. I just think the runway is so clear for MDK in this game.
The only downside is that they don't have that control on top side that they really want. Mirwin would like to get that push into, hey, maybe I can TP mid, we can look for playing Jackies or vice versa, but haven't quite got to see that rolling just yet. No real dragon setup as well for MDK. Means you're still looking at relatively decent scaling here for GiantX when it comes to the later dragons. So if Patrick and Jackies can hold off on that, there's no real threat for GiantX to commit themselves onto the map.
I am ready to see some playmaking from Ignar, though, as we get closer to level 6. Because this is a relatively passive kind of farm lane, he has been able to take the phase rush, which is obviously weaker in early trades because you don't have that additional tankiness, but post level 6, when you have access to the Unbreakable, you can zoom through these fights into the backline and really find optimal angles for the follow-up stuns, for the second round of cooldowns if the fight goes on for long enough. So very, very powerful rune choice, even if it is a bit more limited before you have access to the ultimate.
It's the only way you really get follow-up onto Supa as well after you use the combo, because once you hit 6, Ghost, ult, popped, you can very quickly run away from the Alistar. So definitely need the phase rush and that first tick of the E from the combo to get yourself into position, but Ignar, yeah. I think the problem is, if Ignar leaves bot lane, what do you do as Patrick? Because you're so vulnerable to Elyoya coming down, and Alvaro being able to tank up the tower, ton of CC. So you're heavily reliant on a lot of vision coming through from your bot into the mid river. But you just don't have control for Jackies, and you don't have an awful lot of control for Patrick and Ignar in that respect either.
It is definitely tricky. Patrick going to do what he can to push this wave forward. Peach has already started the objective. Elyoya, you can see, running into his own jungle. Might try to go for a steal here. Frescowie has finally reset the mid wave. Do they want to go for the 4v4? Mirwin already walking down. Pushback is big onto Alvaro. And Unbreakable facing the wrong way. Needs a solid pick to start the objective. Elyoya still here. Ulti going to connect. Fall not quite going to come through. Excellent charm from Frescowie to stop Ignar for going for the combo.
Ignar didn't use the Unbreakable Will, could have, but looks like they want to try and hold on to it. So gonna maybe see Ignar get involved in a few more upcoming plays with that ultimate still available. Maybe even the tower dive, honestly, with the position they're in, but Braum gonna be a little bit behind the play, so not gonna try and go for too much, especially not knowing where Elyoya is.
Nice back cancel from Odoamne. Here you see.
Yeah, Alvaro just steps up to Grady. Immediate turnaround play. They didn't even hesitate. GiantX, that's really good communication on the engage.
Yeah, pre-level 6. He finally has level 6. You can just immediately ult whenever you see the Azir dash forward and know that you're going to be relatively safe, but you just don't have any of those immediate disengage tools available to you at level 5. So a solid pick. And the gold close. MDK is still with a decent lead. A lot of that on the top side of the map due to the passive of the Twisted Fate, as well as that early kill in favor of Mirwin. But overall, still quite close. Definitely a different pace than our previous 2 games. Either side really with a substantial advantage.
Here's Ignar moving topside though. Void Grub's up in 20 seconds. Oftentimes we've seen GiantX literally twice this series and a couple of times in regular split rotating Patrick up to that top side, but not really needing to because you already have Odo Omni. Same idea, range carry that you can try and play around, but MDK defending well here. Getting control around this mid lane, using the fact that Frescowi has that push advantage to re-establish vision in the river. And Mirwin slowly but surely starting to get that push out on top side. So looks like Void Grubs should be the commitment here for Madeline's Koi. And Ignar going to move in with Peach now to get vision bot and maybe look for the play, but Frescowi trying to cover this.
Damage not really here for them to go in onto Alvaro. They have gotten priority access to the bottom lane, and Alistair dives are lethal. Can just start this off, can tank the tower, instantly is going to go in and do so. Supa's got no room to maneuver, excellent slow coming in for the Sejuani ultimate, now trying to run out to safety. Supa managing to make it away, Alvaro holding on. They just redive and kill him. There's no way, the flash. He's got, oh, the sidestep is so close. Patrick will at least get one, Supa just barely holding on.
Supa managing to just about get out of there, but it's still Patrick getting 2 kills now in his favor and some more turret plates. And what we've seen oftentimes is that these games have come down to big team fights, and Patrick having that early lead is going to be massive here. You already spotted that this was going to be coming, but unfortunately Supa and Alvaro, they think with the Braum, maybe we can try and hold on, but Ignar doesn't give the Braum a chance to get in position, immediately flashes, headbutts into the wall, waits for the pulverize to get the full duration on the CC, but even that's not enough as Supa with the Ghost on the hunt is able to escape away, and Alvaro just doing what he can to delay the timer here on GiantX.
And that was incredibly close to Supa going down. Good for the side of MDK that they don't give up more. GX obviously with the successful dive. Do find that kill onto Alvaro, his second death of the game. Now the static shift completed, a bit ahead of schedule for Patrick, but the Cole still stacking up for Supa. Alvaro.
Slow.
Oh yeah, waiting around. Maybe they feel like they've got a big advantage here. No information for them on where Peach is. Could be the 3v3 bot side. Maybe they think they can capitalize with the flashes being missing. Ulti going in, double TP, triple TP, quadra TP! Is it season 8? Everybody coming down for the 5v5! Patrick gliding, sliding, trying to find the angle. The CC not connecting, he's still standing. All of MDK now retreating. What?
It's just Ignar that goes down though. MDK are able to get away. Jackie's, I wasn't sure if he wanted to go for the sliding glide, could still has the opportunity with the flash, but Patrick should be able to get the bot lane tower. MDK, how much are you willing to stick around? Jackie's over the wall still.
Full card from Mirwin. Slow on a Peach. Just a single tower played in the kill. Tower play traded for kill. That is the first 5v5 bot lane double TP from both sides I think I've seen since like 2019 Fnatic.
And here I thought that maybe we'd get Ignar trying to go like punt people around the place with the headbutt, but ends up getting just locked down, can't really move anywhere. And Frescowi's trying to play up to get damage onto Patrick, see if he can finish off Odo, but nice flash from him. Patrick now in a position where he can follow up, but here, I thought Jackie's would just go for slide, glide, flash, try and catch anyone with the ultimate, but again, this is your elimination game. This is the one that one mistake could cost you 10 weeks of being able to play on the main stage, so taking it slow, don't overforce, we'll take just the turret plates instead.
Credit to Peach in that fight, body blocks the charm for Odoamne, forces Frescowi to commit more. Ultimately, Odoamne does have to flash away, and Frescowi is getting more and more scary. Malignant's there, about to hit level 11, does just now tick over, so second rank in the ultimate going to be a relatively low cooldown. Many more opportunities to be the playmaker for this lineup. But a decent lead for Patrick, holding on to that one.
Oh, Mirwin.
Mirwin caught out here. Stun gonna connect eventually once the Alistar gets into range. Follow-up CC there from Peach. You don't even have Merc treads. Oh.
No, he's...
Okay, Faiz gets a bit more time, which means more time for his team to keep hitting on that topside tower, but does go down in the end, and Frescowi forced out of mid lane.
Should be the trade on bot side, though, with the Azir there, so already had 3 of those 5 turret plates gone. Frescowi, gonna be a pain. But you still get Odo, who's gonna be able to catch the top wave, but it will net MDK Rift Herald, so all said and done, as long as you can get value out of this Rift Tower for MDK, the opportunity to take mid tower could be huge for them in trying to open up this game for Frescowi and Mira and to start moving around the map.
A lot of good opportunities now with that extra space. Or what could be the extra space, excuse me. The Herald gonna get taken down. I just think breaking open mid in a game where both teams have very comparable win conditions, in this case scaling, even if some of the tools are a bit different, always is gonna feel good. Supa offers a boomerang blade in support for Elyoya in this trying time.
They're going to try and get vision on this top side. They were going to try and attack top lane turret with the next wave that's coming in from Odo. You even see Peach making his way up here. Mirwin doesn't realize it though.
Bone plating, stopping some of that damage. Odoamne going to back away as you see a few more members in mid lane. First items coming through for both top laners, and again, Mirwin still has the gold lead despite getting dropped down there, and Odo picking up that kill. Okay. But for TF, of course, this doesn't... gold leads are kind of fake. He just gets extra money. He gets extra interest on his gold. He's just investing better.
The GiantX are trying to keep track of where this TF is going. Odo moving in towards mid. They know that with the static Shiv and the amount of CC that he can provide, he's going to murder people if they're able to get that opportunity for a pick. Also for a Skelly missing on the map, so they wanted to make sure that there was no collapse from MDK on towards GiantX mid lane. Now though, with TF being spotted, because of all that vision that Ignar set up on this top side, they're going to get top tower. So just making sure they don't overextend on mid wave should net them the turret. But look at Elyoya and Supa, they're trying to make the play on towards Jackie's on that bottom side. The thumbs
Jackie's
up.
Thumbs upping. He knows the play is coming. Herald gonna get dropped. I think in a perfect world you want to use it mid, but want to get ahead of the play despite not really having a great wave to work with there. So this tower will take some damage, but all of MDK immediately backing off instead, setting their sights on mid lane and Ignar, who's just phase rushing, flashing, dancing his way out to safety. So thus far, 1-for-1 the turret trade. Bit of a fumble, I think, on the value that could have been for that Herald.
I would, usually I'd be like, hey, you're fine because you've got a TF and the Ahri to try and play side lanes to then play in towards mid with the numbers advantage that you gain, especially as you start to push in further in side lanes. But Odo is able to match a lot of the push that Mirwin has in a side lane. And as well, with the static Shiv on towards Patrick, it's really difficult to build a big enough wave to actually threaten this mid lane turret. So I'm kind of curious as to how MDK want to try and push this forward, because you definitely have side into mid opportunities, but it's so hard to try and keep your waves alive to get this mid lane tower down. I think it's just try and play for a push on sides into maybe take mid turret off of Dragon being given over, but it's third Dragon for GiantX, so even a team fight at the moment isn't a great chance for MDK to expand their lead.
Of course, for Patrick, has the 2 items completed, a spike that can be played around, 1 minute and 15 seconds until the next Dragon spawns. Soul point for GX. Hextech would be really big for a team like this, both Azir and the Zeri making the most out of that buff. Odoamne playing with a lot of respect, a lot of caution as MDK just continue to fish for these plays on side lane. And the 6 grub buff in this composition is doing so much work as Elyoya wants to kick things off. Frescowi off to the side. Odoamne charmed up. Peach trying to get something done. Looking to take the mid laner out. Frescowi down, but the tower has dropped in the meantime. Alvaro now going to get pushed away. 2 quick kills picked up, but what is the follow from GX? What else can they grab to swing this in their favor?
They're just going to try and cut them off. Again, Dragon in 35 seconds. All they need to do is keep them at bay. Ignar tries to get in behind, but the whole company follows. And now Patrick spots out Supa.
He's trying to stop the backs. I think Supa knows he's dead too.
Oh, he stopped it!
But he stopped Elyoya, but they don't know. But now they do! Odoamne picking up the first kill onto Supa. MDK, they get the tier 2, but it takes every one of their teammates getting dropped.
He can reset now for Dragon. There's no way that you can stop this. That's going to be 3rd Dragon for GiantX, but this was just overextension. Watch Odo here. Knocks back Frescowi, so Frescowi can't really threaten Patrick under tower. But you didn't have Supa in a position. Remember that short range AD carry that we talked about? The threat under tower isn't there. And the rest of GiantX are able to collapse with the TP coming through as well. So nicely done by GiantX to punish that overextension from Madeline's Koi.
Very well played indeed. GX now control over the Drake, exactly what they wanted. Yes, they conceded tier 2, but they get so much gold back because of that fight. Patrick now at 2.5 items. Jackie's and Odo getting closer to their second. 1.6k gold lead for Patrick. 5-0-1. This area is going to be terrifying. Now I feel like MDK are in recovery mode where they just kind of have to stall, buy time, get space.
But Peach needs to cover mid here. If you push in here as Frescowi, right up to the inhibitor, you can then already see the vision control for Supa and Alvaro being established. So Ignar are kind of sole proponent here to try and cover. Will shift Jackie's up to cover and accept the wave on top side, but Peach playing to this bot side doesn't really net you anything. Yes, he steals away some camps, but it's giving chances for Mad Lions Koi to still get picks, still threaten this mid lane tower, and prevent the connection between Jackie's and Patrick to hold the mid lane turret.
Crucial thing to do. Important to note, you saw in the gold graph there a moment ago presented by Santander, Patrick, the only member of GX at the top of the table. The other 3 slots belonging to the respective farming roles of MDK, Mirwin, Frescowi, and Supa. So if MDK can find that pick, if they can take the Zeri out through the cleanse, through the defensive tools, it's very easy for them to win the fight. Patrick's the sole strong point.
This is, you've got the cleanse from Mirwin ult into the gold card. Ignar booting Frescowi out of the picture. Peach playing defense. It's really, and even if you do get past all that, Jackie's just sending you packing with the Azir. It's really hard as long as GiantX are grouped to find those moments. And that's why you can kind of see both Frescowi and Mirwin trying to shadow each other. They're like, look, we don't really win in a straight up just push together, but if we can push in on top side and then group somewhere, we can find the moment. But
double
now
TP.
Patrick overextended, or Jackie's overextended.
Top side, they just want to collapse on this Azir because while Patrick has so many tools, Jackie's does not. He tries to flash back. Knock-up is there. Immediate fall damage is not. Ignite now ticking. Mirwin coming over. Jackie's caught between everybody, but now it's Odo Wamne who's in trouble. It's absolute chaos. Frescowi getting things kicked off. LEC on the chase. Odo should just be dead here. Pull back. Ulti committed.
And that's the play that you needed as MDK. Find the pick, and now you are sitting in front of Baron. Jackie's doesn't have TP. I don't know if they spotted that he reset, but it looks like they're not going to try and go for anything. But you still get the window that you needed off of just finding moments to push in these lane advantages. Nicely played by MDK.
Good use of the resources they had available. If they pick off Jackie's there and get Odo, it feels like an immediate Baron start, but don't get it. And also, again, the opposite team, the Zeri, the Azir, the double sustained damage, a much bigger threat for the Baron.
And it stems back to the control that they got when Peach was in that bot side jungle. Alvaro and Supa get the vision the top side. You TP the TF in. He's then able to ult into position, but it could have been an okay play. You could have got away with it as GiantX, but Odo Omni just TPing in that little bit too far forward. And MDK still controls so much of that quadrant. You can kind of see it on his face. He knows that was a mistake.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rob. That's Stone Cold Steve Austin, man. He's always cold, always ruthless.
The rattlesnake.
We saw it in game 2, despite the loss. That solo kill. All right, Mirwin and the rest of MDK just clearing this wave out. And the flank, or the flank attempt from Ignar, but MDK are not going to walk up there. Instead, going to try to play through top. Alvaro has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Early force out on the Unbreakable.
Ignar spotted here.
If they start a fight right now while Unbreakable is down, they will demolish. But Alvaro has enough time to get the cooldown back.
Okay, so just gonna back away. Minute and a half until Dragon. That's gonna be the main protocol that we're looking at. They need to get control over this, well, I was gonna say MDK need to get control of these side lanes for the moment though, because GiantX have actually pushed them back out. They're keeping multiple members in mid to keep control over mid and make sure mid tower doesn't go down ahead of it. And if it is coming to a fight, that's a 3-item Patrick that is in a really good spot. 2 items onto this Azir as well. We already highlighted how difficult it is to get access to Patrick. So MDK need to get creative as they approach this potential soul fight for GiantX.
Rapid fire cannon from Mirwin maybe gives you an angle, but again, you've highlighted the cleanse. It's been so hard for MDK to just get any summoner spells away from this Zeri. Patrick playing so conservative until the time of the fight. Just looking to provide pressure, knows that he cannot afford to go down. This is going to be the arena. 35 seconds. GX, if they get this one, get the solo, and it feels so hard for MDK to come back.
Ignar marking Frescowi in this bottom side, making sure they can't get position in river and look for a flank opportunity. As they also spotted TF on that bot wave. So GiantX very aware of where MDK are, but now they're kind of separated.
Split themselves. Immediate engage. Jackie's dashes off to the side. They see their window of opportunity. Alvaro blocks all of the damage from Patrick. It's a thing of beauty, but it's not quite enough from MDK. Patrick locked up the charm coming in. Gold card, but Mirwin's on the wrong side of the wall. Connects it to red card. No! Not enough! Lock it, keeping Patrick alive.
A blue card was the only thing that would have killed Patrick there, but just not quite enough damage. But MDK got what they needed. They found that moment where GiantX separate, and for a split second they get the control they need to deny the soul. May not be a kill, but MDK got what they needed.
Jackie's with a thumbs up. MDK buy themselves more time in this game 3.
Wait a sec.
But GX want to up the pace.
Mirren's bot, he's no ult and he's no TP. GiantX, they're going to make the play. Look at Ignar as well. There's no vision on Ignar. He's in behind them.
So low. Frescowi, MDK, they didn't reset. They spent too much time taking the objective. Finally, Mirren is here, but those are so many low health bars. They need a steal. They need a miracle from Elyoya. Ignar off to the side. They're trying to peel back, but now immediately GX can just turn to focus the objective. They take it down Ignar, but GX are wearing purple. They need to get away. They need to get out with as many members as they can. MDK now on the hunt. Frescowi waiting.
He has ult. He can get over the wall.
He has to wait. He just has to stall the backs. No, instead, MDK setting their sights on mid lane tier 1, but GX get the Baron.
A very risky call with elimination on the line, but it pays massively for GiantX. Able to get the Baron at just the life of Ignar. They will lose mid lane tower as well, but this could be the control that they need. Now they can start to threaten onto the mid lane turret, have that little bit of extra sustain on the cannon creep to keep them alive, to get the structures. Peach, why do you have to spot out here for Scowy?
For Charm. Frescowi going to be forced to ult at this point in the game, level 15. It won't matter too much.
That is reset though. And this gives the moment now to crack open the mid lane turret that can start threatening onto tier 2. You don't have Mirren and Frescowi on the wave states that they need to be, which is threatening the map. So GiantX have to reset. Odo going to be able to accept the bot wave. And now you're going to have to move Frescowi back into the mid lane to try and cover here.
No cleanse on Patrick though. But Super no mana. Still hasn't reset. MDK just concede the tier 2. Get your items on your Sivir. This is such a greedy hold. If Odo Omne. But he isn't. He isn't there. And that's crucial. Gives them a bit more space to slow this down, to fight for one more wave to keep that tower alive. But Odo Omne does have the TP.
They're going to get the tower though. As you say, Super didn't reset. And this is really good from GiantX. Because you have the TP, they're just able to back away. Mirren shows mid, which means that Odo now gets to push this wave into bot side. And now you can look to wrap around behind MDK and catch him off.
Immediate follow-up. Patrick now going to ult. Knockup not quite going to connect on Odo Omne, but the gold card immediately goes on to Patrick, trying to stop the damage. Here comes Super. Sonic the Hedgehog on the back line. Going to start to tear through. Going to start to clean up. The rest of the team setting him up. He knocks him down, and it's Jackie's now getting TP'd on. The pushback as he buys a bit more space, but MDK stopped this Baron in its tracks.
Jackie's wasn't with them. The whole shift hadn't come through, and MDK, they cut them off at the ankles as they try to move around. Now Madeline's Koi, they have the wave on bot side, and they're going to be able to get the tier 2. It's just Jackie's, no ult. This is such a risky hold if he tries to keep this tower alive.
He's still walking up, he's got the Baron. Frescowi with the flash. Could try to charm flash, but instead will take mid lane tier 2. He can only protect one lane. Ignar not going to be enough. Mad Lions will take the free objective.
And finally, we'll get the resets coming through on all sides. MDK will be able to get away, get back to their side lanes, and a very damaged front line from GiantX. Not really there, but Odo just gets caught out with a great charm again from Frescowi. These charms from him have been clutch in game 2 and 3. Odo falls. The charm for, or the CC from Irwin onto Patrick without the cleanse. And even though the charm goes wide, it's a 1,000 gold shutdown to Frescowi. And they're able to chase down multiple members here. Great play from Frescowi again on this Ahri.
Clean pick. Follow-up. Disengage ulti from Peach, whiffing completely as well. Just making things so much worse. Patrick is strong. He's a powerhouse, but he used to be the sole AD carry at 3.5 items. Now Supa's right there alongside him. A few more tools for Patrick. It looks like he wants a QSS as well. See where the Null Magic Mantle goes. But Supa's getting stronger and stronger. Only a 500 gold difference now separating them, but it's Frescowi and Mirwin who are well ahead of their counterparts.
GiantX needs to start putting pressure on towards the mid lane. You need someone to try and exit into topside to get that wave pushed out, and that's why MDK playing hyper aggressive on this wave. They know at least in theory someone has reset, and they'd be right with Odo and Patrick having gone back to base. But it looks like GiantX don't care. This is going to be their hold. This mid is going to be where they make their final stand with 30 seconds until the soul. They don't want MDK to find that pick, to find the damage they need to on any of their carries.
Supa, engage connects, spell shield is there. Peach committing so much, but Mirwin threatening with the gold card stops any potential follow-up. Patrick again, the focus. MDK got what they came for, the reset on the fight. They let the Zeri ult expire, and they know the dragon is theirs.
Supa needs to be so careful. There.
Scoop back. Supo getting away just barely. Ignore trying to find the angle. Spell shield still there. Elio on the retreat. Split from both teams. Incredibly messy, but at the end of the day, MDK going to get the dragon.
Jungler's dead. GiantX, they invested everything into trying to make that play mid. They gave up waves on top. They thought that that was their time, but with going that little bit too far forward, Peach doesn't have the support of Jackie's. I think that was the play. Get Supa, immediate follow-up from Jackie's, and you can kill Supa, and then the damage just isn't really there for the squad. But it's not the case, and now bot lane tower will fall, and it'll be the punishment that GiantX have to accept.
A minute until Baron. It's all recalls. No, not gonna get the chance. We'll see the replay now.
Look, it's a nice call from Peach. Flashes past Elio to get on Supa, but you needed the follow-up from Jackie's. But I don't think Jackie's wanted to commit because the position on Braum knew that chances are that Glacial Fissure would have interrupted. So I can get the idea, but just the execution not quite there from the rest of the team.
I just don't think. There's a phrase in Magic. You have to know when you're the beatdown. GX are not the beatdown. There is a Braum on the enemy team. You need to play the fight slow. You need to bait the Unbreakable, and you are not baiting the Unbreakable when you dive in with your body. Yeah. And thus everyone is there to one-shot Supa. It's just not a good call. Alvaro stops all potential follow-up, even if you are in position.
The flank though, the TP, Frescowi, he wants the access to the back line.
Frescowi going over, trying to find Patrick. The charm goes wide, they whiff, but they get a bit more space. Ignor has to disengage, and Frescowi now on the retreat. Living for now, he'll be able to escape. Ignor getting lower and lower, but again, the re-engage from Elioya. Patrick cut down Supa on a rampage. It doesn't matter who he hits, as long as he's hitting, baby. That's the ricochet.
The swoop and boop gets no one. The spell sheet from Supa keeps himself alive. And MDK, they manage to get the fight. Frescowi plays distraction and nets the Baron from Madeline's Koi.
Some people say Zeri did it better, but Sivir did it first, man, and you gotta respect that. Ignore with the flash.
They're also low.
Frescowi, back up. They didn't quite get the kill there. Odoamne in no man's land, gonna get picked off. Mirwin now on a rampage. MDK 6K ahead.
And it's just inhibitor turrets that deny MDK from closing out this game. Frescowi, a great flank. The charm goes wide, but it doesn't matter. It draws Odoamne away. And even underneath the tower, you can see how deep Ignor is gone. Just about gets the knock up. But watch the re-engage. And Jackie's, as he goes in, goes for the swoop and boot, but the spell shield from Supa denies him access, denies Odoamne anything that he can get that hammer into. And you can see disappointment from Jackie's. He thought he might have had that moment.
Resigned acceptance to the way that fight played out. Mercurial Scimitar there for Patrick now, but I don't think CC is the problem anymore. Sivir is too damn strong. And if any of your frontline get hit, if you are anywhere near the rest of your team, which you have to be if you want to live, Sivir will kill you. This is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You can probably win the 1v1, but in the team fight, you can't come out on top.
The wombo is still insane for GiantX if they can find it. One moment, one engage from Ignor, one knockback from Jackie's, one crash down from Odoamne could be the end for MDK, but it's so difficult. MDK are not giving them a chance. They're playing off wave states. They know they've got that farm buff. So just play it slow, play for the towers, and stop that moment from GiantX existing.
Baron has been the backbreaker for GX in this game. Both their own negative Baron power play. And MDK's plus 2.4K at this moment. Play around those objectives, costing them so much. Play with the Baron buff, getting over eager. MDK cleaner in the clutch. And with the tools now to close this one out.
Slow play from MDK, get bot lane pushed in. Now Frescowi has access to mid. The towers are being slowly chipped away at. GiantX, do you wait out the Baron, a minute left, or do you just go for the engage? But it'll give access to Frescowi on the side. Odo steps forward, loses half his health in return.
Keeps the inhibitor alive, crucially, Azir tower set up. Frescowi taking a bit of extra damage, but MDK. GX committed too many resources into the mid lane. They can just walk in and take the objective, and again, flying TP there. If GX want to make a play, but the 6 grubs picked up earlier by MDK just continue to pay off, and how quickly they can shred through these structures.
Oh, Odo tried to interrupt the back there, trying to desync MDK, maybe get the pick that they need. 30 seconds now until the Dragon. MDK, they did some damage, but having the inhibitor still standing mid means that Odoamne is able to push out that bot wave and stop the super creeps from really being an issue now for GiantX. But you do have to be careful as you invest too many resources on bot side.
They're not very quick to try and punish here. They don't have perfect information. They don't feel confident to step up. If they get this, if they get Soul on the side of GX, maybe they have a bit more hope. But Patrick already getting chunked out. Patrick isolated. They pushed Frescowie back, but they've left the rest of their carries vulnerable. MDK pulling back beautifully. Frescowie just continues to linger in the darkness.
Oh my god, Odo's health.
I mean, the poke is so ruthless. They're trying to collapse on Frescowie. Ulti goes in, he just dashes to safety. MDK immediately used the Sivir ult and now are looking to punish. Supa staying so far back, does not want to get scooped, does not need to do much of anything else. Patrick already ulting, but it's a TP from behind. But what is the Jace going to do on the flank? Shockwave could be big, does good damage onto Frescowie. Odo wants to bring this back, but still Supa untouched. They're playing it so slow, they're playing it so patient, and they're punishing.
Supa, what can you do?
Shattering strike, the Q, the slow. Odoamne just going to get shut out. MDK playing it beautifully. They have a wave in the bottom lane. The TPs are coming in. This is going to be the last stand for GX. Mirwin stepping up, gold card there. Jackie's gets enough space. Patrick is still up. There's still hope.
It's crumbling though. 3v5, GiantX need to play, and Yo-Yo goes!
Unbreakables here. Patrick skating out to safety, but the Sun Car still managing to connect. They're just focusing on the objectives. Patrick doesn't have enough time to shred through the team. Jackie's trying to go in, trying to scoop, but Supa's just gonna shred that health bar. Double kill for Frescowie. MDK are moving on. GiantX are getting sent home.
That was such a hard-fought fight. MDK play it slower. They find those moments where GiantX misstep, and they manage to get the game across the finish line. The late game scaling on the Sivir, just way too much in those later fights.
Absolutely. And I think it's just so hard to play against a Braum and a Sivir together, right? The amount of space these champions can create, how hard it is for Patrick to ever really hit once they get that far. Of course, your Kia player of the series, you can head on over to @LEC on X, Yo-Yo, Frescowie, or Supa.
Honestly, I was going to say Frescowie's Ari. Holy crap.
Yes.
The charms at key moments when you need him to step up were incredible. The one onto the AD carry in game 2, the one onto Odoamne in this game 3 when they're sieging the tier 2 tower. Massive, massive plays from Frescowie across this, and nets themselves that opportunity to face off against Vitality now next week with, I don't know, that was nuts.
Yeah. One day at a time, brother. Great stuff from MDK to bring this series back. Need to keep going further. It's all about the race for finals, for MSI, for Chengdu. That's what's on the mind of all these players. Every single interview we read, we want to go to MSI. We want to be the top. We want to contest G2. Every single team is saying it, but so many teams aren't even going to get the shot. 2 of them got sent home today. GX and SK. We'll see how much further MDK can go. It's a tall task, right? Every team in our league right now is messy. They're vulnerable. It's all about just who shows up on the day.
I mean, even who shows up moment to moment. So much of these games and throughout the series today wasn't defined by who was better overall. It was defined in a moment. And I think that's what makes it so clutch for these players, is that any one of them can stand up. It can be a rookie in both cases here today that really make the difference in a world full of veterans.
Yeah. And speaking of someone who's incredibly clutch and a rookie, let's send it down to Frescowie.
Thank you guys so much. What a fantastic day for you, Dagda and Draco. 6 games back-to-back. You've got some well-earned rest. And of course, some well-earned rest for you. Congratulations, Fresh. Before we dive into this series, deep breath. Give me your feelings right now. That was a tense series.
I mean, I was pretty calm in the game, I'm not gonna lie, but the game was pretty shaky. I'm not happy with our performance today because, again, I think we underperformed heavily. But in the end, we managed to stay calm somehow in the game, and we come back. So I'm happy that we win in the end, but there is a lot of work to do still. So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to keep our ramp up in playoffs.
Something that didn't happen necessarily a lot today is that we know you guys are so dominant in the early game, and your early games looked shaky. However, a lot of teams, when they have shaky early games, they just tend to go for more late game, we're scaling, take your front to back, pick your tanks over in the top side. Your top side on that last game was so creative, the TF, the Ari. What made you guys resort to that?
I mean, in general, I think Ari is pretty strong right now. I think TF also is like safe blind, so those picks are kind of good blind picks, so that's why we went for it. I think we could have abused even more with our ults and our like map pressure in general because we have all the tools, but we were kind of afraid, I would say, in some moments in the game. But again, I'm happy that in the end we managed to win it. So.
I'm glad you talked a little bit about Ari being a very safe blind pick because Azir has been your most played champion in your entire career. Super positive win rate. However, you resorted to go for the Ari back-to-back. Does that free you to play with Olyoya a little bit more? Because it felt like in game number 1 that Javan was kind of hovering the map a little bit alone. But the second you got your hands on the Ari, the entire map changed.
Yeah, I mean, basically, with the Ari pick, you can do way more things in the early game. I think Azir is a pretty strong champ, but you need more levels and more items to be more useful. I just wanted something that has more tools in the game so I can impact the map way more, and I think I didn't do it as much in the early game, but in mid game and late game I did it more, so I'm happy. So that's why.
Fresh, who do you think would be player of the series in this one? You can choose anyone in your team.
Maybe Supa. I think he did solid performance, so I would say Supa.
You wouldn't pick yourself?
In some moments, yes. In some moments, no, I would say.
Well, wake up, because you were absolutely clutch in the last 2 games and you won Player of the Series. Congratulations, Fred. Never ever underestimate yourself. You've showed your caliber of player that you can be on this stage. And now moving forward, Mad had a fantastic lower bracket run over in winter. You witnessed it firsthand. Are we expecting the same thing right here?
Yeah, I mean, we're all expecting that as well. Like, the bracket is also like very similar or almost the same than like last split. So I hope we can make it the same, but this time win it in the end. I think we have a good shot on it. I think we can do it for sure. We just need to step up like mentally because I think we're underperforming still heavily on the stage, but I'm confident we can win it all, yeah.
I really hope this best of series will give you guys the confidence that you do deserve to move forward. Congratulations again, Fresh. We're going to throw it over to PGL, where Lore and Aragon are joined by Alvaro.
Yay, thank you so much, Trouble. We are in the middle of the rerun of Winter Split, guys. It continues with the Mad Lions Sky win against GX. Alvaro, thank you so much for joining us. Any first impressions after this series? How do you feel?
I mean, I will say maybe a bit stressed, but actually no, because we kind of believe that we are the better team. So no matter what was the enemy, we could win the game. And I think this game, for example, we prove it. That even it was not the best early game. We were a bit shaky, I think, and then it was like they had 3 Drakes. It was like a pretty hard game to close, but I think because we were confident, we can turn it.
Yeah, I wanted to say this. I know the position you're in, right? At the very least, it's relatable even in solo queue. When the enemy team is on 3 Drakes for 15 minutes, it is not a nice position to be in, right? So who's really, keeping you guys in there in terms of morale? Is there anyone in particular you'd like to shout on your teammates?
I think it's overall everyone, because we are stepping up mentally. Like, for example, this split mostly, when we are coming to playoffs, I think what we are working is mental. Because for me, we already work what we could. Of course, we can improve things like mechanically or like macro, micro. But I think in playoffs, the best team is the one that keeps the mental on a good state. Yep. And I think, for example, Javi is doing, like Eljoya, is doing a good job because he's leading us as a team. But I think everyone is also taking like their own ideas in the game, and everyone is like proposing things. So I think everyone is keeping track of the game.
I have to say, coming in today's series, I was not expecting this from Mad Lions. Not thinking of the results or anything, but like the drafts, the way you guys play in game, your strength in the game, the early games that usually you guys display. What was different in both the approach you brought in draft and the way this developed into your gameplay afterwards?
First game, we kind of, we play the Rakan into Nautilus. I think this matchup, for example, if you play decent, like it's not a problem. I ran it down, like I entered on level 2. And then the game, it was a bit of a snowball because we were like less strong in the skirmishes. And I think we were not conscious enough that we were less strong and we were just trying to fight. And then coming into the next draft, basically they pick the Rakan first. I just go with the Nautilus. I want to have the tools to engage, and we also want Eljoya on some engage. And basically I think after that, the second game was like pretty solid, and third game, it's a bit of comfort, but we were also thinking that maybe they were going to do the Chaya Rakan. So we just wanted to make sure that they couldn't take it, and in the end they just went for the Alistar pick, and I think we had like a really decent draft, we can play front to back, and when Sivir gets 3 items, we are stronger than the 30, and we can hit the front lane.
Yeah, I have to say, I think you guys, I'm surprised with today as well, just like Laura was saying. I remember one game you were 1-2-3ing, I believe it was Azir, Zeri, Rakan, which is quite a lot of scaling, right? I feel like you guys have some of the best early game in the league, and you didn't really lean in today as much as before, potentially, maybe alongside Vitality as the best early game in the league. But then come mid-game, some things just tend to happen. You get picked a little bit. I remember the Blast Cone moving, getting picked. I was a little bit worried today if you played scaling, you didn't get those early leads, and then you got to mid-game without an early lead, you would also then throw. Was this anything in your back of your mind? Do you think you need to depend on early game leads?
I mean, it's always on the back of your mind because maybe you can throw it or you know, like you start behind. And I think it's also that important to say that because we are training mentally, I think no one is kind of like losing the focus. And for me, I will tell you, like, I think we are the best team in early game. And for example, when we were playing into G2, we saw it. I think today we were not playing like really good, I will say micro mechanically. And I think that's what kind of like was the difference. If you see, for example, the stats that some people like we were the top 2 teams in gold ahead, and the last split we were not that ahead. But I think it's kind of like being more disciplined, because even if we are ahead in gold, we need to still finish the game. And I think, for example, we were working as well on the mid game and the skirmishes. And this game, for example, I think we can be proud because I think we were fighting way better even from behind. So.
You said that after game 1, you ran it down. It was not a good game. How do you reset mentally after having a bad performance? How difficult it is, especially in a series when you know that you're going to get eliminated? Tell me about the mental process.
I mean, I just started laughing. We kind of say that we were all running it down. Like, I think Joya also was saying it. I think Mirwin, me as well. Super troll a fight on the Drake, so we were just making a bit of jokes. I think it's important to keep up like the good attitude, because in the game, if you, for example, hear our voice comms, we are just permanently laughing or like saying things. Of course, if there is like some moments that is a bit more tense, we need to like shut up and play. But I think it's also important, and outside of the game, like we were really confident and we were conscious that we are the better team. But then after the first game, we were still knowing that we are the better team. We just need to show it. And I think, for example, today I mean, you can see it, we didn't play well. And I think this is kind of like the start of the lower bracket run that we always do. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think you guys can make it?
I mean, for me, I'm already used to go lower bracket, because when I was in LVP, in Superliga, I was always like finishing 3rd or 5th or like 6th. And I was going through the lower bracket winning 3-0. So it's kind of like our confidence zone. And it's just a bit of a do or die. So we are even more hype.
Always wondering, we're going to talk about the bracket a bit later here, but I'm always wondering what makes some teams and some players thrive more in this stressful situation, especially when you, I don't want to say lack experience, because I know that you guys don't want to be framed like this, but you know, this ability to come back, LEC playoffs, your second playoffs, in clutch games like this, thriving under pressure. How do you
I think it's what I said before. I think it's really important, like mental state. For example, there are some teams in screens that, you know, like they start 0-8 in kills and they just want to FF or remake. For example, even if we are starting 0-8 or is the worst game possible, we just keep on playing the game, because can happen everything. And for example, I think you are showing to the enemy that you are lower, kind of like mentally level. And I think, for example, it's something that we do, that no matter what, no matter the consequence, we just keep playing. And for example, it's something that we are able to do now that we were not able before, that is come back in games even from behind.
Yeah, and I think it really showed today, especially in that 3rd game, you know, down so many dragons, and then you have to find continuous picks inside lane, praying that you can find Odoamne, for example, on those picks. You didn't have the best of series, unfortunately, but yeah, that's how you made it happen. So I could really see your mental being tested there.
Yeah. For example, when they are already on 3 drakes, we try to do the play on top lane on the tier 2. I think Joya was calling, yeah, let's do it. I'm saying, but they can TP. Then, for example, they started TPing, and we say, okay, we can kill the tower and then leave. They actually TP, and we just get commit on us. And I think at that moment, everyone just took a breath in and, yeah, just keep playing the game and enjoy it.
So I have one just general question. It's not related to anything like this, but it's helping me understand your team better, right? You guys often will just pivot to a draft sometimes, which has absolutely no front line. It's like quadruple carries.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, quadruple carries, and it makes no sense to my little pea brain. Is the whole idea of that draft, we make 1 pick at 20 minutes and we have 4 DPS champions, like an insta one-shot on Ashe?
So, for example, what you are saying, we did it with Rakan, that I was the only engaged. Yeah. You know the thing that I think if you are good enough, you can pull out these things.
Yeah.
I think you need to be really disciplined. You need to have a lot of discipline to do it. And for example, some games we are just losing it. But I think, for example, can work because imagine I'm playing the Rakan. I remember into Fnatic we were playing that was like a 50-minute game that we lost in the first playoffs when we lost 0-2. In that game, for example, if I do it a bit better with the flanks, I think you can still pull it out. And for example, before we were doing it with the Ivan Varus, and the Varus was DPS, and he was like a really tanky. And basically, we were sending Daisy and Varus as frontline. Yeah. So it's a bit of a not what everyone plays, but I think you can make it work if you play it well.
But it makes you unique. Yeah. And I think that's really interesting.
I've
never seen anyone really play something like that. That's why I wanted to ask about it.
And I do think it shows for the confidence that you guys carry and something that you guys had actually beginning in winter. But when I look at the series you played today, a bit of a different style, showing different strength. It looks like the same run you had in winter, but how different are you compared in winter? How much of a different team you are?
I think we improve, especially. I think mentally we improve a lot, but I will say also we are kind of like a better team. Like before, I think we were depending a bit on individualities. Like, for example, someone does a pick or someone does a really good play. I think now, for example, we are moving way better as a team. It was not enough the other day into G2 still because they were playing better with the silence. But I think we are on the right track.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of showing, not today the best, but I think in the scrims it's showing up. So I think we just need to keep going on the daily, day by day, and at least we have another chance now to keep trying on scrims.
Do you remember the interview we had at the end of winter?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that you felt really, really sad back then. Yeah. And you guys managed to come back here in spring from a difficult regular season, honestly, looking stronger and stronger game after game here in playoffs. When you think about the emotions you felt back then when you were defeated by G2 Esports, what can you draw from this experience that's going to allow you to take it to the end next time?
I mean, I remember that I also said it in the interview, that I think, for example, you can take it in a different way. For example, you can lose and just be sad or like, oh, the world ended. But I think, for example, it's really important if you take it as a challenge. And I think, for example, everyone in the team, when we are playing into G2, is like kind of a problem because, for example, when we lost in the official, like in the regular split, we started going down because I think we really wanted to prove or we really wanted to win them. Like we had a lot of, I don't know how to say the word, like the urge to win them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And basically, I think that kind of like didn't let us see everything, like the big part. For me, I think I improved a lot in general. After playing into them, it's kind of like how I need to deal with my emotions.
Okay.
And I just want to go final again and destroy them.
Yeah. I just have one more thing. I'm really, really interested in this because I think it was a pop quiz or something like this. You were talking about who you watch internationally, you know, assuming you go to MSI. Is there anyone you particularly want to play against? Because I remember it was On, I think, or was it Missing? I can't remember
it was
which
On
one.
as well.
Do you look up to him a lot? Would you want to play against him?
I mean, I think I look even more to Keria because I think he's the number one. But I think On, for example, is like a really good player, and I think he's showing already in BLG. I think they are destroying LPL. But for me, I think I just want to kind of like play into Keria. Like I want to go MSI already to test myself into the Asian teams, and you know, like I think you can improve a lot on the first weeks that you play the MSI. And of course, right now on the state that we are not able to, like, I don't know the chances, no, because you never know. Someone can have a bad day, but I think, for example, it's like a really good chance that you can prove into them, and that's why I want to go MSI to see as well.
I was really hoping that you would say Keria. I love this player, and I feel like you would be the type of player who doesn't shy away from taking him on his field and his kind of champions. But that's a story for later, though. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and take a look at the bracket that we have, as we have changes from winter finally. TH for Heretics here. So the next series we're gonna have is gonna be on Saturday, lower bracket round 2, G2 versus BDS on Sunday, of course, and Monday, lower bracket semifinals. When you look at the matchups here, Aragon, what are we looking forward to?
In terms of the G2
Reruns
versus BDS, I think the meta's kind of culminated into something that BDS really, really likes. I think Azir being enabled helps them a lot. You also have the crit ADCs that Ice was absolutely spamming, which are much stronger now, and being able to play front to back is probably the best they're gonna get versus G2. So that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for example, BDS is doing great. Like, I think it's right now, I would say maybe the after G2 is like the strongest team. I'm not counting myself. But I think, for example, what they do well is they play well as a team. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people say, you know, like I think they had an easier bracket because I think, for example, the bracket that we had up was a bit harder. But I think, for example, right now is the time to prove it and to test. And I think, for example, us, we have the same bracket than before. We play GiantX in the loser bracket, then we play Vitality, and most likely I think we will play Fnatic because they will win Team Heretics. And then we will probably face BDS because I think they will lose into G2.
Yeah, I will say, last time this happened in winter, G2 absolutely broke the BDS front to back, the third Drake stacking, with all the side laning they did, with the Azir as well. So I'm looking forward to see how that goes if it's just a repeat.
I'm really excited, both for the games that we saw in winter, but also for the new matchups we're going to get. But that's a story for next week. Thank you also for joining us in the mega week here. Alvaro, always amazing talking to you and seeing your progress. Aragon, smashing it as usual. And we will see you next week on Saturday. Take care. Bye-bye.
Which is respectable, but now Spyro going to push back onto Niski. Knock up there from Dosh. Clean flash out from Spyro. Now he's going to get the kill! Oh, we knew he was good at control mages. Apparently, Niski didn't. Niski wants to keep going for the push. Wonder there to body block, but the house! Look, go, Here, he's able to hit Yankos just in time, and look at that Zeri damage. But he flashes from Isma! It's an epic betrayal! No!
Nice. Illegal. One more we go script, guys. One more day. I'm running. Wait, we're winning. I'm gonna help. How does it look? Oh shit, they're smurfing. Look at Aatrox. No flash, Jarvan. What the f even happened? I don't know what happened, but good job. Oh, nice. Look at Aatrox. I think. Holy f. Oh my god, GX, baby.
There underneath the tower. Odo needs to be careful here, though. No flash.
Moving back in, wants to heal, wants to dash through. First blood.
I TP both way. Shield.
The flash is being missing. Ulti going in, double TP, triple TP, quadra TP. Wizard season 8. Everybody coming down for the 5v5.
I'm out, guys. I'm
I can. Control. Okay, go now.
MDK are moving on. GiantX are getting sent home.
you.